Heroes, Volume 2 of Mythos. Written and read by Stephen Fry.
This book is dedicated to all the heroes we never hear of. Perhaps that could be you. Forward. Hello. Heroes can be regarded as a continuation to my book Mythos, which told the story of the beginning of everything, the birth of the titans and gods, and the creation of mankind. You don't need to have read or listened to Mythos to follow and I hope enjoy this audiobook. A lot of names will come at you, but there's no need to concentrate on memorizing them or retaining in your head all the complicated familial relationships between the heroes and gods. Incest and double paternity issues make them all extra complicated. I drew charts and family trees while I was preparing and writing this book, but even with those in front of me, I was in a constant state of bafflement and confusion. The fact is, the names that matter will stick with you. The rest are there for those who like detail and completion. It is enough, in astronomical terms, to know the planets without having to memorize the names of all the satellites and asteroids. I cannot emphasize this enough. And talking of emphasis, I know how off-putting and hard to remember for some Greek names can be. All those Ocrates and Omedes and Stheno this and Eno that. Where possible, I tend to say them in the way that fits most easily to my mouth. Modern Greeks will be astonished by what we British do to their wonderful names, and German, French, American, and other readers who have their own ways with ancient Greek will wonder at some of my pronunciations. But whether you like to say Oedipus or Oedipus, Epidaurus or Epidaurus, Philoctetes or Philoctetes, the characters and stories behind the names are what counts. With that in mind, let's relax and dive in. Introduction. Zeus sits on his throne. He rules the sky and the world. His sister wife, Hera, rules him. Duties and domains in the mortal sphere are parcelled out to his family, the other 10 Olympian gods. In the early days of gods and men, the divine trod the earth with mortals, befriended them, ravished them, coupled with them, punished them, tormented them, transformed them into flowers, trees, birds, and bugs, and in all ways interacted, intersected, intertwined, interbred, interpenetrated, and interfered with us. But over time, as age has succeeded age, and humankind has grown and prospered, the intensity of these interrelations has slowly diminished. In the age we have entered now, the gods are still very much around, favouring, disfavouring, directing, and disturbing. But Prometheus's gift of fire has given humankind the ability to run its own affairs, build up its distinct city-states, kingdoms, and dynasties. The fire is real and hot in the world, and has given mankind the power to smelt, forge, fabricate, and make. But it is an inner fire, too. Thanks to Prometheus, we are now endowed with the divine spark, the creative fire, the consciousness that once belonged only to gods. The Golden Age has become an age of heroes. Men and women who grasp their destinies, use their human qualities of courage, cunning, ambition, speed, and strength to perform astonishing deeds vanquish terrible monsters, and establish great cultures and lineages that change the world. The divine fire, stolen from heaven by their champion Prometheus, burns within them. They fear, respect, and worship their parental gods, but somewhere inside they know they are a match for them. Humanity has entered its teenage years. Prometheus himself, the Titan who made us, befriended us, and championed us, continues to endure his terrible punishment. Shackled to the side of a mountain, he is visited each day by a bird of prey that soars down out of the sun to tear open his side, pull out his liver, and eat it before his very eyes. Since he is immortal, the liver regenerates overnight, only for the torment to repeat the next day, and the next. Prometheus, whose name means forethought, has prophesied that now fire is in the world of man, the days of the gods are numbered. Zeus's rage at his friend's disobedience derives as much from a deep-buried but persistent fear that man will outgrow the gods, as from his deep sense of hurt and betrayal. Prometheus has also seen that the time will come when he will be released. A mortal human hero will arrive at the mountain, shatter his manacles, and set the Titan free. Together they will save the Olympians. But why should the gods need saving? For hundreds of generations, a deep resentment has smouldered beneath the earth. When Kronos, the Titan, castrated his father, the primordial sky god Uranos, and hurled his genitals across Greece, a race of giants sprang from where the drops of blood and seed fell. These chthonic beings, these creatures sprung from the earth, believe that the time will come when they can wrest power from the arrogant upstart children of Kronos, the Olympian gods. The giants await the day when they can rise up to conquer Olympus and begin their own rule. Prometheus squints into the sun and awaits his moment, too. Mankind, meanwhile, gets on with the mortal business of striving, toiling, living, loving, and dying in a world still populated with more or less benevolent nymphs, fauns, satyrs, and other spirits of the seas, rivers, mountains, meadows, forests, and fields, but bristling, too, with its share of serpents and dragons, many of them the descendants of the primordial Gaia, the earth goddess, and Tartarus, god of the depths beneath the earth. Their offspring, the monstrous Echidna and Typhon, have spawned a multitude of venomous and mutant creatures that ravage the countryside and oceans that humans are trying to tame. To survive in such a world, mortals have felt the need to supplicate and submit themselves to the gods, to sacrifice to them, and flatter them with praise and prayer. But some men and women are beginning to rely on their own resources of fortitude and wit. These are the men and women who, either with or without the help of the gods, will dare to make the world safe for humans to flourish. These are the heroes. Hera's Dream. Breakfast on Mount Olympus. Zeus sits at one end of a long stone table, sipping his nectar and considering the day ahead. One by one, the other Olympian gods and goddesses drift in to take their seats. At last, Hera enters and takes her place at the opposite end from her husband. Her face is flushed, her hair discomposed. Zeus glances up in some surprise. "In all the years I have known you, you have never once been late for breakfast, not once." "No, indeed," says Hera, "accept my apologies, but I slept badly and feel unsettled. I had a disturbing dream last night, most disturbing. Would you like to hear it?" "Absolutely," lies Zeus, who has, in common with us all, a horror of hearing the details of anyone else's dreams. "I dreamt that we were under attack," Hera says, "here on Olympus. The giants rose up, climbed the mountain, and they assaulted us." My, but it was serious, Zeus. The whole race of them streamed up and attacked us, and your thunderbolts glanced as harmlessly off them as if they were pine needles. The giant's leader, the largest and strongest, came for me personally and tried to impose himself." "Dear me, how very upsetting," says Zeus. "But it was, after all, only a dream." "Was it, though? Was it? It was all so clear. It had more the feeling of a vision, a prophecy, perhaps. I've had them before. You know I have." This was true. Hera's role as goddess of matrimony, family, decorum, and good order made it easy to forget that she was also powerfully endowed with insight. "How did it all end?" "Strangely. We were saved by your friend Prometheus, and—" "He is not my friend," snaps Zeus. Any mention of Prometheus is barred on Olympus. To Zeus, the sound of his once dear friend's name is like lemon juice on a cut. "If you say so, my dear, I am merely telling you what I dreamed, what I saw. You know, the strange thing is that Prometheus had with him a mortal man, and it was this human that pulled the giant off me, threw him down from Olympus, and saved us all." "A man, you say?" "Yes, a human, a mortal hero. And in my dream it was clear to me, I'm not sure how or why, but it was clear, so clear, that this man was descended from the line of Perseus." "Perseus, you say?" "Perseus. There could be no doubt about it. The nectar is at your elbow, my dear." Zeus passes the jar down the table. Perseus. There's a name he hasn't heard for a while. Perseus. Perseus, the shower of gold. Acrisius, ruler of Argos, one of the most important of all Greek city-states, having produced no male heir to his kingdom, sought advice from the oracle at Delphi as to how and when he might expect one. The priestess's reply was disturbing. "King Acrisius will have no sons, but his grandson will kill him." Acrisius loved his daughter and only child Danae, but he loved life more. It was clear from the oracle that he should do everything in his power to prevent any male of breeding age from getting close to her. To this end, he ordered the construction of a bronze chamber beneath the palace. Locked up in this gleaming, impregnable prison, Danae was given as many creature comforts and as much feminine company as she asked for, After all, Acrisius told himself, he was not flint-hearted. He had sealed the bronze chamber against all invaders. But he had reckoned without the lusts of the all-seeing, all-cunning Zeus, whose eye had fallen on Danae, and who was even now considering how he might penetrate this sealed chamber and take his pleasure. He liked a challenge. In his long, amorous career, the king of the gods had transformed himself into all kinds of exotic entities in his pursuit of desirable females, and from time to time males. It was clear to him that to conquer Danae, he had to come up with something better than the usual bulls, bears, boars, stallions, eagles, stags, and lions. Something a little more outre was required. A shower of golden rain streamed down through the narrow slit of the skylight one night, poured itself into Danae's lap, and penetrated her. We don't know whether or not Danae enjoyed the experience. There are those, it is said, for whom the prospect of a golden shower is actually rather, well, quite. It may have been an unorthodox form of coition, but Danae became pregnant, and in due time, with the help of her loyal female attendants, she gave birth to a healthy mortal boy, whom she named Perseus. Along with the mortal healthiness of Perseus came a pair of very serviceable lungs, and try as they might, neither Danae nor her aides could stifle the wails and cries of the baby, which made their way through the bronze walls of her prison all the way to the ears of her father, 2 floors above. His rage, when confronted with the sight of his grandson, was terrible to behold. "Who dared break into your chamber? Tell me his name, and I shall have him gelded, tortured, and strangled with his own intestines." "Father, I believe it was the King of Heaven himself who came to me." "You are telling me? Will someone please shut that baby up? That it was Zeus?" "Father, I cannot lie. It was."
"A likely story. It was the brother of one of these damned maidservants of yours, wasn't it?"
"No, Father. It was, as I said, Zeus."
"If that brat doesn't stop screaming, I'll smother him with this cushion."
"He's just hungry," said Danae, putting Perseus to her breast. Acrisius thought furiously. His threat with the cushion notwithstanding, he knew that there could be no greater crime than a blood-killing. The murder of one's kin would provoke the Furies to rise up from the underworld and pursue him to the ends of the earth, scourging him with their iron whips until the very skin was flayed from his body. They wouldn't leave off until he was raving mad. Yet the oracle's prophecy meant that he could not suffer this grandson to live. Perhaps... The next night, out of sight of gossiping townspeople, Acrisius had Danae and the infant Perseus shut up in a wooden chest. His soldiers nailed down the lid and hurled the chest over the cliffs and into the sea. "There," said Acrisius, dusting off his hands, as if to clear himself of all responsibility. "If they perish, as perish they surely will, none can say that I was the direct cause. It will be the fault of the sea, the rocks, and the sharks. It will be the fault of the gods. Nothing to do with me." With these weasel words of comfort, King Acrisius watched the chest bob out of sight. The wooden chest. Tossed in the wild waves of the sea, The wooden box bounced and buffeted its way from island to island and coast to coast, neither breaking up on the rocks nor beaching safely on the soft sands. Inside the darkness of the chest, Danae suckled her child and waited for the end to come. On the second day of their heaving, pitching voyage, she felt a great lurch, and then a terrible bang. After a few moments of stillness, she heard the lid of the box creak and shift. All at once, daylight poured in, accompanied by a strong smell of fish and the cry of gulls. "Well, well," said a friendly voice. "Here's a catch." They had been caught in a fisherman's nets. The owner of the voice extended a strong hand to help Danae out of the chest. "Don't be frightened," he said, though in truth he was the one who felt fear. What could all this portend? "My name is Dictys, and these are my crewmen. We mean you no harm." The other fishermen crowded around, smiling shyly, but Dictys, whose name simply means net, pushed them away. "Let the lady breathe. Can't you see she's worn out? Some bread and wine." 2 days later, they landed on Dictys's home island of Seriphos. He took Danae and Perseus to his small cottage behind the dunes. "My wife died giving birth to a boy, so perhaps Poseidon has sent you to take their place. Not that I mean," he added in hasty confusion, "I would not, of course, expect. I make no demands on you as a—" Danae laughed. The atmosphere of unaffected kindness and simplicity was just what she needed for rearing her child. Guileless amiability had been in short supply in her life. "You are too kind," she said. "We accept your offer, don't we, Perseus?" "Yes, mother, whatever you say." No, this is not the miracle of the talking baby. 17 years have now passed on Seriphos. Perseus has grown into a fine, strong young man. He is, thanks to his adopted father Dictys, a confident and skilled fisherman. Standing in a boat in swelling seas, he can spear a darting swordfish, and he can flick up a trout from the fast waters of a stream with his fingers. He runs faster, throws further, and jumps higher than any other young man on Seriphos. He wrestles, he rides wild asses, he can milk a cow and tame a bull. He is impulsive, perhaps, a little boastful sometimes, but his mother Danae is right to be proud of him, and to believe him the best and bravest boy on the island. The plainness of Dictys's home seemed all the more remarkable to Danae when she discovered that this humble fisherman was the brother of Seriphos's king, Polydectes. The island's ruler was everything that Dictys was not. Proud, cruel, dishonest, greedy, lascivious, extravagant, and demanding. At first, he had paid no particular attention to Dictys's house guest. Over the last few years, however, his black heart had become more and more troubled with feelings of attraction for the beautiful mother of that boy, that impertinent boy. Perseus had an instinctive way of interposing himself between his mother and the king that was most aggravating. Polydectes was in the habit of calling round when he knew that his brother would be out, but every time he did, the pestilential Perseus would be there. "Mum, Mum, have you seen me running sandals? Mum, Mum, come out to the rock pool and time me while I hold my breath under water." It was too irritating. At last, Polydectes hit on a way of sending Perseus far away. He would exploit the youth's vanity, pride, and bluster. Messages were sent to all the young men of the island, inviting them to the palace for a feast to celebrate Polydectes' resolution to seek the hand in marriage of Hippodamia, daughter of King Oenomaus of Pisa. Not the Italian Pisa of the Leaning Tower, but a city-state in the northwestern Peloponnese. The quest for the hand of Hippodamia had repercussions that sounded down to the end of the mythic era and the aftermath of the Trojan War, but their details are for another time and place. Polydectes' plan was a bold and surprising move. Just as the oracle had prophesied that King Acrisius of Argos would be killed by a grandson, so it had told Oenomaus that he would be killed by a son-in-law. To prevent his daughter ever marrying, the king challenged every applicant for her hand to a chariot race, the loser to forfeit his life. Oenomaus was the finest charioteer in the land. So far, the heads of more than a dozen hopeful young men adorned the wooden stakes that fenced the racing field. Hippodamia was very beautiful. Pisa was very rich, and the suitors kept coming. Danae was delighted to hear that Polydectes had thrown his hat into the ring. She had long felt uncomfortable in his presence, and the surprising news that his heart was elsewhere came as a great relief. How gracious of him to invite her son to a feast and show that there were no hard feelings. "It is an honour to be invited," she told Perseus. "Don't forget to thank him politely, don't drink too much, and try not to talk with your mouth full." Polydectes sat young Perseus in the seat of honour to his right, filling and refilling his cup with strong wine. He played the young man just as Perseus himself would have played a fish. "Yes, this chariot race will certainly be a challenge," he said, "but the best families of Seriphos have each promised me a horse for my team. May I look to you and your mother to—" Perseus flushed. His poverty had always been a source of mortification. The young men with whom he played at sports, wrestled, hunted, and chased girls all had servants and stables. He still lived in a stone fisherman's cottage behind the dunes. His friend Pyrrho had a slave to fan him in his bed when the nights were warm. Perseus slept out on the sand and was more likely to be awoken by a nip from a crab than by a serving girl with a cup of fresh milk. "I don't really have a horse as such," said Perseus. "A horse as such? I'm not sure I know what a horse as such might be. I don't really own anything, much more than the clothes I wear. Oh, I do have a collection of seashells that I've been told might be quite valuable one day." "Oh dear. Oh dear. I quite understand. Of course I do." Polydectes' sympathetic smile cut Perseus deeper than any sneer. "It was too much to expect you to help me." "But I want to help you," Perseus said a little too loudly. "Anything I can do for you, I will. Name it." "Really? Well, there is one thing, but—" "What?" No, it's too much to ask." "Tell me what it is." "I've always hoped that one day someone would bring me—" "Oh, but I can't ask you. You're just a boy." Perseus banged the table. "Bring you what? Say the word. I'm strong. I'm brave. I'm resourceful. I'm just a little bit drunk. I know what I'm saying." Perseus rose unsteadily to his feet and said in a voice everyone in the hall could hear, "Tell me what you want brought to you, my king, and I will bring it. Name it." "Well," said Polydectes, with a rueful shrug of defeat, as one forced into a corner. "Since our young hero insists, there is one thing I've always wanted. Could you bring me the head of Medusa, I wonder?" "No problem," said Perseus. "The head of Medusa? It's yours." "Really? You mean that?" "I swear it by the beard of Zeus." A little while later, Perseus stumbled home across the sands to find his mother waiting up for him. "You're late, darling." "Mum, what's Medusa?" "Perseus, have you been drinking?" "Maybe. Just a cup or two. A hiccup or two by the sound of it. No, but seriously, what's a Medusa?" "Why do you want to know?" "I heard the name and wondered, that's all." "Well, if you'll stop pacing around like a caged lion and sit down, I'll tell you," said Danae. Medusa, so they say, was a beautiful young woman who was taken and ravished by the sea god Poseidon. Ravished? Unfortunately for her, this took place on the floor of a temple sacred to the goddess Athena. She was so angry at the sacrilege that she punished Medusa. She didn't punish Poseidon. The gods don't punish each other, at least not very often. They punish us. And how did Athena punish Medusa? She transformed her into a gorgon. "Blimey," said Perseus. "And what's a gorgon?" "A gorgon is... well, a gorgon is a dreadful creature with boar's tusks instead of teeth, razor-sharp claws of brass, and venomous snakes for hair." "Get away." "Well, that's the story." "And what does ravished mean, exactly?" "Behave yourself," said Danae, slapping his arm. "There are only two others like her in the world, Stheno and Euryale. But they were born as gorgons. They are immortal daughters of the ancient divinities of the sea, Phorcys and Ceto." "Is this Medusa immortal as well?" "Oh, I don't think so. She was once human, you see." "Right. And if, say, for example, someone was to go hunting for her?" Danae laughed. "They'd be a fool. The three of them live together on an island somewhere. Medusa has one special weapon, worse even than her serpent hair, her tusks and her talons." "What would that be?" "One glance from her will turn you to stone." "What do you mean?" "I mean that if you were to meet her eyes for just 1 second, you would be petrified." "Scared?" "No, petrified means turned into stone. You'd be frozen for all eternity, like a statue." Perseus scratched his chin. "Oh, so that's Medusa. I'd rather hoped she might turn out to be some sort of giant chicken or a pig, maybe." "Why do you want to know?" "Well, I sort of promised Polydectes that I'd bring him her head." "You what?" "He wanted a horse, you see, and somehow this Medusa came up, and I found myself saying I'd bring him her head. You will go round to the palace first thing tomorrow morning and tell him that you will do no such thing." "But no buts. I absolutely forbid it. What was he thinking of? I've never heard of such a thing. Now, you go and sleep off that wine. In future, you'll have no more than 2 cups in an evening. Is that understood?" "Yes, Mum." Perseus sloped off to bed, as commanded. But he awoke in a mutinous mood. "I will leave the island, and I will search for this Medusa," he declared over breakfast. and nothing Danae said to him would make him change his mind. "I made a promise in front of others. It's a matter of honour. I'm of an age to travel, to have adventures. You know how swift and strong I am, how cunning and resourceful. There's nothing to be afraid of." "You speak to him, Dictys," said Danae, despairing. Dictys and Perseus walked along the beach for most of the morning. Danae was not pleased when they returned. "It's like he says, Danae. He's old enough to make his own decisions. He'll never find Medusa, of course, if she even exists. Let him go to the mainland and try out life for a while. He'll be back before long. He's well able to look after himself." The farewell between mother and son was all tears and distress on the one side, and hand-patting and reassurance on the other. "I'll be fine, Mother. Ever seen anyone who can run faster? What harm can come to me? I'll never forgive Polydectes, never." That, at least, thought Dictys, was something. He took Perseus by boat to the mainland. "Don't trust anyone who offers you anything for free," he warned. "There'll be plenty who'll want to befriend you. They might be trustworthy, they might not. Don't gaze around you as if it's the first time you've ever seen a busy port or a city. Look bored and confident, as if you know your way around. And don't be afraid to seek guidance from the oracles." How much of this excellent advice Perseus was likely to heed, Dictys could not tell. He was fond of the boy, and even fonder of his mother, and it grieved him to be complicit in so foolhardy an adventure. But, as he had told Danae, Perseus was set on it, and if they parted with hot words, his absence would be all the harder to bear. When they arrived on the mainland, Perseus thought that Dictys's fishing boat looked very small and shabby beside the great ships moored at the harbour. The man he had called father, since he had been able to speak, suddenly looked very small and shabby too. Perseus embraced him with fierce affection and accepted the silver coins slipped into his palm. He promised to try and send word to the island as soon as he had any news worth imparting, and was patient enough to stand on the quayside and wave Dictys and his little boat goodbye, even though he was desperate to get going and explore the strange new world of mainland Greece. The Two Strangers in the Oak Grove. Perseus was confounded and confused by the cosmopolitan clamour of the mainland. No one seemed to care who he was, unless it was to try and con him out of his few pieces of silver. It did not take him very long to realize that Dictys was right. If he was going to return to Polydectes with the head of Medusa, he would need guidance. The oracle of Apollo at Delphi was a long way to walk, but at least it was free to all. In later times, a consultation tax would have to be paid to the priestess, as well as the cost of the requisite sacrifices, but it was free in Perseus's day. He joined the long queue of petitioners, and after 2 long days found himself at last standing before the priestess. The priestess, known as the Pythia, held on to a sacred tripod that connected her to the ground. She would receive her messages from clouds of sulphurous steam that rose, and still do, from under the earth at Delphi. "What does Perseus wish to know?" Perseus gave a little gasp. She knew who he was. I want to know how I can find and kill Medusa, the Gorgon." "Perseus must travel to a land where people subsist not on Demeter's golden corn, but on the fruit of the oak tree." He stayed there, hoping for further information, but not a word more was forthcoming.
A priest pulled him away. Come along, the Pythia has spoken. You're holding up the others. I don't suppose you know what she meant. I've got better things to do than listen to every pronouncement that comes from her mouth. You can be sure that it was wise and truthful. But where do people subsist on the fruit of the oak? Fruit of the oak? There's no such thing. Now, please, move along. I know what she meant, said an old lady, who was one of the many regulars who came daily to sit on the grass and watch the line of supplicants shuffling along to hear their fortune. It was her way of telling you to visit the oracle at Dodona. Another oracle? Perseus's heart sank. The people there make flour from acorns that drop from oaks sacred to Zeus. I've heard tell the trees can speak. Dodona is a long way north, my love, she wheezed. A very long way. A long way it was. His small supply of coins had gone, and Perseus slept under hedgerows and subsisted on little more than wild figs and nuts as he travelled north. He must have presented a forlorn figure by the time he arrived, for the women of Dodona were kind. They ruffled his hair and served him delicious acorn-flour bread, spread thick with sharp goat's curd and sweetened with honey. Go early in the morning, they advised. The oaks are more talkative in the cool hours before the noontide sun. A mist hung over the countryside like a veil when Perseus set out for the grove at dawn the next day. Hello? He called out to the trees, feeling remarkably stupid. The oaks were tall, stately and impressive enough, but they did not have mouths or faces with recognizable expressions. Who calls? Perseus started. Unquestionably a voice, calm, soft, female, but strong and deeply authoritative. Here to help? Another voice. This one seemed to contain a hint of scorn. My name is Perseus. I've come— Oh, we know who you are, said a young man, stepping forward from the shadows. He was young, startlingly handsome, and most unusually dressed. Aside from the loincloth around his waist, a narrow-brimmed hat that circled his brow, and winged sandals at his ankles, he was quite naked. By our standards, at least. For a Greek, he was more than usually clothed. Perseus noticed that 2 live snakes writhed about the staff that he was carrying. A woman holding a shield emerged behind him. She was tall, grave, and beautiful. When she raised her shining grey eyes to his, Perseus felt an extraordinary surge of something he could not quite define. He decided the quality was majesty, and bowed his head accordingly. "Don't be afraid, Perseus," she said. "Your father has sent us to help you." "My father?" "He's our father too," said the young man, "the cloud-gatherer and bringer of storms." "The Sky Father and King of Heaven," said the shining woman. Zeus? The same. You mean it's really true, then? Zeus is my father? Perseus had never believed his mother's wild story about Zeus coming to her as a shower of golden rain. He had taken it for granted that his real father was some itinerant musician or tinker whose name she had never discovered. "Quite true, brother Perseus," said the tall woman. "Brother? I am Athena, daughter of Zeus and Metis." "Hermes, son of Zeus and Maia," said the young man, bowing. It was a lot for a youth of sheltered upbringing to take in. The two Olympians now told him that Zeus had been keeping an eye on him since his birth. He had guided the wooden chest into the net of Dictys. He had watched Perseus grow up into young manhood. He had seen him rise to Polydectes' challenge. He admired his boldness, and had sent his two favourite children to assist their half-brother in his quest for the head of Medusa. "You're going to help me," said Perseus. This was so much more than he could have hoped for. "We can't slay the Gorgon for you," said Hermes, "but we can help tilt the odds a little in your favour. You might find these useful." He looked down and addressed the sandals at his feet. "To my brother Perseus," he commanded. The sandals unwrapped themselves from the god's ankles and flew to Perseus. "Take off your own first." Perseus did so, and at once the sandals attached themselves to his feet. "You'll have plenty of time to get used to them," said Athena, watching in some amusement as Perseus leapt in the air like a dancer. "You're confusing them," said Hermes. "You don't have to flap your feet to fly. Just think." Perseus closed his eyes and strained. "Not like you're taking a crap. Just picture yourself in the air." "That's it. You got it now." Perseus opened his eyes to discover that he had risen up into the air. He dropped down again with a jarring bump. "Practice, that's the key. Now, here is a hood from our Uncle Hades. Wear this, and no one will be able to see you." Perseus took the hood in his hands. "I have something for you too," said Athena. "Oh," said Perseus, putting the hood down and taking the object she was offering to him. "A satchel. You might find it useful." After flying sandals and a cap of invisibility, a plain brown leather satchel seemed something of a disappointment, but Perseus tried not to show it. "That's very kind of you. I'm sure it will come in useful." "It will," said Athena, "but I have more for you. Take this." She passed him a short-bladed weapon, curved like a scythe. "Be very careful. The blade is very sharp." "You're not wrong," said Perseus, sucking blood from his thumb. "It is called a harpe, and can cut through anything." "It is forged from adamantine," Hermes added, "a perfect replica of the great sickle Gaia made for Kronos." "And this shield is like no other," said Athena. "Its name is Aegis. You must make sure its surface is always kept to a mirror shine like this." Perseus shaded his eyes from the flashing light of the rising sun that was reflecting from the polished bronze. "Is the idea to dazzle Medusa with its glare?" "You must work out for yourself how best to use it. But believe me, without this shield, you will surely fail." "And die," said Hermes, "which would be a pity." Perseus could hardly contain his excitement. The wings at his heels fluttered, and he found himself rising up. He made some swishes with the harpe. "This is all just amazing. So, what do I do next?" "There are limits to how much we can help. If you're to be a hero, you must make your own moves and take your own—" "I'm a hero?" "You can be." Hermes and Athena were so fine. They shone. Everything they did was performed without any seeming effort. They made Perseus feel hot and clumsy. As if reading his mind, Athena said, "You will get used to Aegis, to the scythe, the sandals, the hood, and the satchel. They are outward things. If your mind and spirit are directed to your task, everything else will follow. Relax." "But focus," said Hermes. "Relaxation without focus leads to failure.
Focus without relaxation leads to failure just as surely, said Athena.
So concentrate, said Perseus.
Exactly.
But calmly.
Concentrate calmly. You have it.
Perseus stood for a while, inhaling and exhaling in a manner that he hoped was relaxed, yet focused, concentrated, yet calm. Hermes nodded. I think this young man has an excellent chance of success. But the one thing these wonderful gifts can't help me with is finding the Gorgons. I've asked all over, but no one seems to agree where they live. On an island somewhere, far out to sea, that's all I've been told. Which island? Which sea?
We cannot tell you that, said Hermes. But have you heard of the Phorcides?
Never.
They are sometimes called the Graeae, or Grey Ones, said Athena. Like their sisters, the Gorgons Stheno and Euryale, they are daughters of Phorcys and Ceto.
They're old,
said Hermes. So old, they have only one eye and one tooth between them. Seek them out, said Athena. They know everything, but tell nothing.
Well, if they don't say anything, said Perseus, what use are they? Do I threaten them with the sickle?
Oh, no, you'll have to think of something subtler than that.
Something much craftier, said Hermes.
But what?
I'm sure it'll come to you. They can be found in a cave on the wild shores of Kysthene. That much is common knowledge.
We wish you good fortune, brother Perseus, said Athena.
Relax but focus. That's the key, said Hermes.
Goodbye.
Good luck. Wait! Wait! Cried Perseus.
But the figures and forms of the gods had already begun to fade into the bright morning light, and soon they had vanished entirely. Perseus stood alone in the grove of sacred oaks.
This sickle is real, at least, said Perseus, looking at the cut on his thumb. This satchel is real. These sandals are real. Aegis is real. Are you trying to blind me? Perseus swung round. Just watch how you flash that shield about, came an irritated voice. It seemed to be coming from the very heart of the oak tree closest to him. So you trees can talk after all, said Perseus. Of course we can talk. We usually choose not to. There's so little worth saying. Voices came now from all parts of the wood. I understand, said Perseus, but perhaps you wouldn't mind pointing me in the direction of Kysthene. Kysthene? That's Aeolia. It's more Phrygia, really, another voice put in. I'd call it Lydia. Well, it's certainly east, north of Ionia, but south of the Propontis. Ignore them, young man, boomed an older oak, rustling his leaves. They don't know what they're talking about. Fly over the Isle of Lesbos, and then up along the coast of Mysia. You can't miss the cave of the Grey Sisters. It's under a rock shaped like a weasel. Like a stoat, you mean? Squeaked a young sapling. An otter, surely. I'd have said a pine marten. The rock resembles a polecat, and nothing else. I said weasel, and I meant weasel, said the old one, quivering all over so that his leaves shook. Thanks, said Perseus. I really must be going. Throwing his satchel over his shoulder, attaching the scythe to his belt, and settling the shield firmly in his grip, Perseus frowned in on himself to awaken the sandals, and with a great shout of triumph shot up into the blue of the sky. "Good luck!" cried the oaks. "Look out for a rock in the shape of a marmoset." The Graeae. By the time Perseus landed neatly, toes down, on the Mysian shore, outside a cave whose outer formation resembled, to his eyes at least, a squashed rat. The day was all but spent. Looking westwards, he could see that Helios's sun chariot was turning from copper to red as it neared the land of the Hesperides and the end of its daily round. As Perseus approached the mouth of the cave, he slipped on the cap that Hermes had given him, the hood of Hades. The moment it was on his head, the long shadow that had been striding along the sand beside him disappeared. Everything was darker and a little misty with the hood over his eyes, but he could see well enough. "I won't be needing these," he said to himself, leaving the scythe, satchel and shield on the sand outside the cave. He followed the murmur of voices and a glimmer of light through a long, winding passageway. The light grew brighter and the voices louder. "It's my turn to have the tooth. I've only just put it in. Then Pemfredo should let me have the eye at least. Oh, stop moaning, Ennio." As Perseus entered the chamber, he saw, held in the flickering light of a lamp that hung over them, 3 fantastically old women. Their ragged clothes, straggling hair, and sagging flesh were as grey as the stones of the cave. In the bare lower gum of one of the sisters jutted up a single yellow tooth. In the eye socket of another sister, a solitary eyeball darted back and forth and up and down in the most alarming manner. It was just as Hermes had said. 1 eye and 1 tooth between them. A pile of bones lay heaped on the floor. The sister with the tooth was gnawing the side of one, stripping it of its rotten flesh. The sister with the eye had picked up another bone and was inspecting it closely and lovingly. The third sister, with no eye and no tooth, raised her head with a jerk and sniffed the air sharply. "I smell a mortal!" she shrieked, stabbing a finger in the direction of Perseus. "Look, Pemfredo, use the eye!" Pemfredo, the sister with the eye, cast wild glances in all directions. "There's nothing there, Ennio." "I tell you there is! A mortal! I smell it!" cried Ennio. "Bite it, Dino! Use your tooth! Bite! Bite it to death!" The Greyes' names, as so often in Greek myth, have meanings. Pemfredo is she who guides the way. Ennio, warlike, and Dino, terrible, as in dinosaur, which means terrible lizard. Dino was sometimes called Persis, the destroyer. I've avoided that name on account of its similarity to Perseus, but it shows that Perseus and all the Perse names carry destructive meanings. Perseus stole silently closer, taking great care not to step on any cast-off bones. "Give me the eye, Pemfredo! I swear to you, I smell mortal flesh!" "Here, take it!" Pemfredo took the eye from her socket, and the one called Ennio stretched out her hand greedily to receive it. Stepping forward, Perseus snatched up the eye himself. "What was that? Who? What?" Perseus had brushed Dino, the sister with the tooth. Taking advantage of her open-mouthed astonishment, he plucked the tooth from her mouth and stepped back with a loud laugh. "Good evening, ladies." "The tooth! The tooth! Someone has taken the tooth! Where's the eye? Who has the eye?" "I have your tooth, sisters, and I have your eye, too." "Give them back! You've no right!" "All in good time," said Perseus. "I could return this cloudy old eye and this rotten old tooth. I've no use for them. Of course, I could just as easily throw them into the sea." "No, no, we beg of you, beg!" "It all depends on you," said Perseus, walking round and round them. As he passed, they shot out their bony arms to try and grab him, but he was always too quick. What do you want?
Information. You're old. You know things.
What would you have us tell you?
How to find your sisters, the Gorgons.
What do you want with them?
I'd like to take Medusa home with me. Part of her, at least.
Ha! You're a fool! She will petrify you. That's turn you to stone.
I'm not ignorant. I know what petrify means, said Perseus.
You let me worry about all that.
Just tell me where to find the island where they live.
You mean our lovely sisters? Harm!
Tell me, or I throw first the eye and then the tooth into the sea.
Libya!
Cried the one called Ennio.
The island is off the coast of Libya. Are you satisfied? They'll kill you and feast on your flesh, and we shall hear of it and cheer,
screeched Dino.
Now give us our eye and our tooth.
Certainly, said Perseus. These hags might be old, he told himself, but they have sharp claws, and they're fierce and vengeful. I'd better buy myself some time. Tell you what, let's make a game of it, he said. Close your eyes and count to 100. Oh, of course, no need to close your eyes. Just count to 100, while I hide the tooth and eye. I'll be somewhere in this cave, I promise. No cheating. 1, 2, 3, 4...
Damn you, child of Prometheus! May your flesh rot from your bones!
Perseus moved swiftly round their chamber, counting with them.
You should be thanking me.
19, 20, not cursing me, he said, as they hurled fouler and filthier obscenities at him. 45, 46. Surely this is the most exciting thing to have happened to you for centuries. 68, 69. You'll be talking about this day for ages and ages to come. Don't start looking till you reach 100. No cheating now. As Perseus returned along the passageway towards the mouth of the cave and the open beach, he heard the voices of the grey-eye behind him, squabbling, screaming, and spitting.
Out of the way! Out of the way! I have it! I have it! That's just a chip of bone, you old fool! The eye! I have the eye! Let go of my tongue!
Gorgon Island. Perseus smiled to himself as he buckled on the scythe and shield. He had hidden the tooth and eyeball well. The grey ones would be scrabbling for them for days. He felt sure that they would not think to break off their search to summon some bird or sea creature to warn their sisters of his approach. Even if they did, he had his marvellous armoury. The shield, Aegis, though. Why had Athena laid such stress on his keeping its surface polished to a high shine? He rose above the surface of the sea and pointed himself in the direction of the Libyan coast. The moon chariot of Selene was high in the sky as Perseus skimmed the sea, searching for the Gorgon's home. He came upon it soon enough, more of a series of rocky outcrops than an island, and entirely shrouded in fog. He descended low enough to pierce the mist. Scant moonlight penetrated here. He realized, as he hovered over the island, that what he had taken for rock formations were in fact lifelike statues, seals, seabirds, and men. Even some women and children. How extraordinary to find a sculpture garden in so remote and sombre a place. Now he could see the Gorgons. The three lay in a circle, fast asleep, arms clasped around each other in a tender, sisterly embrace. It was not quite as his mother had described to him. All three had tusks for teeth and claws of bronze, just as she had said, but only one had living, writhing serpents for hair. This must be Medusa. She was smaller than the others. In the moonlight her face was smooth. The other two had scaly skin that drooped in pouches. Medusa's eyes were shut while she slept, and Perseus could not resist looking at the closed lids, knowing that they only had to open for a second for his life to be ended. One single glance, and oh, fool that he was! The statues standing all around were not art. They were not the work of some gifted sculptor. They were the petrified forms of those who had met Medusa's gaze. The sandals silently beat the air as he hovered. He unsheathed the curved blade of the harpe and held out the shield before him. What should he do next? Suddenly, he understood why Athena had charged him to keep it polished. He could not look directly into the eyes of Medusa, but her reflection, that was another thing. He held the shield out and tilted it down so that he could see the sleeping group reflected quite clearly in the surface of the shining bronze. Anyone who has ever tried to snip a recalcitrant eyebrow in the bathroom mirror will know how difficult it is to perform so delicate a task accurately in the backwards world of reflection without stabbing yourself. Left is right, and right is left, near is far, and far is near. Perseus adjusted the mirror so that he could see himself swinging the scythe backwards and forwards. But there was nothing to see. How could the mirror not work? Of course! Cursing himself for his slowness of wits, he removed the hood of Hades and tucked it into the satchel. This was no easy task, with a heavy sickle in one hand and the even heavier shield in the other, with his mind half on the danger of waking the Gorgons and half on keeping his sandals hovering at just the right altitude. He was sweating and panting hard by the time he had tucked the hood away and was ready to concentrate on practicing his moves. His reflection now clearly visible in the shield, he taught himself how to swing his sword arm in the mirror image. Without knowing it, he had dropped a little lower. The swishing of the blade awoke the vipers on Medusa's head, and they began to spit and rear. Changing the angle of the shield, Perseus saw they were looking directly at him and hissing. At any moment Medusa would wake, and perhaps her indestructible sisters too. He closed in on Medusa's sleeping form, weapon at the ready. In the shield, he saw her stir, and her eyelids flutter. Her eyes opened. He didn't know what he had expected. Ugliness and horror, perhaps. Certainly not beauty. But Medusa's eyes, for all their blaze and fury, had a quality that made him want to turn from the reflected image and look deep into them for real. He pushed the feeling down and raised his blade higher. Medusa was staring into the shield. She lifted her head to look at Perseus directly, giving him a clear sight of her throat. The harpy swept through the air, and he felt the blade slice through the flesh of her neck. He lunged down to snatch away the head and pushed it into his satchel before the thrashing, dying snakes could fix their fangs into him. He tried to fly up and away, but something was tugging at his ankles. The other Gorgons, Stheno and Euryale, awake and screaming, were pulling him down. With a mighty effort he kicked and kicked, urging the sandals up. The screeches of the outraged sisters rang in his ears as he rocketed through the ceiling of fog and into the clear, moonlit air with never a backward glance. Perhaps he should have looked back. A most remarkable sight would have met his eyes. Since the day Poseidon violated her in Athena's temple, Medusa had held in her womb twins from that union. With her head removed, they had at last a place from which they could be born. The first to rise out of the gaping wound was a young man, bearing a weapon of shining gold. His name was to be Chrysaor, which means golden sword. Another form now emerged from the open throat of the dead Medusa. Not since the lovely Aphrodite arose from the frothing seed and blood of Uranos's severed testicles was something so transcendently beautiful, born of something so appallingly foul. Chrysaor's twin was a shimmering, white, winged horse. It pawed the air and flew up into the sky, leaving its brother and the two shrieking sisters behind. The name of the horse was Pegasus. Andromeda and Cassiopeia.
"I did it! I did it! I did it!"
Perseus shouted to the moon. Indeed he had. With Medusa's head safely stored inside the satchel he had originally dismissed as so uninteresting, he flew on in a state of intoxicated excitement. Indeed, so excited was he, so high on the thrill of his achievement, that he took a wrong turn. Instead of turning left, he turned right, and soon found himself flying along a strange coastline. Mile after mile he flew, not tiring, but growing increasingly bewildered by the unfamiliar shore. And suddenly, in the first light of dawn, the most extraordinary sight met his eyes. A beautiful girl, naked and chained to a rock. He flew up to her. "What are you doing here? What does it look like I'm doing? And I'll thank you to keep your eyes up on my face, if you don't mind." "Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't help wondering. Is there any way I can help you? My name is Perseus. Andromeda. Pleased to meet you. And how are you staying up in the air?" "It's a long story, but more to the point, why are you chained to this rock?" "Well," Andromeda sighed, "it was my mother, really. It's a long story, too, but I've nothing better to do, so I might as well tell you. My parents, Cepheus and Cassiopeia, are king and queen. Where are we, exactly?" "Ethiopia. Where did you think we were?" "Sorry, go on." "It was all Mother's fault. She remarked out loud one day that I was more beautiful than all the Nereids and Oceanids in the world." "Well, you are," said Perseus. "Oh, shush." "Poseidon heard this boast, and he was so outraged he sent a monstrous sea dragon called Cetus to ravage the shoreline. No shipping could get through, and the people began to starve. We rely on trade, you see. The priests and priestesses were consulted, and they told my parents that the only way to appease the god and call off Cetus was to have me chained naked to the rocks. Cetus would devour me, but the kingdom would be saved. Oh, no! There he is now! Look, look!" Perseus looked round and saw a great sea beast arching through the waves towards them. Without a moment's thought, he dived into the water to confront it. Andromeda looked on with feelings of admiration and relief that slowly turned to despair when, as the minutes passed, Perseus failed to surface. She could not know that he held the Seriphos underwater breath-holding record.
nor could she know that he was in possession of a blade so keen it could cut through even Cetus's hard, horny scales. She let out a great cry of relief when Perseus's cheerful and triumphant face finally burst up through the waves, surrounded by a boiling mess of blubber and blood. He waved shyly before flying up to Andromeda once more. "I can't believe it," she said. "I just can't believe it. How did you do that?" "Oh, well," said Perseus, breaking her shackles with 2 swift strokes of the harpe. "I've always been at home in the water. Just swam underneath him with my blade up to slice through his belly. Fancy a lift?" By the time they landed at the royal palace, Andromeda was as hopelessly in love with him as he was with her. Cassiopeia was overjoyed to see her daughter alive and thrilled to think of the handsome young hero becoming her son-in-law. Cepheus the king said meekly, "Don't forget, my dear, that Andromeda is already promised to my brother Phineus." "Oh, pooh!" said Cassiopeia. "A loose agreement, no kind of a binding engagement. He'll understand." Phineus did not understand. As a brother of Aegyptus and descendant of Nilus, he believed that an alliance with Andromeda would allow him to unite the most powerful kingdoms of the Nile. Nilus was one of the more important of the river gods, the Potamoi, his descendants bred with Aegyptus, Libya, and Ethiopia. As with Asia and Europa, the names of these deities, demigods, and mortals can still be found on our maps today. Phineus, though, was not about to let some puppy with a scythe take all that away from him. The rumours of the puppy being able to fly he discounted. So it was that the music and laughter of the betrothal banquet in the great hall of the Ethiopian palace was silenced by Phineus and a large body of men storming in, armed to the teeth. "Where is he?" roared Phineus. "Where is the boy who dares to come between me and Andromeda?" Up on the top table, where the royal party was feasting, Cassiopeia and Cepheus looked on in some embarrassment, as Perseus rose uncertainly to his feet. "I think there may have been some mistake," he said. "You're damned right there has," said Phineus. "And you made it. That girl was promised to me months ago." Perseus turned to Andromeda. "Is this true?" "It is true," she said, "but I was never consulted. He's my uncle, for heaven's sake." Andromeda, like many mortals today, seems to show a distaste for incest here. The gods are never so fussy. "What's that got to do with it? You're mine, and that's an end to it. And you," snarled Phineus, pointing his sword at Perseus, "you have 2 minutes to leave the palace and the kingdom, unless you want your head to decorate the gatepost." Perseus looked down across the hall towards Phineus. There must have been 60 armed men behind him. But talk of heads decorating gateposts gave Perseus an idea that made his head spin. "No," he said, "I'll give you 2 minutes to leave the palace, unless you want you and your men to decorate this hall." Phineus blew out his lips in amused contempt. "You've got a nerve, I'll give you that. A purse of gold to the first to fire an arrow through this brat's insolent neck." The armed men roared in delight and started to draw their bows. "Those with me, get behind me," shouted Perseus, opening his satchel and bringing out the head of Medusa. Andromeda, Cassiopeia, Cepheus, and the wedding guests on the top table shrieked in astonishment as Phineus and his 60 men instantly froze. "Why aren't they moving? Oh, my lord, they're stone!" Perseus put the head back into the satchel and turned to his parents-in-law-to-be. "I hope you didn't like him too much." "My hero," breathed Andromeda. "How did you do that?" shrieked Cassiopeia. "They're statues, stone statues. How is this possible?" "Oh, you know," said Perseus, with a modest shrug. "I just happened to meet Medusa the Gorgon last night. Came away with her head. Thought it might come in useful." Perseus hid the extremity of his relief. He had by no means been certain that the gaze from the Gorgon's dead eyes would have retained the power to petrify, but an inner voice had told him that it was worth trying. Whether the inner voice was his own inspiration or the whispered advice of Athena, he would never know. Cepheus put a hand on Perseus's shoulder. "Always hated Phineas. Done me a great service. Don't know how to thank you. The hand of your daughter in marriage is all the thanks I need. I hope you will allow me to fly her to my home island of Seriphos to meet my mother." "No!" Perseus slapped Queen Cassiopeia's hand, which had inched forward to lift the flap of the satchel. "Not a good idea." "Oh, mother," sighed Andromeda, "will you never learn?" The Return to Seriphos. "It's not a palace," Perseus warned Andromeda as they flashed across the sea toward Seriphos. "Just a simple cottage." "If it's where you grew up, I know I'll adore it." "I love you. Of course you do." But when they landed on the beach, Perseus found that Dictys's cottage had been burned to the ground. "What can have happened? Where is everyone? What can have happened?" Perseus found a group of fishermen mending nets not far off. They shook their heads sadly. Danae and Dictys had been taken prisoner by Polydectes. "They say the king is holding a great feast at the palace. Aye, even now. Some announcement to make, they say." Perseus grabbed Andromeda's hand and flew with her to the palace. They arrived at the back of the throne room in time to see Danae and Dictys bound with ropes and being dragged before the seated Polydectes. "How dare you? How dare you marry each other without my permission?" "It was all my doing," said Dictys. "It was our doing," said Danae. "But I offered you my hand. You could have been my queen," screamed Polydectes. "For this insult, you will both die." Perseus stepped forward and walked towards the throne. Polydectes looked over the shoulders of Danae and Dictys and saw him coming. He smiled broadly. "Well, well, well, if it isn't brave young Perseus. You told me you wouldn't return without the head of the Medusa. You told me you were going to challenge Oenomaus to a chariot race for the hand of Hippodamia. I changed my mind. Why have you arrested my mother? She and Dictys are due to die. You can be hanged alongside them if you like." Danae and Dictys turned. "Run, Perseus, run! Mother, Dictys, if you love me, turn and look at Polydectes. I beg you, all who love me, look on the king now." The smile on Polydectes' face was a little less certain. "What nonsense is this? You asked for the head of Medusa. Here she is. Surely you don't expect me to—" Polydectes got no further. "You can turn and look at me now," said Perseus, putting Medusa's head back in the satchel. It's safe now. The statue of Polydectes on his throne, flanked by stone men-at-arms, became a popular attraction on Seriphos. Visitors paid to see and touch them, and the money was spent on the construction of a temple to Athena and the installation of 100 herms around the island. Herms, or hermae, were square columns used as good luck boundary markers and signposts. They had a carved head on top, typically of the god Hermes, though usually uncharacteristically bearded, and male genitals lower down, which were thought to bring good luck when stroked in a certain way. Andromeda and Perseus left King Dictys and Queen Danae on Seriphos and moved on. Perseus and Andromeda could have stayed and inherited the throne. They could have returned to Andromeda's homeland and ruled the combined kingdoms of Ethiopia and Egypt. But they were young, spirited, and minded to travel, and Perseus was keen to visit the land of his birth. As a baby, he had been there for less than a week. His grandfather, King Acrisius, had done everything to prevent his existence and shorten his life, but he was curious to see what Argos, the famous kingdom of his birth, was like. When Perseus and Andromeda arrived, they discovered that Acrisius, after casting his daughter and grandson onto the waters in their chest all those years ago, had turned dark, cruel, and despotic. Never a popular ruler, he had soon been toppled from his throne. Nobody knew where he was now. The people of Argos, having heard of Perseus's astonishing feats, invited him to fill the vacant throne. Uncertain what to do, or where to settle, the young couple thanked the Argives and asked for time to consider. They wandered about mainland Greece, Perseus funding their travels with prize money from athletic meetings that he entered and invariably won. They heard news that the king of Larissa was holding the richest games of the year and made their way north to Thessaly to compete. The finest athletes in Greece were taking part, and great would be the honours awarded the competitor who won the most events. One by one, Perseus prevailed in every race and every competition. It came at last to the discus. Perseus threw his so far it shot over the longest mark, cleared the stadium, and landed amongst the spectators. The great roar of delight that met this astounding feat swiftly turned to a groan of horror. The discus had struck someone in the crowd. Perseus ran to the place. An old man was lying on the ground, blood streaming from his gashed head. Perseus cradled him in his arms. "I'm so sorry," he said, "so terribly sorry. I don't know my own strength. May the gods forgive me." To Perseus's astonishment, the old man smiled, and even managed to cough out a laugh. "Don't worry," he said. "It's funny, really. I defeated the oracle. How many can say that? It said I would be killed by my grandson, and here I am instead, felled by some clumsy oaf of an athlete." The old man's attendant pushed Perseus away. "Give his majesty air." "His majesty? Don't you know this is King Acrisius of Argos?" Accident or not, preordained or not, it was a blood crime. Perseus and Andromeda made a sad pilgrimage to Mount Cyllene in Arcadia, and the temple of Hermes that stood near the cave where the god was born. On the altar stone they laid the hood of invisibility and the talaria, the winged sandals. As they left the temple precincts after a brief prayer to the god, they turned to look back at the altar. The hood and sandals had disappeared. "We did the right thing," said Andromeda. Now they made their way to Athens, and in the deepest recesses of the temple of Athena they hid the sickle, the shield, and the satchel that held the head of Medusa. Athena herself appeared before them and blessed them. "You did well, Perseus. Our father is pleased with you." She raised the shield, and they saw that the face of Medusa, startled, dismayed, sad, and somehow beautiful, stared out, forever trapped within the shining surface of the bronze. From that time on, the shield was the aegis of Athena, her sign, her standard, and her warning to the world. It can be said of Perseus and Andromeda, and of no other great heroes I can think of, that they lived happily ever after. After their wanderings, they returned to the Peloponnese, the large southwestern peninsula connected to the mainland of Greece by the land bridge of the Isthmus of Corinth, and founded Mycenae, a great kingdom that in time, under the name of Argolis, or the Argolid, absorbed neighbouring Arcadia and Corinth, as well as Perseus's birth kingdom of Argos to the south. Through their son Perses, their bloodline founded the Persian nation and people. After their long lives, Perseus and Andromeda were awarded the greatest prize that Zeus can bestow on mortals. Along with Cassiopeia and Cepheus, they were taken up into the heavens as constellations. Together, Perseus and Andromeda look over their unruly shower of meteor children, the Perseids, whom we can still watch showing off in the night sky once a year. Heracles, the line of Perseus. Zeus sat alone at the breakfast table, musing on Hera's dream long into the morning. Someone would rise up to save the immortals, someone from the line of Perseus. It was probable, he told himself, that it was nothing but an impertinent fantasy sent by Morpheus to delude and confound, but there was a chance, a slim one, perhaps, but a chance nonetheless, that the dream was indeed a warning, a prophecy. There would be no harm in making preparations. Besides, a little fun might be had along the way. So, the line of Perseus. Where were we? Zeus looked down on Tiryns, the capital of Mycenae. The royal pair of Perseus and Andromeda themselves had been catasterized, raised to the firmament as constellations. But were there, Zeus wondered, any direct descendants who might give birth to a hero whose bloodline would accord with the conditions of Hera's dream? There seemed to be 3 obvious candidates. One grandson of Perseus and Andromeda was Sthenelus, the current king of Mycenae. He was married to a young woman called Nike. The couple was as yet childless. The second living grandson was Amphitryon, who had fallen in love with and married his cousin, another grandchild of Perseus and Andromeda, the beautiful Alcmene. They, too, were without issue. It was possible, then, that one of these couples might produce a great hero. Now, Alcmene, Zeus could not help noticing, happened to be very, very, very beautiful.
Suppose she were to bear my son, not Amphitrion's, he asked himself. Since Alcmene was herself a grandchild of Perseus, such a child would be of his line, all right and tight, and thus satisfy the demands of Hera's prophetic vision, but it would also be a son of Zeus, and therefore naturally constructed out of strong, heroic stuff. The more Zeus thought about it, the more he liked the idea. It would provide a hero that fitted the requirements of Hera's dream and give him pleasure along the way. But how to impregnate Alcmene? She and Amphitryon did not live in Tiryns, but all the way over in Thebes. The reason for this was complicated, but interesting. While hunting, Amphitryon had accidentally killed Alcmene's father, Electryon, who was, of course, his uncle as well as his father-in-law. The killing of blood relations, I need not remind you, whether accidental or not, was held by the Greek mind to be the darkest and most unforgivable of all crimes. Amphitryon and Alcmene fled to Thebes, where the ruler Creon expiated him for this blood crime. Cleansed and purified, Amphitryon left his wife behind in Thebes to return to Mycenae and settle a complex series of dynastic difficulties which Alcmene herself had demanded he do. At the moment, therefore, Alcmene was alone in the grand villa in Thebes that Creon had left the couple. She was a loyal, loving wife, so rather than manifest himself to her as an eagle, a goat, a shower of golden rain, a bear, a bull, or any of the other animals or phenomena he had impersonated in the course of his lustful adventuring, Zeus elected to appear to her in the form of her beloved husband, Amphitryon himself. Similar to a well-known episode in Arthurian legend, Merlin disguises Uther Pendragon as Gorlois, husband of Igraine, and in that form he sleeps with her and fathers Arthur. Suitably armed and dusty from the road, Zeus Amphitryon arrived one evening at the villa and told the delighted Alcmene that he had prevailed in Mycenae. Entranced by the details of how cleverly he had settled the difficulties she had sent him to solve, and thrilled to have him safely home, she welcomed him to her bed. Zeus stretched out the one night into the length of 3, the better to enjoy himself. When morning finally came, he left. Amphitryon, the real Amphitryon, returned that morning from Mycenae, and was astonished to discover that Alcmene already knew every detail of his triumphant campaign. "But you told me last night, you dear silly goose of a husband," she said, "and then we made love, and oh, how wonderfully we did so! We made love time and time again, and with such fire and force. Let's do it again." Amphitryon had been on the dusty road between Tiryns and Thebes for some days, and had been so looking forward to just such amatory excitements that he put the oddity of her comments aside and leapt gratefully onto the bed. When they had finished, Alcmene could not help remarking on the difference between Amphitryon's love-making that morning and the previous night. "You're joking," said Amphitryon. "Last night I was still on the road. Ask my troops." But they had a long conversation between themselves, and decided that only Tiresias was wise and insightful enough to be able to shed light on the mystery. Tiresias saw nothing with his eyes, but everything with his prophetic mind. The blind Theban seer listened to their separate accounts of the events of the last day. "The first visitor to your bed was the Sky Father, Zeus," he told Alcmene, "and now something remarkable is happening inside you." He was quite right. Having slept with Zeus and Amphitryon in rapid succession, she had been made pregnant by each of them. Twins were forming in her womb, 2 sons, one fathered by Zeus and the other by Amphitryon. This phenomenon of polyspermy is common enough in littering mammals like cats, dogs, and pigs, but is rare in humans. Rare, but not unknown. It rejoices in the name heteropaternal superfecundation, even though the sound of it produces consternation, as Mary Poppins and Bert the Chimney Sweep might sing. Up on Mount Olympus, none of this was lost on Hera. Never had the Queen of Heaven been so infuriated by one of her husband's dalliances. In her mind, his affairs with Semele, Ganymede, Io, Callisto, Danae, Leda, and Europa were as nothing to this monstrous, humiliating betrayal. Maybe it was one infidelity too many, the amorous straw that broke the camel's back. Maybe she felt Zeus's real affections had been engaged. Maybe she felt most especially mortified because it had all come about on account of the dream she had shared with him. For whatever reason, an implacably vengeful Hera watched Alcmene grow closer and closer to term, and resolved to do anything and everything she could to destroy the fruit of so insulting a union. Hera could rely, of course she could, on her husband's vanity to provide the first opportunity for revenge. It came the night before Alcmene was due to give birth, when the king of the gods was in his cups on Mount Olympus. Zeus, being Zeus, could not help himself. "The next child, born of the house of Perseus, will rule all Argolis," he blurted out. "You mean that, husband?" said Hera quickly. "Certainly I mean it. Swear it before all." "Really?" "If you mean it, swear it." "Very well," said Zeus, puzzled by this earnestness, but confident that nothing could go wrong. Alcmene was ready to give birth at any moment, after all. "I proclaim before you," he said in a loud, clear voice, "that the next child to be born in the line of Perseus shall rule the Argolid." You will remember Perseus's other grandson in Mycenae, Sthenelus. Hera knew that his wife, Nike had also become pregnant, although she was only 7 months on. That circumstance would have been enough to stymie most people. But Hera was not most people. She was the goddess of marital fidelity, the queen of heaven, and more than that, a wronged wife. While she had a will, and no one ever had a keener one, she would find a way. She summoned her daughter, Eileithyia, goddess of childbirth, and commanded her to go at once to Thebes, sit herself on a chair outside Alcmene's bedchamber with her legs firmly crossed, and to remain in that position until further notice. This posture in such close proximity to the pregnant woman would prevent Alcmene from opening her own legs to give birth, which Hera knew must in time suffocate and kill the children trapped in her womb. Meanwhile, she went to Tiryns with a potion to induce Nike to give birth to her son by Sthenelus prematurely. A complicated, cruel, and distasteful scheme, but clever and effective. Such were the powers of Eileithyia that Alcmene, writhing in pain, was indeed unable to open her legs. In Tiryns, Nike was successfully delivered of a healthy boy, whom she and Sthenelus called Eurystheus. Eurystheus means broad-shouldered, which might suggest that his delivery gave Nike a twinge of pain as he emerged. Hera returned to Olympus in triumph. "My dear husband," she trilled, "prepare to be overjoyed. A boy has been born, a direct descendant of Perseus, no less." Zeus smiled broadly. "Ah, yes, I rather thought that might be the case." "Such delightful news," continued Hera. "I'm so happy for the couple. Sthenelus is a grandson of Perseus, of course, but Nike's lineage is exemplary too, quite a pedigree, descended not only from Pelops, but also— Wait! Nike? Sthenelus? What in hell's name have they got to do with anything?" "Why, didn't I say?" Hera looked surprised. "It is Nike and Sthenelus who have given the world a son." But was there ever such splendid news? And now, just as you have sworn, this boy, Eurystheus by name, son of Sthenelus and a grandson of Perseus, will grow up to rule the Argolid. But just as you have sworn, Hera repeated in her sweetest tones, in front of everyone. And I know you will ensure that no harm will ever come to the boy, for your word is law, and mighty Cosmos would cry out, and Olympus would crack, and the gods fall, should you be so foolish as to go against your own word. Mouth is open, darling, and there's a string of drool dribbling from your beard, right into your lap. It's most unappealing. Would you like Ganymede to find you a napkin?" Zeus had been outmanoeuvred in masterly fashion. Hera knew, and he knew, that he would be forced to honour his oath and allow this wholly unlooked-for grandson of Perseus, this Eurystheus, to rule over the Argolid, the united lands of Mycenae, Corinth, Arcadia, and Argos. All the plans Zeus had formed for his son by Alcmene now threatened to come to nothing. The wretched boy would be stillborn, and Hera would win. No warring husband and wife ever let the other win in a battle of wills if they could help it, but Zeus could not think what to do next. He sat on his throne and brooded darkly. Fortunately for Zeus and for history, Alcmene was as lovely in manner as she was in looks. Good people attract loyal, loving friends, and none were more loyal nor more loving than the two women who attended her, Galanthis and Historis. For 7 days and 7 nights they had watched their poor friend and mistress writhing in pain at the growing burden inside her. At last, Historis, who was a daughter of Tiresias and highly intelligent, conceived a plan. Outside the door, Eileithyia sat
as stiff as a statue, legs tightly crossed, wondering how long it would be before she could safely assume that the baby inside Alcmene had died, and she would be able to stand up and let the circulation flow back into her thighs. Suddenly, there came from inside the bedchamber the sound of screams. Could this be the news she was waiting for? The doors to Alcmene's room were flung open, and Galanthis burst out, clapping her hands and shouting, not with despair, but with joy. "Spread the news! Spread the news!" she exclaimed. "Our mistress has given birth! Oh, happy day! Happy day!" Dumbfounded, Alethea jumped up. "This cannot be!" she cried. "Show me!" Too late did she realize that she had been tricked into standing and uncrossing her legs. Through the open door she saw Alcmene, attended by Historis, now open her legs and push. First one, then another healthy baby boy emerged and filled the air with healthy, wailing cries. Wrapping her garments tight about her, Alethea fled the scene. She knew well how great Hera's wrath would be. Wild indeed was Hera's rage when she found out what had happened. With a fierce flick of her hand, she turned the impudent, scheming Galanthis into a weasel. Historis somehow escaped her wrath. Perhaps she was smart enough to hide. Hera had never felt so cheated and humiliated. From that moment on, she swore eternal enmity against Alcmene's son by Zeus. But which of the twins was Zeus's, and which Amphitryon's? They were both fine-looking babies, vigorous, strong, and, as you might expect, being 8 days overdue, hefty. The doting parents named the twin, first from the womb, Alcides, in honor of his grandfather Alcaeus, son of Perseus. The other they called Iphicles. Iphi means strong or mighty, as in Iphigenia, the strong-born, and Cles means pride or glory. Apparently an Iphi is also a smallish Egyptian unit of dry measurement, familiar to the Greeks and corresponding roughly to 1 1/2 gallons. Perhaps he was dubbed Iphicles the glorious half-pint. They could not tell by looking which was the son of a mortal and which the son of a god. They would discover which of the two was the son of Zeus soon enough. Snakes alive. The villa which King Creon had given over to Amphitryon and Alcmene for their use while resident in Thebes stood quietly in the moonlight. Only the most attentive sentry, and one with the most finely tuned senses, would have observed a slight parting of the tall grass of the outer perimeter as 2 turquoise snakes slid across the lawn in the direction of the terrace. Hera wished to lose no time in unleashing her vengeance on the insolent mortal baby that had dared to commit the crime of allowing itself to be born. Not concerned with which of the twins was her husband's base-born progeny, she had sent the 2 venomous serpents to kill them both. A concerned weasel watched powerlessly as they slithered along the terrace and towards the room with the sleeping infants. There was nothing that Galanthis could do but hope and pray. Amphitryon and Alcmene were awoken early the next morning by the hysterical shrieks of Historis. "Oh, come come!" she urged them, pulling the sheets from their bed. Alarmed, they followed the squealing girl to the twins' nursery, where the most extraordinary sight met their eyes. The two babies lay in their cot. The face of one was screwed up with fear, and it was purple from screaming. The other lay on his back, kicking his legs in the air. In each dimpled fist he clutched a strangled viper. He looked up at his parents as they peered down and waved the dead snakes at them like toys, gurgling with delight. "Well," said Amphitryon, looking from one infant to the other, "I think we can safely say now which is the son of Zeus." "Alcides." "Exactly." "This is the work of Hera," said Alcmene, picking up Iphicles and quieting his frightened sobs. "She sent those snakes. She will stop at nothing to destroy my boys." "It isn't fair on Iphicles," raged Amphitryon, chucking his true son under the chin. "We must consult Tiresias again." They made their way that night to seek his advice. While they were gone, the god Hermes stole silently into the nursery, took Alcides from his cot, flew with him up to Olympus, and gave him to the waiting Athena. The two gods crept round to where Hera was sleeping. Athena gently dropped the baby Alcides on her breast. At once he began to gorge himself. But he guzzled at her teat with such vigour that Hera woke up with a cry of pain. She looked down, plucked Alcides from her nipple, and threw him disgustedly from her. Milk sprayed from her nipple in a great arc across the night sky, imprinting it with stars. Stars which from that moment would be known as the Milky Way. It sounds silly, but it is true. The Milky Way is a galaxy, and the word galaxy is derived from the ancient Greek word gala, meaning milk, hence galactic, and perhaps galaxy milk chocolate. Hermes had deftly caught the baby when Hera cast him aside, and he now sped off back to Thebes to replace Alcides in his cot before anyone noticed he was gone. The whole botched affair had been Zeus's idea. He wanted his son Alcides to feed on Hera's milk, which would make him immortal. His favourite son and daughter, Hermes and Athena, had done their best, but Alcides had ingested little more than a mouthful, and none of them wanted to try that trick again. Hera, who was herself a mother, would have had breast milk. Athena, a virgin goddess, would not have been able to feed the baby. In Tiresias's temple, meanwhile, Alcmene and Amphitryon listened to the seer's advice. "I have seen that Alcides will do marvellous things," he was saying. "Slay terrible monsters, topple tyrants, and found great dynasties. He will achieve fame such as no mortal has ever known. The other gods will help him, but Hera will harry and hound him without mercy." "Is there nothing we can do to placate her?" asked Alcmene. Tiresias thought for a moment. "Well, there is one thing. Perhaps you could change the child's name." "Change his name?" said Amphitryon. "How would that help?" "If you were to call him Hera's glory, for instance, Hera's pride." And so it was decided. From now on, Alcides would be called Heracles. While he was Hercules to the Romans and to many of us in everyday speech today, it has become the convention these days to render him Heracles.
Youth and Upbringing of a Hero. Young Heracles grew up with his twin half-brother Iphicles. Amphitryon and Alcmene raised them as equals, but the speed with which Heracles put on height, weight, and muscle separated the two boys very early in the minds of all who encountered them. The twins received the kind of education usual for children of a royal house in those days. Chariot driving, javelin and discus throwing, track jumping and running were taught by Amphitryon. Eurytus, king of Oechalia, the most famed bowman in Greece, and a grandson of the archer god Apollo himself, taught the young Heracles to string a bow and shoot arrows with speed and accuracy. By the time he was 10, Heracles had already acquired a reputation as a fearsome runner, jumper, horseman, driver, thrower, and archer. It was noticed, though, that despite the boy's amiable and friendly nature, he also possessed a fiery and furious temper. When the red mist descended, he was ungovernable by all but his father. As well as fostering physical prowess, rhetoric, mathematics, and music were of the first importance in the education of noble young Greeks, and it was a matter of pride amongst the better families to secure the finest teachers. Linus, the brother of Orpheus and a fine musician himself, taught Heracles and Iphicles how to tune and play a lyre, how to compose and sing, how to tap out precise rhythms, and how to dance. None of these graceful accomplishments came easily to the young Heracles, who hated how self-conscious, clumsy, and uncoordinated he felt when he tried to sing in tune or move in time. The day came when Linus, infuriated by Heracles' refusal to attend to his instructions, lifted a stick and brought it down on the boy's back. A storm broke in Heracles' mind. He grabbed the cane with a savage roar and jerked it towards him, bringing Linus's face directly in front of his. He nodded down, cracking the tutor's brow, and then picked him up and flung him across the room. Linus fell dead to the floor, the bones of his arms, legs, and back all shattered. The scandal was too great to be hushed up, but in the end Heracles was forgiven. Iphicles had been in the schoolroom too, and told anyone who would listen that his brother had been sorely provoked. Eumolpus, a son of Autolycus, took over the music tuition. At the same time, Castor himself, the twin of Polydeuces, and like Heracles, the offspring of a divine heteropaternal superfecundation, offered to complete the youth's training in weaponry and the manly arts. The killing of Linus revealed that Heracles had a very short fuse, something that was to cause distress to him and many victims of his outbursts of temper in the years to come. The rest of his schooling revealed that, how shall we put it kindly? It revealed that while nature and fate may have gifted Heracles with many fine attributes, wit and wisdom, craft and cunning were not foremost amongst them. He was, as we might say today, far from the brightest pixel on the screen. He was not stupid, not a brainless oaf by any means, but his real strength was his real strength. For what could be said with confidence and admiration was that by the time he grew into his later teens, Heracles was the tallest, broadest, strongest, and fastest young man in the world. Those gods who championed him came forward now with signs of their favour, to equip him for a life of warfare, trials, and endurance. Athena,
presented him with a robe. Poseidon gave him fine horses, Hermes a sword, Apollo a bow and arrows, Hephaestus a most wondrous breastplate of pure gold. The young man's growing reputation was cemented by the slaying of a fierce lion on Mount Kithaeron when he was still only 18 years old. For 49 days he tracked the terrible creature, while the king of Thespiae, the grateful Thespis, whose realm had suffered most from this dreadful scourge, rewarded Heracles for his heroic efforts by sending him each night one of his 50 daughters. When, at last, the 50th day dawned, the lion was cornered and killed. That night, after enjoying the 50th bout of passion with the 50th daughter of the king, Heracles went home. Each daughter went on to give birth to a male child, the eldest and youngest girls bearing twins, a son for every week of the year. Heracles was as virile and potent in his love-making as in his killing. On Heracles' return, he single-handedly defended Thebes against an attack from King Erginus of Orchomenos. The people of Thebes had been proud enough of Heracles, but pride now turned to veneration. They revered him as the greatest Theban since their founder hero Cadmus. If they had their way, Heracles would rule over them as king. Thebes already had a king, Creon, who was smart and politic enough to offer Heracles the hand of his daughter, Megara. We will meet Creon again when we tell the story of Oedipus. All seemed so sweet in the life of the young Heracles. His fame increased and spread, and happy years passed, during which he fathered a son and daughter by Megara, and grew to full manhood as a devoted husband and father, very likely the heir to the Theban throne. Crime and punishment. Heracles' life in Thebes was almost modern in its rhythms. Each day he would kiss goodbye to his wife Megara and children, and go off to work, killing monsters and toppling tyrants. Today's commuter finds less drastic ways to defeat competitors and bestial colleagues, perhaps. The dragons we slay may be more metaphorical than real, but the manner and routine is not so very different. One fateful evening, Heracles returned to the family villa to be met by 2 small but fierce and burning-eyed demons in the doorway. He charged them at once, grappled them to the ground, broke their backs, and stamped on their screeching heads until they lay crushed and dead at his feet. Suddenly a great dragon came screaming out of the house towards him, fire streaming from its mouth and nostrils. He rushed at it, closed his hands around its scaly neck, and squeezed with all his strength. Only as the life went out of the monster, and it slipped dead to the floor, did Hera lift the mist of delusion she had visited on him. Looking down, he now saw, with appalling clarity, that the dragon he had killed was his wife Megara, and the 2 demons were his beloved children. It was one of Hera's cruelest interventions, and evidence of the unfathomable depth of her hatred. She had been growing ever more frustrated at the sight of her loathed enemy living so happy and fulfilled a life. She chose to strip Heracles down to a state of absolute nothingness, to take in one swift and irreversible moment everything that mattered to him, not just those he loved most, but his reputation too. When news broke of what he had done, no one would speak to or come near to him. He was polluted. From hero to zero is a tired phrase today, but nobody before had so swiftly gone from universal love and admiration to loathing and contempt. Heracles' grief was overpowering. He wanted to die, but he knew that he must punish himself by undergoing an unrelenting penance. Only then would he feel fit to meet the souls of Megara and his children in the underworld. Without purification from a king, oracle, priest or priestess, those responsible for blood crimes had to attempt to cleanse themselves by a life of exile and atonement. If they failed to expiate their crimes, the Erinyes, the wild furies, would rise up from Erebus and chase them down, flailing them with iron whips until they went mad. Heracles exiled himself from Thebes and went on his knees to Delphi to seek guidance. A practice of self-mortification that still goes on. I've seen with my own eyes penitents arriving on their knees at the shrine of Our Lady of Guadalupe in Mexico. Some of them have kneel-walked hundreds of miles to get there. Far from being Herculean, they're usually ancient and diminutive old ladies. To atone for his abominable crimes, Heracles must take himself to Tiryns and supplicate himself before the throne, the Pythia chanted. Heracles could not know this, but the priestess had been entranced by Hera, and the words were hers. For 10 years he must serve without question, the priestess continued. Whatever he is told to do, Heracles must do. Whatever tasks he is set to perform, these must Heracles willingly undertake. Only then can he be free. Hera's spirit left the priestess, and the voices of Apollo and Athena now enthused her. Enthusiasm meant originally possession by a god. The verb enthuse was a later American-English back formation. Do all that you are asked without stint, without complaint, and immortality will be yours. Your father has promised it. Heracles did not want immortality, but he knew he must obey in any case. He turned his feet towards the road leading to Tiryns, capital of Mycenae. Its king was the now fully grown Eurystheus, Heracles' cousin, the one whose premature birth had been induced by Hera all those years ago to ruin Zeus's plan to secure the throne for Heracles. Eurystheus had none of Heracles' heroic attributes, none of his strength, spirit, generosity, or air of command. He had grown up all too aware of the reputation of his stronger, finer, and more popular cousin, and he had long smouldered with hatred, envy, and resentment. What self-control it took for Heracles to kneel in front of Eurystheus' throne and beg for expiation, we can only guess. The filth of your unnatural crimes has revolted all people of feeling, said the king, savouring every moment. You will not be worthy to live in the world of men until you have paid the full price. 10 tasks you will perform for me over 10 years without assistance or payment. When you have completed the last of them, I may be disposed to forgive you, embrace you as my cousin, and allow you your freedom. Until then, you are bound to me as my slave. The Queen of Heaven herself has ordained it. Is this understood?" Hera had instructed her instrument well. Heracles bowed his head. The Labours of Heracles. In Greek, they were variously called the erga, or more commonly, the athloi of Heracles. The word ergon simply means work, while athlos means more than labour. It carries a sense of test. Our words athlete and athletic derive from it. 1. The Nemean Lion. Eurystheus rubbed his chin and thought hard. If he were to command his unruly cousin and set him to useful work, he might as well begin at home. Eurystheus ruled not just Mycenae, but, thanks to Zeus's rash promise, all of Argolis, much of which was afflicted by terrifyingly wild beasts. At the risk of sending you mad by going over the family tree again, Eurystheus's father was Sthenelus, making Eurystheus a great-grandson of Perseus, as was Heracles, whose parents Alcmene and Amphitryon were cousins, and each a grandchild of Perseus. But of course Zeus was really Heracles' father, as he was Perseus's. Therefore Perseus was both Heracles' great-grandfather and half-brother. Those Greeks, eh? The most obviously terrifying wild beast afflicting the Argolis was a lion that preyed on the people of Nemea in the northeast of the kingdom, not far from the Isthmus of Corinth. Fear of this terrible animal was deterring mainland travellers and merchants from trading with the Argolid and the rest of the Peloponnese. Offspring of the monstrous Chimera, whom we shall meet later during the adventures of Bellerophon, this was no ordinary lion. Its golden hide was so thick that spears and arrows bounced off it as though they were straws. Its claws were razor-sharp and could tear through armour as though it were paper. Its powerful jaws could crunch rock as though it were celery. Many warriors had already perished trying to subdue it. "Go to Nemea," Eurystheus said to Heracles, "and kill the lion that is laying waste the countryside." Shame, really, Eurystheus thought to himself with a giggle. I shan't get 10 years out of him. The first task will kill him. Oh, well. "Just kill it," said Heracles. "You don't want it brought back?" "No, I don't want it brought back. What would I do with a lion?" To gales of obedient laughter from his courtiers, Eurystheus tapped the side of his head as Heracles straightened, bowed, and left the throne room. "Arms the size of an oak tree, brain the size of an acorn," said the king with a snort. Heracles spent months stalking the creature, as he had done years before with the Thespian lion. He knew that his weapons, of formidable and divine providence as they were, would be of no use against the animal's impregnable pelt. He would have to rely on his bare hands, and so he spent these months in training. He took to uprooting trees and raising boulders above his head until his raw strength, mighty as it had always been, was now greater than ever. When he knew that he was ready, Heracles tracked the lion to its lair. He fell on the immense monster and threw it to the ground. Never had anyone dared to attack the beast in this way. Grappling tight, Heracles gave it no chance to pull back and strike with claws or jaws. What use was its impenetrable hide against the iron grip of Heracles' hands around its throat? For hours they rolled in the dust, until the life was at last throttled from it, and the great Nemean lion breathed no more. Heracles stood by its body and bowed his head. "It was a fair fight," he said, "and I hope you didn't suffer. I hope you will forgive me if I now flay the hide from you." Such respect for an enemy, even a dumb brute, was typical of Heracles. When an adversary was alive, he knew no mercy, but the moment they were gone, he did his best, where possible, to send them to the next world with honour and ceremony. He could not be sure that animals had souls or the expectation of an afterlife, even those descended from primordial entities like Echidna and Typhon, but he behaved as if they did. The greater the fight they put up, the deeper and more reverent his funeral prayers. He had been stung by Eurystheus's contemptuous dismissal of him. He wanted to skin his kill and take the pelt in triumph back to Mycenae, which is why he asked permission of the lion's corpse. But Heracles found his sharpest knives and swords could not make so much as a scratch on that impenetrable hide. He hit at last on the idea of pulling out the lion's razor-like claws. These were sharp enough, and Heracles skinned off one great piece, snarling head included. He strung the deadly claws into a necklace, and in an excess of frenzied joy he pulled up the greatest oak tree he could find and stripped it of its branches to form a mighty club. With the necklace of claws around his neck, the indestructible pelt over his shoulders, the open jaws and glaring eyes of the lion on top of his head, and the mighty club swinging by his side, Heracles had found his look. 2. The Lenaean Hydra. Eurystheus had not expected Heracles to come back alive at all, certainly not dressed like some wild, untamed brigand of the mountains. The king, however, was crafty enough to hide his dismay. "Yes, that was to be expected," he said, stifling a yawn. "An aged lion is no test. Now, for your next task. Do you know Lake Lerna, not that far from here? It is terrorized by the Hydra, which guards the gate there to the underworld. I wouldn't dream of interfering were it not that the creature has taken to attacking and killing innocent men, women, and children who venture near. I'm too busy to deal with it myself, so I send you, Heracles, to rid us of this nuisance." "As you wish," said Heracles, nodding a bow of assent, which caused the head of the Nemean lion to snap its jaws violently shut. Eurystheus could not help but leap in alarm. With an ill-concealed grin of contempt, Heracles turned and left. The goddess Hera had prepared Lake Lerna with malicious relish. Not only were its waters infested by the Hydra, a huge water serpent with 9 heads, one of which was immortal, each capable of spraying jets of the deadliest poison known in the world, but she had hidden in the lake's depths a ferocious giant crab, too. Greek ceramic representations of the Hydra tend to show a kind of upside-down octopus, a round, sometimes donut-shaped body out of which extend 9 snakes. Popular comic book art makes the creature more like a 9-headed dragon. The Hydra reared up at Heracles' approach, every one of its vicious heads spitting venom. Confidently enough, he lunged forward and sliced one of the heads clean off. Instantly, 2 new heads grew up out of the stump. This was going to be difficult. Every time Heracles sliced or clubbed a head, 2 more sprang up in its place. To make matters worse, the crab was now jumping up out of the water and making a frenzied attack. Its giant pincers came at him again and again, trying to slice him open and gut him. Leaping to one side, Heracles brought his club down with all his might and shattered the shell into thousands of fragments. The squelched creature inside reared its slimy body in the air, quivered, and fell back dead. Hera placed her favourite crustacean in the stars, where it shines today as the constellation Cancer, the crab. But she was content. Her beloved Hydra was wreaking her revenge. Already it had 24 heads, each spraying a lethal poison. Heracles made a tactical withdrawal. As he sat at a safe distance, pondering what to do next, his nephew, Iolaus, son of Heracles' twin brother Iphicles, came out from behind some trees. "Uncle," he said, "I've watched the whole thing. If Eurystheus is allowed to encumber you with an extra trial, then I should be allowed to assist you. Let me be your squire." In truth, the intrusion of the crab had annoyed Heracles greatly. 1 quest at a time, that was what he had agreed to. The addition of a second, unannounced danger struck him as unfair. He accepted his nephew's offer, and between them they came up with a new plan of attack. I'm inclined to believe that the scheme was more likely to have emerged from the mind of Iolaus than that of Heracles, who was a man of action, a man of passions, and a man of limitless courage, but not a man of ideas. The plan was to approach the Hydra systematically. Heracles would advance and lop off a head. Then Iolaus would step smartly in with a burning torch and sear the fresh stump, preventing any new heads from erupting in its place. Slice, cauterize, slice. That was the system they came up with, and it worked. After hours of exhausting and disgusting effort, there was only 1 head left, the immortal head, the head that could not die. At last Heracles hacked this off too and buried it far underground. The Hydra's poisonous vapours breathe up their sulphurous gas by the waters of Lake Lernia to this day. "Thank you," said Heracles to Iolaus. "Now you get home, and not a word to your father." Heracles knew that his twin would be angered if he heard that his son had been in such danger. Heracles felt no need to pay his respects to the Hydra. After all, the immortal head was still alive and belching hate underground. He knelt beside the twitching body, not in reverence, but to coat the tips of his arrows with its congealing blood. The envenomed arrows would prove to be immeasurably useful and immeasurably tragic. Their use would change the world. 3. The Ceryneian Hind. Eurystheus now turned cunning. A water serpent was one thing, but not even Heracles could match an Olympian. "Bring me the golden hind of Cerynea," he said. He felt confident that this third labour must surely be Heracles' last, for success would mean certain death, or at the very least eternal torment. The golden-horned,
brass-footed Cyrenean hind could do no harm to anyone. A deer, fleeter than any hound or arrow, she presented a challenge to huntsmen, but not a danger. But the hind was sacred to Artemis, and this was where the threat lay. The savagery with which the goddess protected her own and punished any sacrilege against her or those who followed her was well known. She would never allow harm to befall her beloved hind. What's the difference between a hind and a doe? Your guess is as good as mine. Heracles would either fail his task or be struck down by Artemis for presumption. Either way, Eurystheus was confident that his pestilential cousin would not return. For almost a year, Heracles pursued his quarry over hill and, one supposes, dale. Finally, he succeeded in netting and subduing the animal. He had no wish to harm so shy and beautiful a creature. He slung the hind gently over his shoulders and whispered to her as he walked back to Mycenae. As he passed through a wood, Artemis emerged from the shadows. "You dare!" she hissed, raising her silver bow. "Goddess, goddess, I throw myself on your mercy." Heracles went down on one knee. "Mercy? I do not know the word. Prepare to die." As Artemis took aim, her twin, Apollo, stepped out of the wood and pushed the bow down. "Now, sister," he said, "don't you know this is Heracles? If it was our father, the Stormbringer himself, I would shoot him for daring to take my hind." "I understand," said Heracles in his meekest voice. "It is a terrible sacrilege, but I am bound to King Eurystheus, and it was he who commanded me to take the animal. It is Hera's will that I obey him." "Hera's will?" Apollo and Artemis conferred. The Queen of Heaven had at best a stiff and formal relationship with Zeus's children by other women, and had never made the twins' lives easy. It amused them to assist her enemy. Artemis turned to Heracles. "You may continue on your way," she said, "but when you have shown my hind to the court in Mycenae, you must return her to the wild." "You are as wise as you are beautiful," said Heracles. "Dear me," said Apollo, "that sort of flattery is not the way to my sister's heart. On your way." Eurystheus was astonished to see Heracles return with the glorious creature, which he announced he would make the prize exhibit in his private menagerie. Mindful of his promise to Artemis, however, Heracles replied, "Certainly, my king. Come forward. She is yours to claim." Just as Eurystheus approached, Heracles, under the cover of his lion-skin cloak, gave the hind a sharp pinch on the rump. Eurystheus leapt to catch her as she reared up, but she galloped away with a bark, her bronze hooves setting up sparks from the palace flagstones. "You failed in your task," snarled Eurystheus. "Majesty, I brought you the hind as agreed," said Heracles. "It's a pity you weren't quick enough to hold her and keep her, but I cannot be held responsible for that." He turned to the court. "Surely I did everything that was asked of me." A murmur of sympathetic agreement from his courtiers held Eurystheus back from venting his true feelings. Sometimes Heracles could display something approaching real cunning. 4. The Erymanthian Ball. Heracles' next task was to bring back alive a giant boar that was ravaging the area around Mount Erymanthus in Arcadia. The labour itself was not the greatest challenge Heracles faced, and would hardly be worth retelling were it not for one episode. It not only reveals our hero at his clumsiest and least appealing, but might also be considered to have set in motion the circumstances that were to lead to his terrible death. Heracles went to seek advice about the boar's habits from a friend of his who lived nearby, a centaur named Pholus. The offspring of Ixion and the cloud goddess Nephele, centaurs were a hybrid breed. From the head to the waist they were human, but the rest was pure horse. Expert archers, they made fierce and brave warriors, but often became ill-natured, violent, and licentious when in drink. The great exceptions were Chiron, master of the healing arts and the wise tutor of Asclepius and later of Jason and Achilles, and Heracles' friend Pholus. Chiron was the immortal offspring of Cronos and the Oceanid Philyra, while the mortal Pholus was sired by Silenus, the pot-bellied companion of Dionysus, and one of the Meliae, the nymphs of the ash tree. His advice to Heracles was not to think of capturing the Erymanthian boar until winter came. "Trap him on a snowdrift, that's the best way," he said. "Otherwise he'll run you ragged. Meanwhile, why don't you stay with me here in my cave?" Heracles was only too happy to avail himself of the invitation. One night, after dinner, he helped himself to a stone jar of wine. He had no reason to know that it was the common property of the whole centaur tribe. The smell of the wine attracted the other centaurs, and they trotted up to demand their share. Heracles' short temper was piqued by this, perhaps his own inebriation didn't help, and an ill-mannered argument broke out. The row became a fight, and the fight soon degenerated into slaughter, as Heracles unloosed a volley of arrows which were tipped, you will recall, with fatally venomous hydra blood. In some versions of this episode, Chiron himself was accidentally scratched by one of Heracles' arrows and suffered the most appalling agony. He alone amongst his race, being a son of Cronos, was immortal. The prospect of living eternally in such pain was insupportable to him. He begged the gods to be released into death, and Zeus granted his wish, casting him into the heavens as the constellation Sagittarius, the man-horse archer. This is an egregious example of timeline inconsistency, since Chiron was later tutor to Achilles, who was yet to be born. Even poor Pholus died when he dropped an arrow on his foot, piercing the skin above the hoof, and sending enough of the hydra's venom into his bloodstream to kill him. A few of the Arcadian centaurs did survive. Amongst them was one called Nessus, who would, in time, as we shall see, revenge these deaths in the most terrible manner. Meanwhile, a mortified and remorseful Heracles helped bury the dead before turning his mind to the business in hand, the capture of the boar. With snow now blanketing the higher slopes of the mountain, he easily tracked and trapped the animal in a deep drift, hoisted it over his shoulders, and trudged back to Mycenae. When Heracles returned with a boar that was still very much alive, Eurystheus was so terrified by the enormous beast that he leapt into a great stone jar and cowered there. "What do you want me to do with it?" "Take it away!" "Don't you want to examine it? It's got lovely bristles." "Take it away now!" Eurystheus's voice echoed around the interior of the jar. This scene was a favourite amongst Greek pot painters, who loved to depict the frightened Eurystheus cringing in his pithos, while Heracles threatens to drop an enormous, squirming pig down on top of him. 5. The Augean Stables. Halfway through, or so Heracles thought. We will cross that painful bridge when we come to it. And Eurystheus really believed that this time, he had set Heracles a problem that he could never solve. Even if the task didn't kill him, it would, the king told himself with malicious glee, deprive him of everlasting life. After all, the oracle had told Heracles that the completion of the tasks would guarantee Heracles' immortality. Merely attempting them was not good enough. As Yoda had expressed it a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, do or do not, there is no try. King Augeas of Elis, a son of Helios, the sun god, was possessed of a herd of 3,000 cattle. The animals were immortal and had consequently produced, over the years, a far greater than ordinary quantity of dung. Was this Greek satire against the gods, a way of suggesting that the immortals were more full of shit than mortals? The stables in which these cattle were quartered had not been cleaned for 30 years. "Ye will go to Elis," Eurystheus told Heracles, "and thoroughly clean out the stables of King Augeas in one day." Arriving in Elis, Heracles sought an audience with the king and struck a deal. If he did manage to clean the stables between sun-up and sundown the next day, Augeas would give him 1/10 of his herd. If I have given the impression that Heracles was a brainless lummox, a bone-headed oaf, a he-man of minimal intelligence, I have slightly misled you. He was direct. That is the quality I would associate most with him. We are perhaps too used to thinking that indirect, subtle, contrived tactics are more intelligent and effective than uncomplicated assaults. But sometimes that is not so. I do not imagine that either the clever Theseus or the cunning Odysseus would ever have come up with so simple and splendid a plan as the diverting of the two local rivers, the Peneus and the Alpheus. Of course, enormous strength was required to hammer openings into the stable walls and gouge out the river's courses, but the idea was beautiful in its simplicity. Just as Heracles had planned, the waters poured through the stables and sluiced out the accumulated muck of 30 years. The manure-rich torrents swept down into the plains and fields of Elis and fertilized the land for miles around. A triumphant Heracles applied to Augeas for his reward of 300 head of cattle, but the king, who loved his herd more than anything in the world, refused to pay up. "Eurystheus had sent you to cleanse my stables as his slave," he said, "so any reward would be unnecessary and wrong. Besides, I never struck such a bargain in the first place." "Oh, but you did!" cried Augeas' son, Phyleus, who admired Heracles and was shocked to see his father behave so meanly to his hero. "I heard you distinctly." The king angrily banished both from his kingdom. Phyleus was exiled to Dulichium, an island in the southern Adriatic, while Heracles made his way back to Mycenae, simmering with rage. He swore that one day he would return and have his revenge on Augeas. The people of Elis, however, cheered Heracles as he passed through their kingdom on his way back to Tiryns. The newly fertilized fields, enriched with all that manure, would bring prosperity to their whole region. He had made Nemea safe, and Lernia, and Mount Erymanthea too. Heracles was no longer just a hero for kings and warriors. He was a people's champion. 6. The Stymphalian Birds. Heracles presented himself at the palace of Tiryns to hear what Eurystheus had in store for him next. Without speaking, the king sat on his throne and stroked his beard. "Very well," he said at last. "Your next task is to rid Lake Stymphalia of its infestation of birds." When it comes to the Stymphalian birds, there is disagreement amongst the sources we usually rely upon for details of Heracles and his labours. It is generally accepted now that these were fearsome, man-eating creatures the size of cranes, with beaks of iron, talons of brass, and foul, toxic droppings. Sacred to Ares, the god of war, they infested the tree-lined shores of Lake Stymphalia, causing havoc and distress to the farmers and villages of northeastern Arcadia, and rendering the countryside for miles around entirely uninhabitable. The ground beneath the trees in which the birds nested was fetid swampland. When Heracles tried to approach, he sank up to his shoulders in the miasmic filth. Observing his plight, Athena provided him with a great bronze rattle, manufactured in Hephaestus's forge. Its ear-splitting, rapid-fire clacking flushed the birds from their roosts in panic and fright, and Heracles was able to shoot them down in enough numbers to cause the remainder to fly away, where we will encounter their deadly menace once again on another occasion. 7. The Cretan Bull. "The Cretan Bull," repeated Heracles. "Yes," said Eurystheus testily. "Do I have to tell you everything twice? The Cretan Bull. Ox, steer, male cow, Crete, island, fetch." Many years ago, a great white bull had charged out of the sea onto the shores of Crete. It had been sent by the god Poseidon in answer to the prayers of King Minos, who wished to awe his subjects with a sign that his rule was divinely sanctioned. The idea had been to sacrifice the bull to Poseidon once his brothers accepted this proof, but both Minos and his wife Pasiphae were so enchanted by the creature's beauty that they hadn't the heart to slaughter it. Indeed, Pasiphae went so far as to mate with it. She bore it a son, Asterion, half man, half bull, known as the Minotaur, who lived trapped in a cunning labyrinth built to house it by Minos's architect, inventor, and designer, the great Daedalus. The bull, meanwhile, rampaged around Crete, savage, untamable, and terrifying. As a favour to Minos, Eurystheus sent Heracles there to subdue it and bring it to Tiryns, alive. Heracles, so different in approach, as we shall see, from his younger cousin Theseus, had no technique other than confidence in his own strength and inexhaustible stamina. He found the bull, shouted at it, maddened it, and planted himself in its way.
When it charged, he simply grabbed its horns, perhaps inspiring the phrase, to take the bull by the horns, and wrenched. The bull resisted with all its strength. Gradually, Heracles pulled it to the ground, rolling around with it, much as he had the Nemean lion and the Erymanthian boar. Never letting go of the horns, he roared in the bull's ear, slapped it, punched it, tweaked it, thwacked it, and bit it. Finally, the battered and exhausted beast lay down in the dust beneath him and submitted its will to his. Mounting the creature, Heracles rode it over the waves from which it had been born, all the way back to the Peloponnese. He led it into the palace of Eurystheus, who once more sought refuge in his stone jar. "All right, damn you! Just get rid of it, will you?" "Are you sure you don't want to tickle its ear?" "Get rid of the damn thing!" If Eurystheus had called out from the jar, "Sacrifice it to the gods," the whole history of the world might be different. As it was, Heracles obediently released the bull into the countryside. Once free of its master, it bucked and galloped for miles and miles, finally making its home all the way over on the east of mainland Greece on the plain of Marathon, where it tormented and harassed the local people until another great hero, as we shall see, finally came to face it down and end its extraordinary life. 8. The Mares of Diomedes, incorporating the story of Alcestis and Admetus. "So you've dealt with the bull," said Eurystheus, pulling at his beard. "Very clever, I'm sure. But one bull is hardly a test, is it?" Heracles said nothing. He stood awaiting his instructions. "Right. I'd like you to bring me the 4 mares of Diomedes." Diomedes. "Do you know nothing? He's the king of Thrace. Mares are female horses. Horses are quadrupeds with manes and hoofs. There are 4 of them. 4 is a number between 3 and 5. Now go, and don't come back without them. Understood?" On his way north to Thrace, Heracles dropped in at Phere to stay with his friends King Admetus of Phere and his queen, Alcestis, a couple whose story is well worth hearing. Many years earlier, Zeus had been forced to kill Apollo's son Asclepius, the master of medicine and the healing arts. Ares and Hades had complained about Asclepius's habit of bringing mortals back to life, making a nonsense of war and death. Zeus had accepted their arguments and struck Asclepius down with a thunderbolt. Apollo stormed up to Hephaestus's forge in a fit of rage and confronted the 3 Cyclopes, who were responsible for the manufacture of Zeus's thunderbolts. Apollo couldn't punish the king of the gods for the death of Asclepius, but he could punish the Cyclopes, Arges, Steropes, and Brontes. He shot all 3 with arrows. Such insurrection was not to be tolerated, and Zeus banished Apollo from Olympus, sentencing him to labor in bondage to a mortal. Being famed for his hospitality, always a sure way to Zeus's heart, the Thessalian king Admetus was the mortal Zeus selected, sending Apollo to serve as his herdsman for a year and a day. The punishment turned out to be anything but a penance for Apollo. From the first, he and Admetus got along wonderfully. Admetus, who had just inherited his throne and was not yet married, was charming, hospitable,
warm-hearted and physically attractive. Far from being Apollo's master, the young king became his lover. Apollo enjoyed being a herdsman and made sure that all of Admetus's cows gave birth to twins, greatly increasing the value of the royal herd. Ownership of cattle in those times, as it is around much of the world today, was a great marker of wealth and status. Admetus prospered, and Apollo's period of servitude passed in a flash. The two remained friends, and the god even helped his favourite win Alcestis, one of the 9 daughters of King Pelias of Iolcos. Alcestis was so beautiful that princes and nobles from all over Greece were clamouring for her hand. Her father ruled that he would give her in marriage to the first suitor who proved able to harness a boar and a lion to a chariot. Yoking together 2 such incompatible wild beasts had proved impossible for all comers thus far, but with Apollo's help, Admetus managed it. He drove the chariot up to Pelias and won his bride. The god came to his friend's aid again, when, what with the excitements of wooing and winning Alcestis, Admetus fell short in his devotions to Apollo's twin, Artemis, who was perhaps more sensitive to slights, real and imaginary, than any other Olympian. She punished Admetus for this neglect by sending snakes into the bridal chamber, putting something of a damper on the couple's first night together. Apollo, however, helped Admetus by instructing him in which prayers and sacrifices would best mollify his prickly sister. The snakes vanished, and the honeymoon proceeded. The ecstasy of the bridal chamber translated into perfect marital bliss, and the marriage of Admetus and Alcestis proved to be as happy as any in Greece. So fond of Admetus was Apollo that he could not bear the idea of his beloved friend dying. Rather than begging Zeus to bestow immortality upon his favourite, as Selene and Eos had each done for a mortal lover, Apollo approached the problem differently. He invited the Moirai, the 3 Fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, up to Olympus, and got them very drunk. "Darling Moirai," he said to them, staggering slightly and slurring his speech to give the impression that he was as intoxicated as they were, "I love you." "Bloody love you too," said Atropos. "You're the best," hiccuped Clotho. "Always said so," gulped Lachesis, wiping a tear from her eye. "I'll take out anyone who says different, and I'll do them. Damn right. They're dead." "So if I were to ask you ladies a favour," said Apollo. "Name it." "Condunder it, Cid. Consider it done." "Only got to ask." "My friend, Admetus. Lovely man. A prince. I thought he was a king." "Well, yes, he is a king," admitted Apollo, "but he's a prince of a man." "Sort of makes sense," conceded Atropos. "Prince of a king, but not king of a prince." The point is," said Apollo, not wishing to be sidetracked, "I'd like to ask your help in ensuring that his life doesn't get cut off." "The cutting off? That's my job," said Atropos. "I know," said Apollo. "You want me not to cut the thread of his life?" "I'd esteem it the greatest of favours." "You want him to live forever?" "If it could be managed." "Ooh, that's quite an ask. Cutting the thread of life is what I do. Not cutting it, well, that's a whole other thing. What do you say, sisters?" Apollo refilled their cups. "Have another drink while you think about it." The Moirai put their heads together. "Because we love you," said Clotho at last. "Lots," added Lachesis. "Because we love you lots, we will allow it. Just this one time. If your friend—" what was his name? "Admetus. Admetus, king of Pherae. If Admetus, king of Pherae, can find someone else willing to die in his place, then we don't see any reason why we need to thread his cut." Cut his thread. What she said. This, then, was the bargain Apollo explained to Admetus. "You will never be taken down to the underworld so long as you can find someone, anyone, who'll agree to take your place." Admetus went to his parents. "They've already seen the best of life," he reasoned, "and one of them will surely agree to be taken early if it means my immortality." "You begot me," he said to his father Pheres. "It must be your duty then to ensure that I keep living." To Admetus's surprise and mortification, Pheres was entirely unwilling to cooperate. "Yes, I begot you, and I raised you to rule over this land, but I don't see that I'm bound to die for you. There's no law of our ancestors, and no Greek law, that says fathers should die for their children. You were born to live your own life, whether it's a happy one or a wretched one. I have given you all I need give you. I don't expect you to die for me, and you shouldn't expect me to die for you. So, you love the light of day. What makes you think your father hates it? Know this. We are a long time dead. Life may be short, but it is sweet." That speech was loosely taken from the 5th century Athenian dramatist Euripides' version of this story, Alcestis. "Yes, but you've lived your life, and I have lived my life when my life comes naturally to its end, not when you say so." Rebuffed by his own flesh and blood, Admetus cast the net wider. He had never considered immortality before, but once Apollo had told him how it was possible, the idea became an obsession with him. He now believed it was his right. He had thought that it would be a simple matter to find someone, anyone, to do this simple thing for him and die. It turned out that everybody seemed, like his father, unreasonably anxious to hang on to their lives. Eventually, it was his loyal and loving wife, Alcestis, who came to his rescue. She announced that she would be content to die in her husband's place. "You mean it?" "Yes, my darling," she said, calmly patting his hand. "You're honestly happy to do this for me?" "Quite happy, if it makes you happy." A fine marble tomb was constructed, and Alcestis prepared herself for the allotted time of Admetus' decease, which would now mark her own. But when the day came, Admetus had a radical change of heart. He realized how much he loved Alcestis, and how much less of a life he would have without her. In fact, he now saw that a long and endless existence alone would be worse than death. He begged her not to go, but her declaration of intent to take his place had been heard and recorded by the fates. Die she must, and die she did. It was at exactly this moment, with a devastated Admetus trying to come to terms with what he had done, that Heracles called in at the palace. So mindful of his obligations as a host was Admetus that he could not countenance turning a guest away. He did his best to hide his sorrow and entertain his guest with all the warmth and generosity for which he was famous. Nonetheless, Heracles couldn't but notice that his old friend was dressed in black. "Well, as a matter of fact, we have had a death in the palace." I'll leave you then. I can always come another time." No, please come in, I insist." Heracles was still unsure. Hosts have obligations, but so do guests. "Who died? No one close to you?" Admetus had no wish to burden his friend with his woes. "No blood relation, I promise." Which was technically true. A woman of the household. That's all. "Oh, well, in that case—" Heracles came through into the great hall. His eyes fell greedily on the table where the funeral banquet had been laid out. "Always said you served the best wine and cakes," he said, helping himself to lavish quantities of both. "You are too kind," said Admetus. "I'll leave you for a moment, but please make yourself entirely at home." Heracles tucked cheerfully in. He finished all the wine on the table and yelled out for more. The chief steward of the household came, grim-faced. He was a servant of the old school. Not even the risk of igniting the notorious temper of the strongest man in the world would make him swerve from his duty. "Have you no shame?" he hissed. "How can you eat and drink like this with the house in such bitter mourning?" "Why the hell shouldn't I? Who's dead? Only some serving woman or other?" "Listen to him, gods! Our dear queen has been taken from us, and you dare call her some serving woman?" "Alcestis? But Admetus told me his majesty is even now in the garden, sobbing his noble heart out." "Oh, what a fool I am!" Heracles now succumbed to one of his periodic bouts of guilt and violent self-abasement. He beat his breast and called himself the most insensitive buffoon that ever lived, unworthy to be a guest in any man's house, an arse, a clown, an oaf, and the lowest of the low. Then he came to his senses and realized what he had to do. "I shall go down to the underworld," he said to himself, "and I shall fight anyone who stops me from bringing Alcestis back up. I swear I shall." As luck would have it, such a drastic course was not necessary. Before setting off, Heracles went to pay his respects at Alcestis's brand-new tomb. There he found Thanatos, the god of death, just as he was taking her soul. "Let go!" bellowed Heracles. "You have no business here," said Thanatos. "I command you to—" With a roar, Heracles was on him, wrestling the helpless Thanatos to the ground and pounding him with his fists. Some time later, Admetus left off his weeping in the garden and went back into the palace. "Where's Heracles?" he asked. "Oh, him!" sniffed the steward. "He left as soon as he found out that the queen was dead. Good riddance, I say." Just then, Heracles burst in. "I'm back," he said, slapping Admetus on the shoulder, "and I've brought a friend." He turned to the doorway and called, "You can come in now." Alcestis entered the room and stood before her disbelieving husband, a shy smile on her lips. "I wrestled Death himself to the ground to bring her back to you," said Heracles, "so make sure you bloody well keep her this time." Admetus did not seem to hear him. He had eyes only for his wife. "Yes. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Due in Thrace. Gotta fetch some horses." In sending Heracles for the 4 mares of Diomedes, Eurystheus had neglected to furnish him with any further details. However, the horses' names are known to us. They were Podagos, the flashing-footed, Xanthippe, the yellow horse, Lampon, the shining one, and Dinos, the terrible. More pertinently, Heracles was unaware that, due to the depraved king's habit of feeding them human flesh, all 4 had turned quite untamably mad and were kept chained with iron shackles to bronze mangers, a danger to all who approached. Some sources claim they breathed fire, too. When Heracles arrived at Diomedes' palace in Thrace, he was accompanied by his young friend and lover Abderus, a son of Hermes. Heracles, like most classical Greeks, was as happy to dine at the man trough as at the lady buffet. Iolaus, his nephew, and Hylas, his page during the quest for the Golden Fleece, were another 2 male lovers, or eromenoi. Leaving Abderus to watch over the horses, Heracles set off to negotiate with the king. His curiosity getting the better of him, the boy drew too close to the mares. One of them caught his hand between her teeth and dragged him into the stalls. He was torn apart and devoured in minutes. Heracles buried the mangled remains and founded a city around the tomb, which he called Abdera, in honor of his lost beloved. Abdera still stands, and was notable in the great age of Greek philosophy for producing Democritus, whom some regard as the founder of the scientific method. I recommend the Italian physicist Carlo Rovelli's thoughts on him in his excellent book, Reality is Not What It Seems. The sophist Protagoras, famous for his dialogue with Socrates, as recorded by Plato, was also born there. Earlier, in the 6th century BC, the lyric poet Anacreon found sanctuary there from the Persians. His life and work inspired the creation in 18th century England of the Anacreontic Society of Gentlemen Amateur Musicians. The tune of the club's song, To Anacreon in Heaven, was poached by the Americans in 1814 to fit the words of the poem The Star-Spangled Banner, now their national anthem. Would that tune be heard at the start of every major sporting occasion in the United States if Abderus hadn't been eaten by horses? Such speculations might well drive a person mad. The distraught and maddened Heracles now turned the full force of his wrath on Diomedes, slaughtering his palace guard, snatching up the king, and throwing him to his own horses. The unpleasant taste of their one-time master caused the mares to lose their appetite for human flesh, so that Heracles was able safely to harness them to a chariot and drive them all the way back to Mycenae. Eurystheus, who must surely have been getting used to the disappointment of seeing Heracles return unscathed by now, dedicated the mares to Hera, and bred them for his own thoroughbreds. Later Greeks believed that it was from this line that Alexander the Great's famous mount Bucephalus was descended. 9. The Girdle of Hippolyta. Far to the east, along the banks of the Thermodon, lives the race of Amazons, said Admete, breathless with excitement. Heracles bowed. Eurystheus's daughter was being given a labour of Heracles as a coming-of-age present. "Set him to do anything you want, my darling," Eurystheus had told her. "The more difficult and dangerous, the better. Heracles has had it too easy." Admete had known straight away what she would demand of the hero. Like many young Greek girls, she worshipped this band of strong, independent, and fiercely unapologetic women, and had long dreamed of being an Amazon. "The daughters of Ares and the nymph Harmonia," she told Heracles, "the Amazons dedicate themselves to fighting and to each other." "So I have heard," said Heracles. "Their queen," Admete was flushed with excitement now, "is Hippolyta. Hippolyta the brave, Hippolyta the beautiful, Hippolyta the entirely fierce. No man can conquer her." "That too have I heard." "She wears a belt, a most marvellous jewelled girdle, given her by her father Ares." "I want it!" "Excuse me?" "You are to bring me the girdle of Hippolyta." "And if she would rather keep it?" "Don't toy with my daughter, Heracles. Obey her." So it was that Heracles found himself sailing east towards the land of the Amazons. The fame of these proud female warriors had spread throughout the ancient world. The name Amazon means, or may mean, breastless. And while later artists and sculptors often depicted the women as being either without breasts or single-breasted, it is now thought that the name derived from their matchless skill at archery, in that to draw back a bow to its full extent, the breast has to be tucked out of the way. Riding on horseback, the first warriors in the world to do so, the Amazons had defeated all the tribes they had encountered in battle. When they conquered and subdued a people, they took home the males that they judged would father the best daughters and bred with them. When the men had done their duty by them, they were killed, like the males of many species of spider, mantis, and fish. They put to death any male babies they bore, raising only girls to join their band. If they were accused of cruelty, they pointed out how many girl children around the civilized world were left exposed on mountainsides to die, and how many women were used as childbearing livestock and given no other purpose in life than to serve, please, and obey. By no means did Heracles underestimate the magnitude of the task facing him. But when his ship reached Pontus on the southern coast of the Black Sea, he was surprised to be met by a friendly welcoming party, including Queen Hippolyta herself. The Amazons and their queen were not the only heroic fighters to have achieved a reputation across the ancient world. For more than 8 years, Heracles had uncomplainingly achieved the impossible, and the news of his strength, courage, and fortitude against such stacked and unjust odds had travelled far and wide. He had rid the world of much menace and terror. He had met magic and monstrosity with valour and dignity. Only the churlish or envious could fail to admire him. The Amazons' admiration for valour, dignity, and strength had overcome their instinctive distrust and dislike of men enough to welcome him and his crew with warmth and respect. Heracles and his crew were garlanded with flowers and feasted on the banks of the Thermodon, now the river Terme in northern Turkey. Heracles was deeply attracted by Hippolyta. She had poise, wit, and a natural air of command that was rare in the world. She never raised her voice or seemed to expect attention or adoration, and yet Heracles found himself attending to no one else, and felt closer to veneration for her than for any woman, or indeed man, he had known. She seemed to like him equally. If there was a trace of a smile on her face when she saw that her hands together were nowhere near meeting around the muscles of his upper arm, it was a smile not so much of mockery as of amusement at the freakish wonder of such a specimen living in the world. "This will do it," she said, unbuckling her belt. She was right. Her waist and Heracles' biceps had the same dimensions. Fixing the clasp, she announced that it improved his appearance greatly. That horrible lion's head and pelt, the ugly club, no doubt they're useful for frightening fools and cowards, but a man should never be afraid to show a little colour and sparkle. She smiled again as Heracles examined the jewelled belt around his arm. She noticed that his face was clouded with a frown. "Don't tell me that you are afraid that such a bangle does not consort with your great masculinity. I thought better of you than that." "No, no," said Heracles. "It isn't that." "What then?" "You say that you have heard of the tasks my cousin Eurystheus has set me. All the world knows of the labours of Heracles." "Is that what they call them?" "Even if we allow for some natural exaggeration of your feats, as the tales are passed mouth to ear, it seems you have done miraculous things." "I'm sure most of the stories are nonsense." "Well, is it true that when you carried the Erymanthian boar into Eurystheus's throne room, he was so frightened that he dived headfirst into a stone jar?" Yes, that is true," Heracles conceded. "And that you fed Diomedes to his own horses?" Again Heracles nodded. "So, tell me, great hero, what it is that can trouble you now." "Well, you see, I'm on the 9th of these tasks, these labours, as you call them. That is the reason I am here." Hippolyta stiffened. "I hope it is not to drag Hippolyta in chains before that vile tyrant." No, not that. It's this girdle." He looked down at the belt circling his arm. "His daughter Admete sent me to fetch it. But now that I've met you, I cannot find it in my heart to—" "Oh, is that all?" "It is yours, Heracles. Accept it gladly as my gift to you, one warrior to another." "But it was a gift from your father Ares, the god." "And now it is a gift from your lover, Hippolyta, the woman." "They say that its wearer is invincible in battle. Can this be true?" "I've worn it since I was 14, and I've never been defeated." "Then I have no right." "Please, I insist. Now, let me see if all your dimensions are in proportion." We will leave Heracles and Hippolyta locked together in a fierce embrace in her royal tent on the banks of the Thermodon. You might be thinking that this 9th labour had come all too easily to Heracles. Certainly the goddess Hera believed just that. The hatred she bore him had not diminished over the years. If anything, it grew more intense each time he triumphed over yet another adversity. His popularity enraged her. She had set out to humiliate and destroy him. Instead, there were children and even towns being named after him, and songs being composed about him, praising his strength, courage, and lack of self-pity. She would show the world they had chosen the wrong man to celebrate. In the form of an Amazon warrior, Hera walked the riverbank, sowing confusion, doubt, and distrust. Heracles cannot be trusted. He is here to kidnap our queen. I have heard that even now his men are preparing to take us prisoner, rape us, and sell us as slaves in the markets of Argolis. We should kill him before he gets a chance to destroy us all. In the tent, Heracles sat up, suddenly alert. What is that noise? Just my women celebrating with your crew, no doubt, said Hippolyta sleepily. I can hear horses. Heracles leaned across Hippolyta's prone form and lifted a flap of canvas. Amazons on horseback were firing arrows at his men. A party of them was galloping towards the tent. At once the blood throbbed in his temples, and a red mist closed all around him. The smiles and hospitality had been a trap. Hippolyta had tried to make a fool of him. "Traitor!" he cried. "You deceitful witch!" He took her head in his hands, and with the last raging word he twisted her neck round, so that it snapped like the dry branch of a tree. He snatched up his club and ran out of the tent. He swung and dismounted 3 of the Amazons riding towards him with one sweeping blow. The others saw Hippolyta's belt around his arm, the symbol of her authority and her invincibility. The fight went out of them. Heracles' men, heartened by the sight of their leader with his blood up and roaring like a lion, rallied. In a short time, the banks of the river were littered with the bodies of dead Amazons. Heracles and his men broke the long journey back to Mycenae by putting in at Troy. It was ruled at this time by Laomedon, grandson of the king Tros, who gave Troy and Trojans their names, and the son of King Ilos, who gave the city its other name, Ilium, as in Homer's great epic, the Iliad. Troy was a fine city. The construction of its walls had recently been completed by the gods Apollo and Poseidon. But the greedy, duplicitous, and foolish Laomedon refused to pay them for their work. In revenge, Apollo fired plague arrows into the city, while Poseidon flooded the plain of Ilium and sent a sea monster there to harry and devour such Trojans as tried to escape their disease-ridden city. The priests and oracles of Troy told Laomedon that the only way to save Troy from disease, famine, and disaster was to chain his daughter Hesione, naked to a rock in the floodplain, for the sea monster to feast upon, an identical indignity to that suffered by Andromeda. The image of the helpless damsel tied to a rock, awaiting her fate at the hands of a dragon, is a pervasive one, not just in Greek myth and art. This was the situation when Heracles arrived. He promised to free Hesione if he could have the horses that had been bred from Zeus's gift to Tros. Laomedon agreed, and Heracles promptly killed the monster and rescued Hesione. Once more, Laomedon reneged on a deal. He refused to honor the agreement and give up his horses. There wasn't time for Heracles to put this right. His year was nearly up, and he needed to get to Eurystheus and be sent on his 10th labor. Vowing to return and have his revenge of Laomedon, he made his way back to Mycenae. 10. The Cattle of Geryon. There! Heracles flung the belt at Admete's feet. I hope it brings you luck. Now, mighty king,
My 10th and final quest, if you please." Eurystheus shifted uncomfortably on his throne. He was sure a number of courtiers had tittered at the epithet mighty king. "Very well, Heracles," he said. "You will go to Erythea and bring me back Geryon's cattle, the entire herd." You will remember that when Perseus sliced off the head of the Gorgon Medusa, 2 unborn children from her liaison with Poseidon flew from the gaping wound. One was the flying horse Pegasus, the other Chrysaor, the young man with the golden sword. Chrysaor, by his union with Callirrhoe, the sweet-flowing daughter of the sea titans Oceanus and Tethys, had fathered the 3-headed Geryon, a most terrible monster who fiercely protected an enormous herd of red cattle in the western island of Erythea. Erythea's name means red or reddish, because by the time the sun had travelled that far west, it was close to its red sunset colouring. Some Greek and later Roman writers placed Erythea in the Balearics. Maybe it was Ibiza. Others located it further west. The volcanic island of Madeira is a possibility. Given the presence of the fabled dog Orthrus, perhaps it was one of the Canary Islands. The word canary deriving, of course, not from a bird, but from the Latin canus, meaning dog. Lanzarote would be the best candidate, since the rote in its name means red, though dull, factually obsessed historians will tell you that this is a coincidence. To help Geryon guard this rare and valuable breed, he had the giant Eurytion, a son of Ares, and a ferocious 2-headed dog, brother to Cerberus, called Orthrus. Erythea lay so deep into the unexplored western reaches of the world that to get there Heracles had to go further than he had ever travelled before. He became so hot and bothered while toiling across the Libyan desert that he shouted up in rage at the glaring sun and threatened to shoot Helios down from his chariot with his arrows. Helios may have been of the immortal Titan race, but he still feared the terrible damage Heracles' arrows could do him. "Don't shoot, Heracles, son of Zeus!" he yelled in some panic. "Then help me!" Heracles shouted back. Helios agreed not to fly so close to the land if only the hero promised not to shoot. What's more, to help make the journey westwards easier, he offered to lend Heracles his great cup. Each day Helios would ride his sun chariot from the lands of the distant east, India, most sources are agreed, across the sky, until he settled in the far kingdom of Oceanus. Ireland, Britain, Portugal, there are many theories as to where Oceanus lay. There he would spend the night, reposing in his western palace, before setting out eastwards again in an enormous cup or bowl borne along Oceanus' fast-flowing current. This river of ocean circling the earth returned Helios to his eastern palace, where he could prepare his horses and set out for another day. Heracles gratefully accepted the loan of the cup, a seaworthy bowl in which he sat, knees up, in perfect comfort, zooming towards Erythea. Perhaps Helios's western palace was in Wales, and the bowl-shaped coracles that Welsh fishermen use are descendants of the cup of Helios. At one point, the waters on which Heracles was being carried grew choppy, and he threatened to turn his arrows on Oceanus. I think it is not that Heracles was arrogant in assuming that he could best a god, more that he regarded all living things, divine or mortal, as his equals. In any case, the threat alarmed Oceanus, who, as frightened of those terrible arrows as his nephew Helios had been, quelled the waters.
Heracles arrived on the island of Erythea safe and dry in no time at all. He was welcomed on shore by the savage barking of Orthrus, the two-headed dog. "Orthrus!" cried Heracles, "you, like so many of the world's ugliest creatures, are a son of Typhon and Echidna. Don't you know that the time is up for your kind? I have already killed your sister, the Lernaean Hydra, and your son, the Nemean lion. Now it is your turn to be cleansed from the earth." With a roar from each throat, the creature hurled itself at Heracles, who raised his club and smashed it down on one of the heads. The other turned with a startled yelp to look at its ruined companion, now dangling lifeless from the common neck. Before the second head had time to mourn, the club crashed down, ending the dog's life. The herdsman, Eurytion, heard the commotion and approached, brandishing his own mighty club. "You will pay," he snarled. "I loved that dog." "Then join him!" cried Heracles, loosing an arrow into his throat. The Hydra's venom did its work, and Eurytion was dead before his body hit the ground. Heracles now set about trying to herd the cattle. Before long, Geryon himself lumbered into view. So few mortals ever saw Geryon and lived to tell the tale that reports of his physical appearance are varied. All concurred that this son of Chrysaor and Callirhoe had 3 heads. Most described him as having 3 distinct torsos, too, although one source maintains the 3 heads sprang from a single neck and single torso. Where the disagreement is strongest is in how those torsos were connected to the ground. Some asserted that they tapered into one waist, and that the giant therefore had 1 pair of legs. Others, however, were sure that he had 3 sets. I tend to the 2 legs but 3 torsos and heads variant. What is beyond doubt is that Geryon was huge, tricephalous, and possessed of a vicious temper. "Who dares steal my cattle?" roared the left head. "Heracles dares." "Then Heracles dies," said the middle head. "Slowly and in agony," said the right head. "When you die," Heracles replied, "it will be 3 times more painful than any death that has gone before." So saying, he loosed an arrow right into Geryon's navel. The Hydra poison made its way up each torso, through the 3 necks, and into the 3 heads, scalding and corroding as it went. "It burns! It burns! It burns!" The screams were terrible. Quite how Heracles got the cattle across the sea is not recorded. We must assume he ferried as many as would fit with him in the cup of Helios, shuttling back and forth until the whole herd stood on the North African shore. As a memorial of his great trip, he erected 2 vast pillars of stone, one on the northern, Iberian side of the straits that open from the Mediterranean into the Atlantic, the other on the southern, Moroccan side. To this day, the Pillars of Hercules greet travellers who pass through the straits. The African pillar is called Ceuta. The Iberian is known as the Rock of Gibraltar. It took Heracles an inordinately long time to get the cattle back to Eurystheus. He drove them up through Spain and the Basque country, across southern France and northern Italy, and down the Dalmatian coast, before the welcome mountains and valleys of Greece told him that he was nearing home. But Hera, in her spite, sent down clouds of gadflies, whose painful stings caused the herd to buck, stampede, and scatter
all over mainland Greece. Heracles managed to retrieve most of them, but it was a weary and travel-stained Heracles who led the herd through the gates of Tiryns and into the palace courtyard of King Eurystheus. "Oh, dear me," said Eurystheus, stroking his beard. "Is this all? I had understood that Gerion's herd numbered more than 1,000, and yet even to my untrained eye there seemed to be no more than 500 or 600 here." "It is all that remain," said Heracles. "And now my service to you is over. I have accomplished all that you have asked of me and more. It is time for you to release me from my bondage and allow me to go home a free man, expiated of my crime." Eurystheus gave a vicious crack of laughter. "Oh, no, I don't think so," he said. No, you still owe me 2 more tasks. You said 10 tasks, and 10 tasks have I performed." "Ah, but the second labour," said Eurystheus. "Your nephew Iolaus helped you defeat the Hydra. Without his searing the wounds of each severed head, you would never have succeeded. The agreement was that you would complete each task alone and unaided, so we cannot count the Hydra." "That is outrageous!" Hold that famous temper of yours, Heracles. You know what happened to Megara and your children." Eurystheus was enjoying this. He licked his lips as Heracles relapsed into a shamed silence. "Then there is the matter of those stables in Elis. You asked King Augeas for a reward, did you not?" "Well, yes, but that means you did not perform the duty as a part of your penance to me, but as a hired hand. It cannot possibly count." "He never paid me." "That is beside the point. By demanding payment, you violated the terms of our agreement. Your 10 labours have now become 12. Of course, it had been Hera, through one of her priestesses, who had whispered these cruel technicalities into Eurystheus's ear. Heracles dropped his head. He knew that if he lost his temper and lashed out or stalked away in a sulk, then all the effort and pain of the last 10 years would have been for nothing. The immortality promised him by the Delphic oracle could only be his if he was cleansed of his guilt, and only his coward cousin Eurystheus, this grinning despot, this cruel vessel of Hera, could do it. Immortality as such did not interest him, but as an immortal he could surely go down to the underworld and bring up Megara and his children. "Given the feeble number of cattle you've managed to bring me today, you're lucky I don't make it 3 more, said Eurystheus. "In reality, I should, but luckily for you, I'm triskaidekaphobic. So, if you've finished whining and complaining, I shall name your 11th task. Bring me the golden apples of the Hesperides." 11. The Golden Apples of the Hesperides. The Hesperides, nymphs of the evening, were the 3 beautiful daughters of Nyx, the goddess of night, and Erebus, the god of darkness, who first sprang from formless chaos. It was known that the Hesperides tended a garden in which grew an apple tree, whose golden apples conferred immortality on whomever might be lucky enough to eat one. Gaia herself, the earth goddess and mother of all, had presented some of the fruit to Zeus and Hera for their wedding feast. And now Hera had set another ghastly child of Typhon and Echidna, the 100-headed dragon Ladon, to guard the tree. The overwhelming problem that confronted Heracles was not the dragon coiled round the tree. Such obstacles were incidental to him. It was that no one had the least idea where the Garden of the Hesperides was. Some said far north of the Mediterranean, in the icy realm of the Hyperboreans. Others maintained that it lay to the west of Libya. In northern Europe, Heracles encountered the nymphs of the river Eridanus, perhaps the Rhine, possibly the Danube. Some even maintained that the river flowed in the legendary Cassaterides, the Tin Islands, which probably refer to the British Isles. If Heracles did visit Britain, it is likely that in Cornwall he invented the sport of tug-of-war. The nymphs of Eridanus urged Heracles to seek the advice of Nereus, one of the old men of the sea, a title also given to the minor sea deity Proteus, who shared with Nereus the gifts of prophecy and shape-shifting, hence Protean. Nereus is perhaps most familiar as the progenitor, along with his wife, the Oceanid Doris, of the numerous friendly sea nymphs named Nereids in his honour. "If you can hold on to him, he will tell you all he knows," the nymphs chorused. As with most divinities of water, Nereus was capable of changing his shape at will. His knowledge was immense, and, like all those blessed with the gift of prophecy, he always told the truth, but seldom the whole truth, and even more rarely a clear, uncomplicated, and unvarnished truth. I don't know how long it took Heracles to track Nereus down, but he did locate him at last on some remote shore, curled up asleep on the sand. The moment Heracles laid a hand on his shoulder, Nereus transformed himself into a fat walrus. Heracles hugged him tight. Now Nereus was an otter. Heracles fell to the sand, but still managed to clutch onto him. In rapid succession, he found himself grappling a horseshoe crab, a manatee, a sea cucumber, and a tunny fish. No matter what shape Nereus shifted into, Heracles held fast and refused to let go. At last Nereus gave up and turned himself into a bearded old fisherman, perhaps the closest to his real shape he ever came. "You must circle the mother sea," Nereus said, "until you find the one who calls out your name from a high place. You will help them, and they will help you in return." Not a word more could Heracles get from Nereus, so he relaxed his grip and watched him soar away into the sky as a gliding seagull. Beginning with the coast of Africa, Heracles roamed the outer fringes of the known world, seeking clues. Along the way, being Heracles, he dispatched a number of nuisances. In the lands between today's Morocco and Libya, Tunisia and Algeria, we must suppose, he encountered the half-giant Antaeus, a son of Gaia and Poseidon, whose major amusement in life was to challenge passers-by to wrestling matches. Whoever lost the bout had to die, and Antaeus had raised a temple to his father on the seashore, constructed entirely from the skulls and bones of his innumerable victims. News had reached Heracles that his younger cousin Theseus had defeated King Circean on the road to Athens by using the new art of pancration, which combined the traditional close grappling, chopping, kicking and throwing with feinting, dodging, and the use of the opponent's weight and strength against himself. Heracles was used to sheer muscle, being the only weapon he needed in weaponless fighting, but he had nonetheless trained himself in Theseus's art, and felt that a lumbering bully like Antaeus could present no threat, however fine a fighter he might be. Heracles made his way to the temple and called out his challenge. "Ho! called Antaeus, with a roar of delight. "So I am to be the great one who lives on in history as the champion who defeated and killed the people's hero, Heracles. Let it be so." They stripped down in accordance with custom and faced each other, feet pawing the sand like bulls squaring up to charge. Heracles was the first to move in, body-checking Antaeus, putting him in a choking headlock, then pivoting him over his hips and slamming him down with such force that the ground shook. The force of the throw would have killed or certainly incapacitated most of the opponents Heracles had ever fought. But, to Heracles' surprise, Antaeus leapt up and rushed at him as if nothing had happened. This was strange. For the Greeks, the aim in wrestling was to throw your opponent and pin him to the ground until he submitted. Heracles managed easily to pin Antaeus down again and again. But instead of weakening and submitting, he seemed to grow stronger and stronger each time. Heracles realized that he was the one tiring. He could not understand it. He had the full measure of his opponent. He swept his legs from under him and slammed him to the ground time and time again. Yet when he did, Antaeus merely sprang with renewed vigor as if nothing had happened. It was almost as if... Of course. The truth dawned on Heracles. Antaeus was a son of Gaia. Every time he made contact with the ground, he was able to draw strength from his mother, Earth. Heracles knew what he must do. With a final grunt of effort, he wrapped his arms around Antaeus in a bear hug and, squatting down to let his legs do the final push, lifted him bodily off the ground. He held him high over his head until he felt the strength start to drain from the giant's frame. With a final heave, he snapped his spine and threw him dead on the ground. Gaia's touch could not bring her son back to life. His broad skull, Heracles found, made a fine centerpiece to the pediment of Poseidon's temple. Resuming his journey eastwards, Heracles now encountered Busiris, one of the 50 sons of Aegyptus, who was, if you recall, the grandson of Poseidon and Libya, and the uncle of Andromeda. Heracles' descent from Perseus and Andromeda made Busiris a distant relative. The Greeks felt distaste for the human sacrifices performed by the priests of Osiris, from whom Busiris got his name. In order to put a stop to the vile practice, Heracles allowed himself to be captured and chained up as the next sacrificial victim. As the knife was descending on his chest, he burst his manacles and killed Busiris along with all the priests of his order. Heracles renamed the town of Busiris in honor of the city of his birth, Thebes, which is why, from that moment on, geographers and historians have always needed to distinguish between Thebes, Greece, and Thebes, Egypt. The ruins of Thebes, Egypt, are contained within the cities of Luxor and Karnak. Despite the distraction of such incidental adventures, Heracles never lost sight of his need to locate the Garden of the Hesperides. Obeying the Old Man of the Sea's injunction to circle the Mother Sea, which he correctly took to mean circumnavigate the Mediterranean, Heracles arrived at last in the lands between the Black and Caspian Seas. It was here, when he reached the Caucasus Mountains, that, just as Nereus had prophesied, he was hailed by a voice from high above. "Welcome, Heracles. I have been expecting you."
Heracles looked up and shaded his eyes against the sun. A figure was chained to the rock.
Prometheus?
Who else could it be? Zeus had shackled the Titan to the side of a vast mountain and daily sent an eagle to tear out and devour the Titan's liver. Each night, Prometheus being immortal, the liver grew back, and the following day the torment began anew. Countless generations of the race of men and women had risen, fallen, and risen since their creator and champion had been made to endure these agonies. Heracles knew who this figure chained to the rocks was, of course. Everybody did. But only Heracles dared to raise his bow and shoot down Zeus's avenging eagle as it soared out of the sun towards them. "I can't pretend that I'm sorry to see him go," said Prometheus, watching it plunge to its death. "He was only doing the Sky-Father's bidding, but I have to confess I had learned to hate that bird." It did not take Heracles long to shatter Prometheus's manacles with a blow of his club.
"Thank you, Heracles," said the Titan, rubbing his shins. "You have
no idea how much I have been looking forward to this moment. I'm not sure that my father will be so grateful." "Zeus? Don't be so sure. You are his vessel in the race of men. I've heard of your feats. The voices of birds inform me of the goings-on in the world, and visions come to me in my dreams. I know that you, as your cousin Theseus is doing, are ridding the world of its foulest beasts, its dragons, serpents, and many-headed monsters. Through the work of heroes like you, the gods are clearing the world of the old order of beings." "Why would Zeus want to do that?" "He is as subject to the laws of Ananke as the rest of us. Ananke is the Greek personification of necessity. Like Moros, doom, and Dike, justice, the laws of these beings are more powerful than the will of the gods. To call them personifications is perhaps stretching it a bit. They can be talked about as if they are deities, but in reality they are treated as ineluctable elements of fate." "Zeus knows," continued Prometheus, "that it is necessary for the world to be made safe for humankind to flourish. The day will come when even benign creatures will vanish from mortal sight. The nymphs, fauns, and spirits of the woods, waters, mountains, and seas. They will become no more than rumours. Yes, us Titans, too. Even the gods on high Olympus will fade from man's memory. I see it, yes, but it is yet a distant future. There is more to be done in the meantime. Soon you will be called upon to rescue Zeus and the gods from a great and urgent threat, the threat of the giants, who even now are preparing to rise up and conquer Olympus. It is why you were born." Heracles frowned. "Are you telling me that I am nothing but an instrument of the gods' will? Have I no say myself? Fate, doom, necessity, destiny, these are real, but so are your mind, will, and spirit, Heracles. You can walk away from it all. Find a beautiful companion with whom to spend the rest of your life in peace, tending your flocks, raising children, and living a life of tranquil contemplation, love, and ease. Forget Zeus's plans for you. Forget Hera and Eurystheus. Forget their cruel exploitation of your remorse. You have more than paid. Do it. Go. You are free." I would like such a life. Oh, how I would," said Heracles. "Yet I know
That is not what I was put on this earth to do or be. Not because you or the oracles have told me, but because I feel it. I know what I am capable of. To deny it would be a betrayal. I would end my days hating myself. You see, said Prometheus, it is your fate to be Heracles the hero, burdened with labours, yet it is also your choice. You choose to submit to it. Such is the paradox of living. We willingly accept that we have no will. This was all a touch too profound for Heracles. He saw, but did not see. In this he shared the same bemusement on the subject of free will and destiny that befuddles us all. Yes, well, never mind all that. I have a job to do. Ah, yes, the 11th of these tests that your cousin is setting you. The golden apples. You will not be able to pick them from the tree. No mortal can. My brother Atlas holds up the sky there. That was his punishment for his part in the war of the Titans against the Olympians. You must persuade Atlas to help you. The garden of the Hesperides lies in the far west. You have a long journey ahead of you, plenty of time to dream up a plan of action. Now, the Titan stood and stretched his legs. I think I should go and find Zeus. I shall bow my head and beg his forgiveness. I'm confident that he has softened in his anger against me. He may even realize that he needs me. But you see the future. You know what happens next. I think ahead, I consider, and I imagine. It's not entirely the same thing. Go well, Heracles, and accept my blessing. As Heracles was making his way to the Hesperides, Prometheus turned his feet towards Olympus and Zeus's throne. "Remind me," said Zeus. "Prothemus, Promedes, it's pro-something, I'm sure of it." "Funny," said Prometheus. "Very, very funny. Your betrayal tore my heart out every day. A liver grows back more easily than a heart. I never loved a friend as much as I loved you." "I know that," said Prometheus, "and I'm sorry. Necessity is a hard— Oh, yes, hide behind necessity. I'm not hiding behind anything, Zeus. I'm standing before your throne and offering my services." "Your services? I already have a cup-bearer." Athena had been listening and came forward from behind a rock. "Come on, father. Let's get this over with. Embrace him." There was a silence. Zeus stood up with a sigh. The pair edged towards each other. Prometheus opened his arms. "You've lost weight," said Zeus. "I wonder why. Is that a flash of white I see in that beard of yours?" "The cares of office." "Oh, for heaven's sake," said Athena, "get on with it." "Athena, as ever, is wise," said Prometheus, as the two extricated themselves from an unbearably awkward, unbearably male hug. Never was the phrase, "for heaven's sake," more apt. "The giants are coming. You know they are coming." Zeus nodded. Some say Heracles, as he crossed the Black Sea and Mediterranean, once again sailed in the cup of Helios. Whichever means of travel he chose, he did at last find the garden of the Hesperides. Peering over the wall, he saw the tree with its gleaming crop of golden apples. Around its trunk was coiled the great serpent dragon Ladon. At the sight of a mortal peeping over the wall, it raised its head and hissed. Heracles fired his arrow. The dragon screamed in pain, and the coils slid slowly down the trunk. Another child of Echidna and Typhon lay dead. Heracles climbed over the wall and went to the trees. He found, as Prometheus had warned him, that being mortal, he could not pick the apples. It was not that he lacked the strength. It was that every time he reached out to touch one, it would vanish. After an hour of trying and failing, he left the garden and made towards the coast in search of Atlas. The attempt, said Heracles to himself with a rare stab at wit, was fruitless. He found Atlas hunched, bunched, and straining in the heat of the noonday sun. "Go away, sir! Oh, go away! I hate being stared at!" The sight of that great figure carrying such a burden on his shoulders was worth looking at. You will have seen versions of it in early maps of the world, which took the name of Atlas from him. The sea to the west of him, too, is still known as the Atlantic Ocean in his honour. "I do apologize," said Heracles. "I send greetings from your brother, Prometheus." "Ha!" grunted Atlas. "That fool! He has learned the bitter lesson that to be a friend of Zeus is even more dangerous than to be his enemy. He has told me that you could secure for me the golden apples that grow in the garden of the Hesperides. Go and fetch them yourself, see where it gets you. There was a dragon, but I killed it." "My, aren't you clever? So why haven't you got the apples?" "Every time I tried to pick one, it disappeared." "Ha! That was the Hesperides. They are only visible in the evenings. They are my friends. They come and talk to me. They bathe my brow in the heat of the afternoon. Why should I help you steal from them? What would you do for me in return?" Heracles explained the nature of his quest. "See, if I don't return to Tiryns with those apples for my cousin Eurystheus, I will never be washed clean of my terrible crime, so your assistance would be of the greatest possible value to me. But I can do something for you, too. For generations you have groaned under the weight of the heavens. I could relieve you of that burden while you fetch me the apples. I would have what I need, and you would experience a blessed interlude without the sky bearing down upon you." "You carry the sky? But you're a mortal, a well-muscled one, I grant you," he added, looking Heracles up and down. "Oh, I'm strong enough, I'm sure of it." Atlas considered. "Very well. If you think that you can hold up the heavens without being crushed, come alongside me, and let's give it a try." Heracles had performed many feats of superhuman strength in his time, but nothing to match this. When Atlas transferred the sky to his shoulders, he staggered and fought for balance. "For heaven's sake, man, do you want to cripple yourself? Your legs should take the weight, not your back. Don't you know anything about lifting?" Heracles did as he was told, and let his thighs take the incredible strain. "I've got it!" he gasped. "I've got it!" "Not bad," said Atlas. He straightened himself up and arched his back. Never thought I'd stand upright ever again. All the apples?" "Bring me the apples of the Hesperides. That is what I was told," said Heracles. "So, yes, I suppose, all." "And the dragon is dead?" "Couldn't be deader." "Right. Well, back in a tick." Atlas departed, and Heracles
concentrated on his breathing. Whatever happens, he told himself, I will be able to tell my children that I once carried the sky on my back. When he thought of his children, it was not the scores of sons and daughters he had fathered all round the world over many years which came to mind, but only the 2 that he had killed when under Hera's spell. Having the weight of the heavens on your back, he thought, is nothing like so terrible a burden as having the blood of your children on your hands. What a long time Atlas was taking. Helios passed low overhead, dipping down into the redness of his western palace. Finally, Atlas arrived, carrying a basket crammed with golden apples. "Thank you, Atlas. Thank you. You are good and kind to do this." "Not at all," said Atlas, a crafty look coming into his eye. "It's a pleasure to be of assistance. In fact, I can help you further by going to Tiryns and giving these to your cousin Eurystheus for you myself. It wouldn't be any trouble at all." Heracles knew exactly what was in the Titan's mind. But Heracles, as we have discovered, while not the subtlest man in the world, was far from a fool. He preferred to be direct and uncomplicated in his dealings, but had learned over the years the hard lesson that simulation and deceit can be greater weapons than honest strength and raw courage. "Really?" he said in a tone of grateful excitement. "That would be most marvellously kind. But you will come back?" Of course, Atlas assured him. "I'll deliver the apples to Eurystheus and return directly, without so much as staying a single night at his palace. How's that?" "I can't thank you enough. But, before you go, I really need some padding for my neck. If you just take the weight for a second time, I can fold up my cloak and put it across my shoulders." "Yes, really can chafe around the upper back, can't it?" said Atlas, cheerfully relieving Heracles of the burden. "Even my calluses have got calluses. Wait! Where are you going? Come back! You traitor! Cheat! Liar! I'll kill you! I'll grind you into 1,000 pieces! I'll... It was a full night and day before Heracles no longer heard the roaring, howling, and cursing Titan. Many years later, when the days of the gods were coming to an end, Zeus relented and turned Atlas into the mountains that still bear his name. They shoulder the sky in Morocco to this day. Eurystheus knew that he could not keep the apples. The priestesses of Hera and of Athena all insisted they be returned. They were left in Athena's temple overnight, and in the morning they were gone. Athena herself restored them to the garden of the Hesperides. But desirable golden apples had not yet finished with human history. Meanwhile, an unpleasant smile was curling on Eurystheus's lips as he considered what the 12th and final task should be, the 12th and very final task. Bring me. Now, let me see. Yes, bring me. Eurystheus relished the tense silence that fell over the court as he stretched out his dramatic pause. "Bring me," he said, inspecting his fingernails. "Bring me Cerberus." The gasp from his courtiers exceeded his expectations. Trust Heracles to ruin the moment. "Oh, Cerberus," he said, and if he had added, "Is that all?"
He could hardly have punctured the drama of Eurystheus's big reveal more completely. "Very well. Loose or on a leash?" "Either will suffice," snapped Eurystheus. Then, with a curt flick of the hand, "Nay, out of my sight." 12. Cerberus. In truth, Heracles' insouciance had been a show of bravado. When he heard what Eurystheus was demanding of him, his heart leapt and banged against his ribs like a polecat trapped in a cage. Cerberus, the hound of hell, was yet another of the grotesque abominations bred from the union of Typhon and Echidna. Heracles had killed Cerberus's sister, the Hydra, and brothers, Orthrus and Ladon. Perhaps Cerberus did not know this. Perhaps these monsters felt no affection for their siblings. Heracles did not doubt that he could subdue the savage, three-headed dog, but getting him out of Hades' realm was another matter. The king of the dead would place insuperable obstacles before him. As he trudged away from Eurystheus's palace, a nebulous plan formed in Heracles' mind. If he were safely to leave the underworld with Cerberus, he had better placate Hades. The nearest way to what counted as Hades' heart was through his wife, Persephone. For 6 months of the year, she ruled by his side as queen of the underworld. In the world above, her mother Demeter, the goddess of fertility, mourned the loss of her beloved daughter, and all the growth and life that were Demeter's responsibility and gift to the world slowly withered into the dry death of autumn and the barren chill of winter. When, after 6 months below, Persephone ascended from the realm of the dead, the new life and buds of spring broke out, followed by full, fertile, fecund, fruitful summer, until it was time for Persephone to return to the underworld and for the whole cycle to begin again. Over the years, the Greeks had learned to celebrate this annual rhythm of death and renewal in the ritual known as the Eleusinian Mysteries, a dramatic and ceremonial playing out of the seizing of Persephone by Hades and her descent into his kingdom, the desperate search by Demeter for her daughter, and finally her return to the upper world. Heracles believed that if he were initiated into this ritual, it would endear him to the queen of the underworld, and that through her he might win Hades' permission to lead his favourite pet out into the light of day. The priests, priestesses, and hierophants of Eleusis, led by Eumolpus, the founding celebrant of the order, granted Heracles' request, and duly inducted him into the mysteries of their cult of growth, death, and regrowth. Another version says that Heracles went to Attica for the ceremony and that he needed to be made a citizen of Athens to undergo the ritual. This may be the people of Athens wishing to claim the greatest of all heroes, greater even than their beloved Theseus, as one of their own. But Heracles now journeyed to Cape Tainaron in the Peloponnese, the southernmost point of all Greece, perhaps more familiar nowadays under its other name of Cape Matapan. And there could be found a cave that formed one of the entrances to the underworld. Here Heracles was met by the arch-psychopomp, the chief conductor of dead souls, Hermes himself, who offered to accompany him. No one knew their way about the caverns, passageways, galleries, and halls of Hades better than he. It was on his way to the throne room of Hades and Persephone that Heracles happened upon his cousin Theseus, locked in the chair of forgetfulness, next to his cousin Pirithous. Unlike the other spectral shapes that flitted around, they were not spirits, not incorporeal ghosts, but living men. Muted by the enchantment of Persephone and bound fast by two giant snakes that coiled around them, they held out their hands in a silent plea. Heracles extricated Theseus, who scrambled up to the daylight above, babbling thanks. But when he tried to do the same for Pirithous, the earth beneath them shook. His crime, after all, the attempted abduction of Persephone herself, was too great to allow forgiveness. The disgraceful adventures of Pirithous and Theseus are coming soon. As he progressed deeper into hell's interior, Heracles saw the shade of Medusa. Revolted by her hideous appearance and the writhing of the snakes on her head, he drew his sword. Hermes stayed his hand. She's just a shade, a phantom, and can do no harm to anyone now. Further along, he saw the shade of his old friend Meleager, the prince who had led the Caledonian hunt. Heracles had been one of the few heroes not to take part in that epic adventure, so Meleager told him the tale, how it had resulted in his sad and agonizing end, how his mother, driven mad with rage at his actions, had cast onto the fire the log whose burning through meant his own death. The disturbing fate of Meleager will be revealed when we reach the story of Atalanta. "But your feats of heroism have reached even these sad caverns," said Meleager. "It does my heart good to know that there is one such as you in the world of the living. If I were alive, I would invite you to join your bloodline to my own." "Why not?" said Heracles, greatly moved. "Do you have a sister or daughter I could marry?" "My sister Deianira is a great beauty." "Then, when I am freed of the burden of these labours, I shall take her as my wife," promised Heracles. Meleager smiled a ghostly smile of thanks and floated away. At last, Hermes opened the gates to the throne room and announced to the king and queen of the underworld that they had a visitor. Persephone, flattered by Heracles' pious submission to the Eleusinian mysteries, welcomed her half-brother cordially. Her husband Hades was more grudging. "Why should I give you my dog?" Heracles spread his hands. "Eurystheus has sent me for him, mighty Pluton." Most accounts of the 12th labour use this later name for Hades. Pluton became fused with the Roman Pluto, the god of wealth. Precious metals and precious crops come from under the ground, so it was a natural elision. "But Cerberus, you'll bring him back." "Once I am freed from my servitude, I will undertake to do so. You have my solemn oath." "I don't like it. I don't like it one bit." "No, I can understand that," said Heracles. "Hera feels the same." "What's that?" said Hades, sharply. "Oh, it is Hera who has set me these tasks. She wants me to fail." "Are you saying that if I let you borrow my dog, Hera will be upset?" "Upset? She'll be furious," said Heracles. "Take him, he's yours." "You mean that?" "So long as you promise to bring him back. You'll have to subdue him, of course. You can't use any weapons. Not down here. No sword, no club, none of your famed poison arrows. Is that understood?" Heracles bowed his assent. "Hermes here will take your arms from you, accompany you, and ensure that you do not play foul. You are dismissed." On his way out, Hermes nudged him. "And they say you're an idiot. How did you know the way to get Hades to do something is to tell him Hera would hate it?" "Who says I'm an idiot?" Never mind that. Hand over your weapons and follow me. Hera will be furious. You wait till I tell Zeus. He'll love it. The fight with Cerberus was marvellous to behold. Hermes clapped his hands like an enchanted child and rose up in the air on fluttering heels, so entertained was he by the spectacle of Heracles, his Nemean lion-skin tightly wound about him, groping for a chokehold around the three necks of the savagely furious hound, while all the time its serpent tail reared, spat, and struck, trying to find open skin to pierce with its razor fangs. In the end, Heracles' sheer persistence paid off, and the great hound fell back exhausted. Heracles, who, like many Greek heroes, knew and loved dogs, knelt by his side and whispered in his ear, "You're coming with me, Cerberus. All the children of Echidna and Typhon are gone now, save you, for you have a purpose and a role to play in the great mystery of death. But first I need your help in the world above." Cerberus put out his tongues and pulled a paw across Heracles' arm. "You're ready to come, then? You're tired. I'll carry you." Hermes' amusement turned to astonished admiration when he saw Heracles pick Cerberus up and place him across his shoulders. "With no more effort than if he were a woolen scarf," Hermes said to nobody in particular. When Heracles strode into the throne room with Cerberus padding beside him, Eurystheus had occasion once more to jump into the stone pithos. "Take him back down! Take him back down!" his terrified voice echoed inside the jar. "Really?" said Heracles. "You don't want to say hello? See him do his tricks? Go away!" "Am I free of you? Have I done enough?" "Yes." "Louder, so the whole court can hear." "Yes! Damn you! You're free! You have done all that was asked. I release you." Bestowing a kick to the jar, which must have set Eurystheus's ears ringing for a week, Heracles departed with Cerberus. They said farewell at the gates of hell. They say that where Cerberus's drool fell, aconite grew, the deadly poison sometimes called wolf's bane. "Goodbye, you terrible brute," said Heracles affectionately. "The gods alone know what I shall do now." "No, they don't," said Hermes, stepping forward from the shadows with Heracles' weapons. "It is for you to decide. All our father Zeus knows is that you will do many great things, perhaps even save Olympus." After the Labours, Crimes and Grudges. The first thing Heracles did, freed of his servitude to Eurystheus, was search for a wife. He seems to have forgotten his plan to bring his own wife back from the underworld, and, for the moment also, his promise to seek out Meleaga's sister Deianira as a bride. Word reached him that King Eurytus of Oechalia was holding an archery competition, the winner to claim the hand of his beautiful daughter Iole in marriage. Heracles couldn't have been more pleased. Eurytus was the very man who had taught him how to string a bow and shoot when he was a child, and would make a delightful father-in-law. He entered the competition, and, not using his hydra venom-tipped arrows for once, he easily set about putting up the best scores. When Eurytus saw this, he disbarred Heracles from the competition. "But why?" Heracles was downcast. "I thought you'd be proud of your pupil, and happy to have me as a son-in-law." "After what you did to Megara and your own children?" said Eurytus. "My beloved daughter Iole married to a wife-murderer? An infanticide? Never!"
Eurytus's son, Iphitus, admired Heracles and pleaded with his father on his behalf, but the king would have none of it.
Heracles stormed off, promising to wreak a terrible revenge. He may or may not have taken some of Eurytus's prize cattle with him. Certainly 12 of the herd went missing around that time. Iphitus came to Tiryns to stay with Heracles and negotiate for their return, but under the influence of another of his horrible fits, Heracles hurled the young man to his death from the city walls. The gods punished this crime against Xenia, or guest friendship, by infecting Heracles with a disease. We don't know which gods. It seems a bit direct for Hera, so perhaps it was Zeus, for whom Xenia was sacred. Once again, in search of purification and atonement, Heracles visited King Neleus of Pylos and asked him to perform the necessary rites, as anointed kings had the power to do. Neleus was the brother of King Pelias of Iolcus, and so the father of Alcestis. But Neleus was an old friend of Eurytus. Iphitus had been like a second son to him, and he point-blank refused to cleanse Heracles of the murder. Our hero left Pylos, vowing revenge on Neleus too. Heracles had marked up 2 new grudges. They were added to his old beef, literally, with Augeas, who had refused the promised payment of cattle for sluicing out his filthy stables. Nor had Heracles forgotten how Laomedon of Troy had failed to stump up when he had rescued his daughter Hesione from the sea monster sent by Poseidon. "Eurytus, Neleus, Augeas, and Laomedon," he muttered to himself as he made his way to Delphi. "They will all pay." He knelt before the oracle. "I need to be cleansed. Tell me what I must do." "You are impure," said the priestess, whose name was Xenoclea. An especially apt name, given Heracles' crime against Xenia, or guest friendship. Xenoclea is a name that glorifies the stranger, or guest. "You murdered a guest. We can say nothing to you until you are purified. That's why I've come to you, to tell me how I can be purified." Not a word more would Xenoclea say. At this point, Heracles lost his famous temper and snatched the sacred tripod from her hands. "Damn you!" he yelled. "I'll go and set up my own oracle." Apollo came down from Olympus to restore order to his shrine. But before long, Heracles was snarling at the god and spoiling for a fight. Only Heracles would have dared. Zeus split the pair apart with a thunderbolt. Reluctantly, the half-brothers shook hands. Heracles returned the tripod, and Xenoclea, at Apollo's command, gave Heracles the advice he sought. "The only way you may be cleansed of Iphitus's murder is by entering into slavery," she said. "For 3 years you must serve another, without question. The wages you would have earned will go to Eurytus in compensation for the loss of his son." Would this never end? 12 years he had been in bondage to Eurystheus, and now he was sentenced to another 3? One might say Heracles brought it all upon himself by killing Megara and his children, and hurling the harmless Iphitus over a wall. Equally, one might reply in his defence that he acted under the influence of delusions sent to him by the spiteful Hera, or one might suggest that he was a man born with an illness of some kind that made him susceptible to fits and hallucinations. One could add that his remorse
always drove him to seek honourable expiation. But however disposed one might be to forgive Heracles, one also has to accept that, fits or no fits, delusions or no delusions, remorse or no remorse, he was still capable of nursing the most implacable grudges. This new punishment only strengthened his vengeful resolve. Eurytus, Neleus, Augeas, and Laomedon would all pay. But first, Heracles had to submit to this fresh period of subjugation. Xenoclia's arrangement was that he would become the property of Queen Omphale of Lydia, who had ruled her kingdom alone since the death of her husband, the mountain king Tmolus. Omphale's name might be considered to be related to omphalos, meaning navel. It also can mean button, which plays into the cross-dressing narrative which is just coming up. It also means boss, which is apt enough, but the name had no such double meaning to the Greeks, of course. Tmolus, her husband, was one of the judges in the musical competition between Pan and Apollo, in which Midas made such an ass of himself. Omphale seemed to take a perverse delight in humiliating her new slave. Above all, she enjoyed sporting both the great club and the pelt and head of the Nemean lion that had long been Heracles' signature costume. What's more, she commanded that Heracles was to dress himself only in female attire while in her service. Despite this humiliation, or, who knows, because of it, Heracles fell in love with Omphale, obediently wore women's clothes, and protected the kingdom of Lydia from such brigands and monsters as threatened its peace, and even fathered a son by her. According to Herodotus, the father of history, who lived in the 5th century BC, the descendants of this son, the name is variously given as Agelaus or Lamas, ruled Lydia for 22 generations. The most famous monarch of this dynasty was the 6th century king Croesus, who was as rich as himself. When the 3 years were up, Omphale took the wages Heracles would otherwise have earned for his services and offered them, as instructed by Xenoclia, to Eurytus. He refused them with scorn. "I have lost a son and 12 cattle, and you offer me 3 years' wages?" Free at last to pursue his vendettas, Heracles gathered an army and sailed off to exact his vengeance on the enemy who was nearest at hand, King Laomedon of Troy. Heracles was accompanied by his old friends, the brothers Telamon and Peleus, who had been present when Laomedon had refused to honour his debt to Heracles. They sacked the city and slaughtered the king and all the royal household, save Hesione, who was given to Telamon as a bride. Fine heroes in their own right, Peleus and Telamon also joined Heracles in the quest for the Golden Fleece, as we shall see, but they are now most remembered as the fathers of the 2 mightiest Greek heroes of the Trojan War, Ajax, son of Telamon, and Achilles, son of Peleus. The son of Telamon and Hesione was the legendary bowman Teucer, who fought beside his half-brother Ajax at Troy. Heracles also spared the youngest of Laomedon's sons, Prince Priam, who was left in charge of the smouldering ruins of a once fine city. Some say that it was in revenge for the abduction of his sister Hesione that many years later Priam sent his son Paris to carry off Helen of Sparta, thus sparking the cataclysmic conflict which brought ruin upon both Greeks and Trojans. But that dreadful tale is for another day. Heracles now sailed back to Greece and gathered more allies for the invasion of Augeas's kingdom of Elis.
Augeas got wind of this and mustered his own force under the command of the conjoined twins Eurytus and Teatus. Confusing, but not the same Eurytus whose son Iphitus Heracles threw from the walls of Tiryns. Fused together at the hip they might have been, but their combined strength and divine paternity made them a formidable enemy. They killed Heracles' own brother Iphicles, the beloved twin with whom he had shared the cot to which Hera sent the snakes when they were newborns. This fully roused Heracles into one of the raging furies that turned him into a cyclone of unrelenting savagery. He split Eurytus and Teatus apart with his sword and stamped on their dying bodies. Next he killed Augeas and all his children, save one, the son Phyleus, who had spoken up for Heracles when he had claimed payment for cleansing the stables, and who had paid for his filial disobedience with banishment on the island of Dulichium. Heracles summoned him back from his exile to rule in his dead father's place. It was here, in Elis, that Heracles now established athletic competitions to be held every 4 years in honour of his father Zeus. He called them, after the name of his father's mountain-top abode, the Olympic Games. Heracles next turned his attentions to Neleus of Pylos, who had refused to conduct his propitiation for the murder of Iphitus. He attacked the kingdom, and once again he found and slaughtered all the members of an entire royal house, except one. As in the case of Augeas, there was a single surviving son to take over the throne. Young Prince Nestor had had the good fortune to be away at the time of Heracles' onslaught. He returned to a devastated Pylos that, in time, he built into a peaceful and prosperous kingdom, known to this day as Pylos Nestoras, Navarino to the Italians across the Adriatic Sea. He earned himself a reputation as one of the wisest kings in the history of the Greek world. Nestor was famed not only for his sound judgment, but also, in his later years, for his distinguished service during the quest for the Golden Fleece and as the valued counsellor and brave ally of Agamemnon in the Trojan War. Nestor's father Neleus had been aided in his defence of Pylos by his ally Hippocoon, the king of Sparta. The unrelenting Heracles now attacked this king too. Although such an assault may seem nothing more than a mean-spirited and vindictive temper tantrum, the attack on Sparta was to have consequences that would sound down through history. Heracles killed the king and his sons, installing on the throne his older brother, Tyndareus, the rightful king of Sparta, whom Hippocoon had ousted years earlier. This detail is worth mentioning, since Tyndareus and his wife Leda were to have such a vital part to play in the story of the Trojan War. Without Heracles placing Tyndareus on the throne of Sparta, it is doubtful there ever would have been a Trojan War. It may seem that all Heracles did was go about the place slaying and deposing, but in truth, as I have noted before, he was instrumental not only in clearing the natural world of ancient and savage threats, but also in establishing new regimes and dynasties in the political sphere that were to play crucial roles in Hellenic history. If Cadmus was the founder hero of Thebes and Theseus the founder hero of Athens, Heracles has a claim to be considered the founder hero of Greece. The Giants, a prophecy fulfilled. It began, like many Greek stories, with some cattle rustling. The sun god Helios was jealous of his fine herd of cattle. Their theft by the giant Alcyoneus proved the final provocation, the spark that lit the fuse in what the Greeks were to call the Gigantomachy, the War of the Giants. The giants, you might recall, sprang out of the earth in the earliest times from the blood that poured from the severed genitals of the primordial sky god Uranos. This made them the generation of Gaia, the Gaia Gen, which over time became Gigantes, and in our language, giants. Thus, giant and gigantic really mean earthborn, and have nothing to do with size, despite the way the words are now used and how the giga was taken from gigantic to mean huge. Gaia had heard of Hera's dream, the prophetic vision which forecast the rise of her gigantic children against the Olympian gods and their defeat at the hands of a mortal man. She tirelessly watched the exploits of the human heroes for a sign that the fatal individual had been born and that the moment of the prophecy was nigh. Realizing that the theft of Helios's cattle heralded war, Gaia began to search for a rare medicinal herb that would protect her giants from any harm this human hero might do them. The Greek word for the herb is pharmakon, as in pharmacy and pharmaceutical. Zeus, however, was ahead of her. He told Selene and Helios not to drive their chariots of the moon and sun by night or day, and while the world was plunged into darkness, he gathered the entire store of the herb for himself. The first maneuver over, Zeus summoned the 12 Olympians and Prometheus, with whom he had now reconciled, for a council of war. "We must prepare ourselves for imminent attack," said Zeus. Hera dreamt of this moment. "Athena, go down and bring Heracles to us. We need him now." The violence started when the cattle thief Alcyoneus scaled Olympus, pushed the gods aside, and forced himself on Hera. Heracles arrived in time to pull him off her and shoot him with one of his poisoned arrows. Alcyoneus fell, but raised himself up and rejoined the fray as if nothing had happened. No matter what Heracles did, Alcyoneus seemed always able to recover. Athena pulled Heracles aside. "Alcyoneus draws strength from his native soil. You can never kill him while he is in contact with it." "Ah, I fought someone like that once before," said Heracles, remembering his encounter with the wrestler Antaeus. He hurled Alcyoneus one more time to the ground and dragged him from Greece to Italy. There, at last, the power drained from him, and Heracles buried him under Vesuvius, where he lies grumbling to this day, waiting to burst back up and spew his hot rage over the world of men. Now the other giants began to assail Olympus. How many fought isn't agreed upon. From the large quantity of ceramics, sculptures, relief carvings, and other representations, it seems safe to suggest that there was a more or less equal number of gods and giants in the struggle. The earth all around the Mediterranean shook as Heracles, Prometheus, and the gods fought long and hard to protect Olympus, and especially Hera, whom the giants forced themselves upon one after the other. After Alcyoneus, first Eurymedon, the king of the giants, tried to assault her, then Porphyrion, the purple one. The giants seemed to believe that if they got her with child, the offspring would be their great champion. Or perhaps they more brutishly hoped that her rape would so disgrace the gods that they would surrender in shame. At all events, Heracles saved Hera from wave after wave of attacks, never for a moment
did he think of all the pain and suffering she had visited on him throughout his life. Zeus's thunderbolts, as Hera had foretold, could not blast the giants, but they could at least stun them. As the battle raged, Zeus smote them one by one, and Heracles took advantage of their dazed state to finish them off with his poisoned arrows. When it was all over, the most powerful giant of all, Enceladus, still steaming and smoking with fury, was imprisoned by Athena under Etna. His brothers lay dead. The giants would never rise again. Hera's dream had seen it all. A mortal hero from the line of Perseus would arise to save the gods. Her hatred turned to grateful love, and her enmity to amity. No more would she visit monstrous fits or delusions upon him. Heracles could live the rest of his life free from her curse. The Shirt of Nessus. Exactly as he did at the end of his labours, Heracles now turned his thoughts to marriage. This time he called to mind his encounter in the kingdom of Hades with the shade of Meleager, and the promise he had made to wed his old friend's sister, Deianira. Accordingly, he made his way to Deianira's home of Calydon to win her hand, only to discover that she was being wooed against her will by the river god Achelous. He had presented himself to her in 3 different guises: a bull, a snake, and a creature that was half bull and half man. Achelous might have thought this a seductive courting ritual, and one guaranteed to win a girl's heart, but it filled Deianira with dread and disgust. Next to this shape-shifting river monster, Heracles seemed a sweet, normal, and eligible candidate for marriage, and she welcomed his suit with relief. But to win her, Heracles had first to defeat his rival. Achelous was immortal, of course, so Heracles couldn't kill him, but he easily wrestled him into submission, breaking off one of the god's horns in the process. To get it back, the defeated Achelous offered in exchange the fabled Horn of Plenty, which the Romans called the cornucopia. The young Zeus had accidentally snapped this off the head of his beloved Amalthea, the nanny goat who suckled him during his infancy and childhood on Crete. To compensate, Zeus had magically filled it with food and drink. No matter how many times it was emptied, it always replenished itself. From then on, Heracles carried it in his belt and never went hungry. Marriage to Deianira suited him. He hadn't been happier or calmer since his life with Megara all those years ago in Thebes. They lived together in Calydon and had 4 sons, Hylos, Glenus, Ctesippus, and Onites, and a daughter, Macaria. All would have been harmony and bliss, had not Heracles once again lost his temper with fatal results. One night, at a feast, the cupbearer of his father-in-law Aeneas accidentally spilled wine all down Heracles, and he lashed out at the unfortunate youth, knocking him dead to the ground with one blow of his fist. Despairing at his own clumsiness, Heracles decided to leave Calydon for a spell. Along with Deianira, he headed for Trachis, which was ruled over by his friend Ceyx and his wife Alcyone. It was while they were on their way there that something happened which would, in the end, cause Heracles to die a terrible death. To reach Trachis, Heracles and Deianira had to cross the fast-flowing waters of the river Euinos. As they approached, They saw a centaur in a bright purple shirt standing on the near bank, who kindly offered to ferry Deianira across. Heracles did not recognize him, but he recognized Heracles. For the centaur was Nessus, one of the herd Heracles had attacked while staying in the cave of Pholus on his way to hunt the Erymanthian boar. Nessus and Deianira were halfway over when he attempted to molest her. Heracles heard her cries, saw what was happening, and fired one of his arrows into the centaur's back. The creature staggered through the water to the riverbank and deposited Deianira on the grass. Nessus had evaded the lethal arrows before, but now their poison was spreading through him. Even in his mortal agony, the outlines of a diabolical plan of revenge came to him. He did not admit to Deianira that he knew Heracles. Tender-hearted and compassionate, she was horrified that her husband had reacted so violently. She knelt by Nessus's side, stroking his flanks and begging forgiveness. "No, no," he panted. "It was all my fault. I was just so captivated by your beauty. Your husband was right to punish me. No, listen. If I were married to you, I would never leave your side, but you know what men are like. Take my shirt from me. It is charmed. Keep it with you always. Should the day come when you feel your husband has started to grow weary of you, make him wear it. You will find that his love for you will come flooding back." "Oh, you sweet thing!" cried Deianira, filled with sympathy, and very touched by his compliments. "So little time! Quick, take the shirt." She tenderly removed it from Nessus's back, sodden with blood as it was, folded it up, and was just tucking it into her satchel when Heracles came splashing across the river to join her. He aimed a kick at the dying centaur. "Damn brute, laying hands on you like that!" Deianira and Heracles settled at the court of King Ceyx, but after a year or so, Heracles marched out to Oechalia to settle his final grudge. Despite his happy marriage to Deianira, he had still not forgiven his old archery tutor Eurytus for denying him the right to compete for the hand of his daughter, Iole. An insult was an insult, and had to be paid for. He laid waste to Oechalia, slaughtered Eurytus and all his family, save Iole, whom he decided to keep as a slave. He dragged her off home in triumph to Trachis, along with the rest of his booty. When Deianira caught sight of her, she was overcome with fear and jealousy. "This is the girl he always wanted to wed. She's so much younger and more beautiful than me. What chance do I have?" She thought of the enchanted shirt that Nessus had given her. That was the way to win back Heracles' affection. "Welcome home, my darling," she cried, embracing him fondly. "You won another great battle, I hear?" "Oh, it was nothing really." "I have a present for you, a reward for your famous victory." "Really? What is it?" Heracles loved presents. "Something for you to wear this evening. A shirt." "A shirt? Oh, a shirt. Thank you." Heracles tried to keep the disappointment out of his voice. "I'll send Lycas to your room with it. You promise to come down to dinner wearing it?" "If it pleases you," said Heracles, tickling her under the chin. Women were so funny. The smallest things upset them, and the littlest things gave them pleasure. Half an hour later, Heracles' servant Lycas came to his room, carrying the shirt, and helped him into it. For perhaps 5 or 6 seconds, Heracles felt nothing. Then the skin on his back started to tingle, and he idly scratched it. The tingling turned to fire, and he leapt, twisting and bucking, as he tried to pull the shirt off. But the hydra poison in the dried blood had been reactivated by his body heat and was already beginning to eat into his flesh and bones, burning and corroding as it went. No one had ever heard Heracles scream before. No one who heard him now would ever forget the sound. He lashed out in fury at Lycas, killing him instantly. His son Hylos ran in. "Deianira! Her shirt!" yelled Heracles, tears streaming from his eyes as he stamped and threw himself around the room before staggering out into the garden and running around like a wild animal. Hylos watched in horror as his father, all the while yelling in mortal pain, now started to uproot trees. Heracles' nephew Iolaus and dozens of other friends and followers dashed outside, drawn by the appalling shrieks. They had all seen Heracles lose his temper before. They had witnessed his fits and foaming tantrums. But this was something new. Deianira, too, now rushed from the house and added her own screams. What had she done? The uprooting of the trees seemed to everyone to be a sign of madness, but even in his death agony, Heracles was undertaking a labor. It became apparent that he was constructing a funeral pyre. He clambered on top of it and lay back. "Light it!" he screamed. "Light it!" No one moved. No one wanted to be remembered by history as the one who set fire to Heracles. "I'm begging you!" Finally, Philoctetes, trusted friend and comrade on many adventures, took a torch from its bracket on the wall of the house and stepped forward. "Do it, old friend!" gasped Heracles. Philoctetes was weeping. "If you love me, do it for me. But it's my time. I know it." Philoctetes touched the flames of the torch to the pyre. "Now, quickly," said Heracles. "Take my bow and my arrows." Philoctetes took them and bowed his head. "They are powerful," panted Heracles. "Guard them with your life." He arched his back as another spasm of pain went through him. The flames rose up. "The fire," he whispered as they all came forward to make their farewells, "is not as painful as the poison. In fact, it is a blessed relief. Oh, my friend! Oh, my uncle! Oh, my father! Oh, my husband!" With a shudder and a sigh, the soul fled from Heracles. The great hero was finally at peace, freed from his life of almost unendurable torment and toil. Hylos turned on his mother with a snarl. "You killed him! How could you do it? How?" Deianira ran wailing back into the house and stabbed herself to death. Apotheosis. Zeus remembered his promise and drew the soul of Heracles up to Olympus.
In the Odyssey, Homer places Heracles in Hades, a discrepancy that caused later mythographers to offer confusing and rather unconvincing explanations. His mortal shade went to the underworld, they suggested, while the immortal one rose up to Olympus. There hadn't been a suggestion before this, so far as I know, that anyone could be endowed with two souls, whether they had a divine parent or not. The Greeks, if truth be told, were far too wise to have a consistent eschatology that presumed infallible knowledge of an afterlife. They had noted that no one ever returned from death, and took the sane and sensible view that those who claimed to know what happened to a person after they died were either fools or liars. Thus there was no system to Elysium, Tartarus, Erebus, the fields of Asphodel, and the underworld, nor is there any such consistent lore of the afterlife in either testament of the Bible, come to that. All the threats of hell and punishment and promises of heaven and reward came much, much later in our history. In a touching ceremony, it was clothed in flesh formed from the robes of Hera, once his bitterest enemy, now his loving friend and stepmother, and reborn. Here, amongst gods and goddesses with whom he shared Zeus as a father, Heracles himself achieved immortality and divine status. As a mark of her deep affection, Hera bestowed the hand of her cupbearer, the goddess Hebe, on him as his final and eternal wife. Hebe would be Heracles' half-sister, of course, but that's nothing. Perseus was simultaneously his great-grandfather and half-brother. And at the last, Zeus raised his favourite human son into the firmament as the constellation Hercules, the fifth largest in our night sky. Back down on earth, the sons of Heracles, the Heraclides, eventually raised an army that defeated the tyrannical Eurystheus, who still ruled in Tiryns. Hylos himself hunted down the fleeing king and beheaded him. They seized control of the Argolid before installing Atreus, son of Pelops, on the throne of Mycenae. For a while, a time of peace and prosperity descended upon the Peloponnese. For most Greeks and others across the Mediterranean world, Heracles was the greatest of the heroes, the ne plus ultra, the nonpareil, the paradigm, model and pattern of what a hero should be. The Athenians would come to prefer his kinsman Theseus, who, as we shall see, exhibited not just the strength and valour expected of a great hero, but intelligence, wit, insight, and wisdom, too, qualities that the Athenians, much to the contempt of their neighbours, believed uniquely exemplified their character and culture. Athenian exceptionalism at the height of the classical era was as unpopular with the rest of the world as British exceptionalism in the days of the Raj, or American and Russian exceptionalism are today. Yet Heracles was the strongest man who ever lived. No human, and almost no immortal creature, ever subdued him physically. With uncomplaining patience he bore the trials and catastrophes that were heaped upon him in his turbulent lifetime. With his strength came, as we have seen, a clumsiness, which, allied to his apocalyptic bursts of temper, could cause death or injury to anyone who got in the way. Where others were cunning and clever, he was direct and simple. Where they planned ahead, he blundered in, swinging his club and roaring like a bull. Mostly these shortcomings were more endearing than alienating. He was not, as the duping of Atlas and the manipulation of Hades showed, entirely without that quality of sense,
gumption and practical imagination that the Greeks called nous, he possessed saving graces that more than made up for his exasperating faults. His sympathy for others and willingness to help those in distress was bottomless, as were the sorrow and shame that overcame him when he made mistakes and people got hurt. He proved himself prepared to sacrifice his own happiness for years at a stretch in order to make amends for the usually unintentional harm he caused. His childishness, therefore, was offset by a childlike lack of guile or pretense, as well as a quality that is often overlooked when we catalogue the virtues: fortitude, the capacity to endure without complaint. For all his life he was persecuted, plagued, and tormented by a cruel, malicious, and remorseless deity, pursuing a vendetta which punished him for a crime for which he could be in no way held responsible: his birth. No labour was more Herculean than the labour of being Hercules. In his uncomplaining life of pain and persistence, in his compassion and desire to do the right thing, he showed, as the American classicist and mythographer Edith Hamilton put it, greatness of soul. Heracles may not have possessed the pert agility and charm of Perseus and Bellerophon, the intellect of Oedipus, the talent for leadership of Jason, or the wit and imagination of Theseus, but he had a feeling heart that was stronger and warmer than any of theirs. Bellerophon, the Winged One. The hero Bellerophon was either the son of Glaucus, king of Corinth, or of Poseidon, god of the sea. It is certain that Bellerophon's mother was Eurynome, a special favourite of Athena, who taught her wisdom, wit, and all the arts over which the goddess had dominion. The story of Bellerophon suggests that while he was fit, strong, brave, accomplished, and attractive, he might perhaps have been just a tiny bit spoilt by his doting mother and by Glaucus, who, whether or not Poseidon really was the father, raised the boy as his own son and a true prince of Corinth. Bellerophon grew up aware of the common gossip that whispered how Poseidon had slipped into his mother's bed and begotten him, but he set little store by it. He had never been drawn to the sea, and, in his own estimation, seemed painfully lacking in divine powers. On the other hand, he had a brother, Deliades, and the two were as unlike in character or physical appearance as it was possible to be, which certainly might suggest different paternity. And on the other hand, Bellerophon had always had a way with horses. Horses were very much the province of the god of the sea. At school, Bellerophon had been taught that in the earliest times of the gods, Poseidon created the very first horse as a gift for his sister Demeter. The god had fashioned all kinds of different animals, which he had thrown away before he managed to hit on the perfect creation. The discarded animals, the failures, had been the hippopotamus, the giraffe, the camel, the donkey, and the zebra, each one getting closer to the perfect dimensions, beauty, and balance of the horse. But this, Bellerophon felt as he grew into his teenage years, was a fairy tale for children, as were all the other stories of gods, demigods, nymphs, fauns, and magical beasts with which his head had been filled ever since he had been old enough to walk and talk. All he knew was that Corinth was a big, bustling city and kingdom filled with very real and very mortal men and women, and while there were plenty of priests and priestesses around, he had never witnessed a hint of anything immortal or divine. No gods had ever manifested themselves to him. None of his friends had ever been turned into flowers or blasted with thunderbolts. Around the time of his 14th birthday, stories began to circulate about a winged white horse called Pegasus that had emerged from the throat of the decapitated Medusa and flown to mainland Greece. Sightings of this marvellous creature were reported everywhere, but Bellerophon dismissed them as yet more superstitious fantasies for children. Then some Corinthian citizens began excitedly to claim that Pegasus was actually amongst them, not in the city itself, but just outside. He had been seen by sober witnesses drinking from the fountain at Pyrene, which was not an ornamental feature, but a natural spring bubbling from the ground. Some had even tried to steal up on him and climb on his back, but he was always too alert. Poseidon was a god not just of the wide oceans, but of springs and fountains too. His offspring, Pegasus, after flying free from the severed neck of Medusa, made landfall first on Mount Helicon. He struck his hoof on the ground, and water bubbled up to become the famous Hippocrene, which means horse fountain. Helicon, like Parnassus, was one of the places where the 9 Muses liked to live. To drink from the Hippocrene became a metaphor for poetic inspiration, as in Keats's longing for the true, the blushful Hippocrene in his Ode to a Nightingale. But Pegasus did not linger there. He flew on to Corinthian Pyrene, another place sacred to the Muses. "No harm in going to Pyrene and looking," Bellerophon said to himself. "I mean, it's sure to be some wild pony of the hills, but even so, it might be fun to tame it. I could even make some wings for him and ride him into town. That would stir things up a bit." When he arrived at the fountain of Pyrene, he saw a couple of men hanging about there, but no horse, winged or otherwise. "We frightened it off," said one of the men. "Probably won't be back for a while. Shy as anything, skitters away at the slightest sound." They left Bellerophon to himself. He hunkered down behind a laurel bush and waited. "It's not that I believe there are such things as flying horses. It's just that I'm interested in how these rumours start. There's sure to be an explanation." The sun beat down, and before long Bellerophon had fallen asleep. He was awoken by a soft, snorting sound. Not quite daring to hope, he raised his head and peeped over the bush. Standing with legs slightly splayed, neck down to the water, a white horse stood, plain as day. A winged white horse. There could be no doubt about it. The wings grew smoothly out from the animal's sides. There was no join where a trickster might have glued or tied them. If Bellerophon could just get close enough to nuzzle him and win his confidence. He tiptoed round in a wide circle. Horses have eyes at the sides of their heads, which makes it very difficult to steal up on them unawares. They have ears that twitch backwards and forwards and can pick up the slightest sound. And when they stoop down to drink, both these senses are on the highest alert. Bellerophon hadn't moved 3 paces towards Pegasus before the horse raised his head, shook his mane with a startled whinny, and galloped away. Bellerophon watched open-mouthed as the front hoofs pawed at the air, the wings spread out, and in an instant Pegasus was flying through the air and out of sight. From that moment on, the winged horse became Bellerophon's waking, sleeping, and dreaming obsession. Every spare hour of the day, and through many long nights, he watched him from all kinds of different vantage points and hiding places. He climbed trees in the hope of dropping down on his back, but the horse always smelled him out, He left apples and carrots and hay in little heaps all around the fountain and in a trail leading to one of his hiding places. But Pegasus was too wily for that. Bellerophon once got close enough to touch him, but he bucked and bolted into the air and was darting into the clouds before Bellerophon could leap up and fling himself on his back. All he could do was hope that the shy, nervous creature would in time become accustomed enough to his scent, voice, and presence to learn to trust him. Meanwhile, he determined to stake him out night and day. He would never give up. Bellerophon's mother, Eurynome, noticed the dark rings around his eyes, the yawning and irritability, and took it to mean that her beloved son was pining with unrequited love. She knew better than to tease or quiz a sensitive adolescent on so delicate a subject, so she sent for the priest and seer Polyidus and asked him to have a word, man to man. "It's none of her business," snapped Bellerophon when Polyidus explained his mission. "She wouldn't understand." "No, indeed," said Polyidus. "I, however, do understand." "Oh, of course you do. You're a prophet, so I'm sure you already know everything that's going to happen and everything I'm thinking. There's no need to be rude. Yes, I see much. Sometimes just the shape of things, their outline. I look into your eyes and I see... Yes, I see something like love. It is not a girl, however, nor a boy. No, I see a horse." Bellerophon flushed. "Don't be disgusting. I'm not in love with a horse." "Something like love, I said." "Is it the horse everyone is talking about? The horse called Pegasus?" Bellerophon's reserve broke down at the sound of the name. "Oh, Polyidus, if only I could tame him! I feel we're made for each other, but he won't let me close enough to tell him that I mean him no harm." "Well now, if you really feel the need to ride this horse so keenly—" I do! "Then go to the temple of Athena. Lie down, full length on the floor, close your eyes, and ask the goddess for help." I see the disappointment in your eyes. I know you think I'm a charlatan. Oh, yes, there's no use denying it, you do. But consider this. If I am wrong, what will you have lost by it? You will be able to tell all your friends that Polyidus is an old fraud through and through, just as you suspected. And if I am right, well... Muttering to himself for being such a credulous fool, Bellerophon slouched his way to the temple. He waited until late evening, when the last of the worshippers had left, before going through to the cella, which he found lit by a single flame flickering in a copper bowl, and unoccupied, save for the presence of an ancient, toothless, but clawingly friendly priestess. He pressed silver into her palm and fell to his knees, stretching himself out on the hard stone floor, just as Polyidus had instructed. The thick cloud of incense that the priestess sent billowing through the close confines of the temple stung his throat and nostrils. As he tried to concentrate on his prayer, he found himself choking and coughing. The priestess cackled and sang, and his mind began to swirl like the smoke from the censer, as strange images and sounds filled his head. "Bellerophon! Bellerophon!" came a grave female voice. "Do you really dare ride the son of Poseidon?" "I thought I was the son of Poseidon," Bellerophon said. Whether out loud or not, he could not tell. Was that the shining figure of Athena shimmering before him? "You are my son," came a deeper voice. Now the great bearded face of Poseidon seemed to rise up, dripping with seawater. And so is winged Pegasus. Bellerophon, in the fog of his memory, recalled being told that Poseidon had coupled with Medusa before Athena turned her into a Gorgon. If that was true, then Pegasus would indeed be the offspring of the god. "He is shyer than any horse you have ever handled," said Athena. "Take with you the golden bridle, and he will submit to you." Bellerophon wanted to ask, "What golden bridle?" but he couldn't form the words. "Ride him gently. After all, he is your half-brother," said Poseidon. The god bubbled with laughter as he dropped from sight. "And use your wits," said Athena. "You can't expect to defeat him with strength alone." She laughed too, but the laughter of the gods was really just the screeching cackle of an old woman, and Bellerophon felt himself being shaken roughly awake. "You were drooling, dear, drooling and talking nonsense." He rose to his feet. Unable to think what else to do, he offered the priestess another silver coin. "Bless you, child. Don't forget your bag." He looked down to where she was pointing and saw a sack on the floor. "That's not mine." "Oh, I think it is, dear." As he bent to pick up the sack, he saw a flash of gold inside. He opened it wider. A bridle. A golden bridle. Bellerophon made his way unsteadily past the smiling priestess, out of the temple and into the street. The moon was riding high in the night sky as he made his way to Pyrene. It was true. All true. The gods existed. He, Bellerophon of Corinth, was a son of Poseidon. He would have thought the whole experience in the temple a fantastic hallucination were it not for the jangling and chinking of the golden bridle in the bag that swung by his side as he ran to the hillside. Perhaps the priestess had drugged him, on the orders of Polyidus, perhaps. Could it all have been a trick? It was possible. Yet Bellerophon knew in his heart that this had been real. No fake show, but a genuine theophany, a real manifestation of divinity. And there he was, his white coat silver in the moonlight, cropping the grass. Pegasus. The new-found confidence that possession of the bridle gave Bellerophon seemed immediately to transmit itself to the horse. Skirting around the fountain, he closed softly in, giving a low whistle. Pegasus raised his head, his sides gave a shivering twitch, he scraped the ground with a hoof, but he did not dart away. "I'm here, brother. Just me, breathed Bellerophon, edging closer and closer until he was able to lay a hand on Pegasus's back. The horse stood patiently as he stroked, and then gently pushed the muzzle and the rest of his head into the bridle. It fitted easily and without protest. Bellerophon stayed there a long while without moving, just caressing, patting, clicking his tongue, and letting the creature get used to the feel of the bridle. When he felt the time was right, he swung himself gently onto the horse's back and took up the reins. "Shall we?" Pegasus dipped his head and broke into a trot. The trot became a gallop. Bellerophon leaned forward until he was almost lying on the mane as the great white wings opened and began to beat the air. Half an hour later, they landed with a clatter of hoofs in the courtyard of the royal palace. Bellerophon calmed Pegasus, who became immediately alarmed by the shouts of the guards, and then by the cries of his father Glaucus, his mother Eurynome, and his brother Deliides, who all rushed out with the others to see what the fuss was about. The crowds that came every day to watch Bellerophon ride the white horse through the sky were enormous. When he wasn't riding, Bellerophon kept the bridle with him at all times. No one else could approach Pegasus. He flinched and bolted when anyone but Bellerophon came near. People can accustom themselves to almost anything, and in time the crowds thinned. Everyone, but visitors from other provinces, soon became used to the sight of the boy, the youth, and now the young man astride his flying horse. One day a messenger arrived from King Pittheus of Troezen, a small city-state tucked away in the southeastern corner of the Peloponnese. Bellerophon was cordially invited to stay in the palace to meet the king's daughter, Aethra, with a view to betrothal. Bellerophon flew down on Pegasus, and before long he and the princess had fallen in love. Their engagement delighted King Pittheus, who had long wanted to strengthen Troezen by uniting it with Corinth. It would be easy to envy Bellerophon. He was a handsome prince engaged to a beautiful princess. His parents doted on him. Women swooned at his lithe athleticism and insolent charm. He had a flying horse that he and he alone could ride. How much more in life could anyone want? But the fates delight in preparing nasty surprises for those who ride on top of the world. Bellerophon was no more exempt from their malice and caprice than the rest of us. Bearing false witness. It began as a day like any other. 2 weeks before the wedding in Troezen, Glaucus, Deliides, and Bellerophon went hunting for wild boar in a forest outside Corinth. It was a hunt on foot, so there had been no call for Pegasus. No one quite remembered how disaster struck. Without mentioning it to his brother or father, Deliides had slipped away to relieve himself behind some bushes. Bellerophon heard what sounded to him like the unmistakable sounds of a charging boar, his brother straining at stool, it is to be supposed, and hurled his spear in the direction of the bellowing and snorting noises. A terrible cry was heard, and Deliides staggered out from the bushes, transfixed and mortally wounded by the spear. He died before they could get him home. We must not tire of reminding ourselves that to the Greeks, blood crime, the killing of a relative, was the most serious of all transgressions. Purification could only be performed by oracles and the priestly caste, or by an anointed king. To go without such a purification was to invite pursuit by the Furies. The first consequence of the killing of Deliides was the immediate cancellation of Bellerophon's engagement to Aethra. Next, he was sent from Corinth to Tiryns, in the neighbouring kingdom of Mycenae, to serve out his period of penitence and purification. The ruler, Proetus, was a friend of the family, and by virtue of his mystical kingly powers was able to cleanse Bellerophon of his crime. Proetus had a wife called Sthenobea. The name means strong cow, or if one is feeling kinder, one made strong through their possession of cows. Sthenobea was so excited by the proximity of such a desirable young man that she knocked on his bedroom door one night. Bellerophon opened the door, and he saw her standing there, rushlight in hand, an alluring smile on her face. She was dressed in a sheer silk nightdress that revealed more than it hid. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" she cooed.
No, it would be most improper."
"But impropriety is such fun, Bellerophon," she said, pushing him aside and making for the bed. "Narrow, but plenty of room if one of us is on top of the other, don't you think?" She laid herself down and traced coy little circles on the counterpane. Bellerophon was in agony. "No! Madam, I am a guest in this palace. Proetus has shown me nothing but kindness. To betray him would be the act of a swine." "Ride me, like you ride that horse of yours. You want to, don't you? I can sense that you do." Bellerophon now made a terrible mistake. Of course he would very much have liked to lie down and do lustful things with Stenobia. She was immensely appealing, and he was a young man filled with sap and juice, but to defy the laws of hospitality while still in the process of being cleansed for a blood crime would be unthinkable. He should have said so. Instead, believing that this would solve his predicament, he said, "No. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't like to. I'm not in the least attracted to you, and I'll thank you to leave." At this, Stenobia rose with a hiss and stalked from the room, her cheeks aflame. Never had she been so affronted. Well, she would show that pious little prick. Oh, yes. All night she tossed and turned in an agony of mortification and wounded pride. Proetus was in the habit of snoring terribly, and the royal couple had long enjoyed separate sleeping arrangements. But it was not uncommon for Stenobia to visit her husband in the mornings and talk through their plans for the day. This morning she came in with a bowl of warm goat's milk, stirred with honey. "Ah, bless you, my dear," said Proetus, sitting up and taking a grateful sip. "Fine morning, by the looks of it. I thought I might go hunting with young Bellerophon later on. He's a— Good heavens, how red your eyes are!" As well they ought to have been after being rubbed vigorously with raw onion for a full quarter of an hour. "It's nothing, sniffed Stenobia. "Darling, tell me what it is." "Oh, it's only— No, I can't. I know how much you like him." "Like him? Who?" "Bellerophon." "Has he done something to upset you?" And so it all came tumbling out. Last night he had hammered on her bedroom door, barged his way in, and tried to force himself upon her. It was all Stenobia could do to keep the wild beast off and push him from the room. She was so scared, felt so ashamed, so horribly polluted. This is a not uncommon mythic trope or mytheme. You may remember in the Bible, or the musical, that Potiphar's wife made the same false accusations against Joseph after failing to seduce him. Achilles' father, Peleus, was to suffer similarly at the hands of Astidamea, wife of King Acastus, who in just the same way that Proetus was purifying Bellerophon, was cleansing Peleus of the crime of accidental fratricide at the time. Make of these repetitions what you will. Proetus leapt from his bed and paced the room. He was in a quandary. After blood murder, perhaps the second most serious sin in the Greek world was an infraction of xenia, those laws of hospitality or guest friendship that were especially sacred to the king of the gods himself, Zeus Xenios, protector of guests. Naturally, the young man's repulsive attempt to ravish Stenobia was itself a crime against Xenia, but this did not give Proetus the right to transgress in return. No, he must find another way to avenge the family honour. A few more turns about the room, and he had hit upon the answer. Of course,
he cried. "Darling, I shall send Bellerophon to your father with a sealed letter. That will fit the case perfectly." "What will you say?" Stenobia's eyes shone with malice. "I shall tell him the truth," said Proetus. "Now, let me sit down and write it." Bellerophon awoke later that morning from an uneasy sleep. He could not be sure if it was his duty to report Stenobia's appalling behaviour to her husband, or whether it was best to be tactful and spare their marriage the trouble such a revelation would be certain to stir up. He had settled on the latter course when a page arrived to tell him that the king awaited his pleasure. "Ah, Bellerophon, come in, my boy." Proetus was later to congratulate himself on the warmth and friendliness with which he conducted this meeting. Inwardly, he was seething with rage at the vile effrontery of the monster of debauchery who dared to stand gazing at him with such round and innocent eyes. "It's been a delight having you here. That unfortunate accident in which your brother died, you are, you know, almost wholly cleansed of that now. Any other crimes for which you may feel a twinge of guilt are none of my business, of course." He fixed Bellerophon with a skewering glance, and was not surprised to see the young man's cheeks flush red. Bellerophon, for his part, was writhing inside. Perhaps not telling Proetus about his wife's infidelity was a sin. Perhaps now was the time to speak up. He cleared his throat. "There's something you should know." "Tush, tush! Enough talk. I sent for you to say that I have a message I need delivered to my brother-in-law in Lycia. Thing is, it's rather urgent. Family matter. Needs to be settled." "Lycia?" "Yes, my brother-in-law, Iobates, is king of Lycia. It's a fair way, but with that flying horse of yours you can cover the distance in no time. Besides, you've completed your period of piacular penance, what? Young man of noble birth should visit Ionia and Asia Minor, don't you think? Here's the letter. It also introduces you to Iobates and begs him to treat you with all the hospitality that you deserve." Proetus was pleased with that last remark. It was exactly what the letter did require of Iobates. "Sir, you are more than kind." Bellerophon felt a great surge of relief. This was for the best. Any more nights under the same roof as Zenobia would be awkward. He could leave by chariot at once for Pyrene, bridle Pegasus, and be in Lycia by tomorrow. Proetus and Stenobia waved from the doorway as Bellerophon drove away. "Vile pervert," muttered Proetus. "Good riddance to him." "What a pity," thought Stenobia to herself. "A slim golden body, with a sweet and lovely face to go with it. Such a lovely, firm round behind, too, like a peach. Oh well, can't be helped." In Lycia. Bellerophon landed Pegasus in a sheltered meadow some distance from the city of Xanthus, where the royal palace of Lycia stood. "You must stay there until I return for you," he whispered, hitching him to a tree. "Sorry to tie you up, but it's a long rope. There's a stream if you're thirsty, and plenty of grass to graze on." Neither of them enjoyed the clamour, excitement, and hysteria that the sight of Pegasus engendered. If he got to know and trust Iobates, Bellerophon would introduce them, but long experience of boys who thought it was funny to fire at Pegasus's rump with catapults, and even bows and arrows, and thieves who tried to capture him with nets and snares, had taught him that it was best to be cautious. Bellerophon walked by himself into Xanthus, announced himself at the palace gates, and was shown to the king's private chamber. "Bellerophon, eh?" said Iobates, taking the letter. My son-in-law, Pretus, has written to me about you before. Says you're a fine fellow. That sad business with your brother was clearly an accident. Could have happened to anyone. You're welcome, young man. Very welcome." Iobates put the unopened letter down on his desk. He summoned his palace staff, called for wine, and arranged for a feast to welcome the Corinthian prince. "You do my house honour," Iobates said, raising a cup to his guest. "Sir, you are most kind." You haven't brought that famous flying horse with you, I don't suppose?" Bellerophon laughed. "No, never believed that story myself. The nonsense people will swallow, eh? So, tell me," he said with a nudge, "like to ride mortal horses on solid ground, do you?" 9 days and nights passed, in which Iobates and Bellerophon rode, hunted, drank, and feasted. The king treated the younger man as the son he had never had. He was blessed with 2 daughters. Aside from the fearsome Sthenobia, safely married off to Pretus in Mycenae, there was a younger, unmarried daughter, Philonoe, who still lived in the palace. She very quickly developed a crush on the handsome visitor. Bellerophon's experience with her sister made him very wary of being alone in a room with Philonoe, which Iobates took as the sign of a decent and honourable nature. It was on the 10th day that Iobates, nursing a hangover, decided he really should clear the backlog on his desk. He found the letter from Pretus and unsealed it. He read the one line centred on the single page, with gaping disbelief. "The bearer of this letter tried to rape my wife, your daughter. Kill him." When Homer has Bellerophon's grandson Glaucus tell this story in the Iliad, the letter is actually not written, but composed of symbols or murderous signs, enclosed not in a letter, but a folding tablet. Homer predated paper and alphabets, or at the most coincided with the very beginning of the Phoenician alphabet, but he would have been aware of the Linear B syllabary and other early scripts. The tablets would have been of clay. Iobates stared at the words for some time. He was now in precisely the same quandary that Pretus had been in. Bellerophon was a guest. He had stayed 9 nights under the king's roof. Iobates couldn't contemplate killing a guest. What to do? What to do? Oh, why hadn't he opened that damned letter straight away? An hour or so later, Bellerophon came into the king's chamber, rubbing his face. "Goodness me," he said, "you really are the most incredible host. I can't imagine how much we drank last night. But forgive me, sir, you look distracted." Yes. Iobates tapped the letter on the desk and thought frantically. "Cares of state, you know. We have concerns in the kingdom, great concerns." "Anything I can help with? You've only to say the word." "Well, now that you mention it, yes, of course, the very thing." Iobates cleared his throat. "Did you ever, I wonder," he said casually, "hear tell of the Chimera?" "No, sir. What is it?" "She is a beast, a 2-headed monster. Progeny, it is said, of Typhon and Echidna. She ravages the countryside around Methion, near the border with Caria and Pamphylia. Few who see her live to tell the tale, but word has it that she has the body and head of a lion. A second head, that of a goat, rises from her back. Her tail, some have claimed, is a venomous, lashing serpent." "Surely not." "Well, you know what country people are like, probably exaggerated, but it's certain that the land all about is littered with dead and savaged livestock. Who knows what to think?" "And you'd like me to find this creature and kill it?" Oh, it's too much to ask, too much. You're my guest. Besides, you're just a young man. No, no, no. Sir, I insist that you let me do this for you. Nothing that Iobates could say would dissuade Bellerophon. But only the bravest hero could even get near. You're far too young. With respect, sir, that's nonsense. Besides, forgive me, but I haven't told you the worst part yet. They say— Iobates lowered his voice to a hoarse whisper. They say the Chimera breathes fire. Yes, I've heard it sworn as fact. To go against her would be suicide. Anyone would understand if you backed out. Strangely, these desperate bids to offer the young man a way out seemed only to strengthen his resolve. Outwardly, Iobates shook his head and clicked his tongue in distress. Inwardly, he hugged himself. How cleverly he had played on the young hothead's vanity and pride. There was no possibility that Bellerophon could subdue or slay the Chimera, whose immortal bloodlines made her one of the most terrible monsters ever to have risen from the earth. Bellerophon would most certainly die in the great jets of searing, roasting, devouring flame that the creature belched. Justice for daring to lay hands on Sthenobia, and no stain on me, Iobates told himself, for harming a guest. Altogether, a perfect solution. The king of Lycia helped himself to a fig and smiled. Chimerical reaction. Iobates waved Bellerophon goodbye, his left arm around the weeping Philonoe. Try to put him out of your mind, my dear, he said. There'll be other men in your life, just you wait and see. But none as wonderful as my Bellerophon, sobbed Philonoe. Bellerophon himself set out cheerfully enough. He would slay this chimera, bring its heads and pelt to Iobates, stay a few more weeks in Lycia, and finally return to Corinth to resume his life there as prince and heir. Now that he was cleansed of his accidental fratricide, he would be able to marry Aethra. Life was good. But first he needed to find a competent smith. He had had an idea about how best to tackle the chimera. A short time later, Bellerophon marched into the meadow where he had left Pegasus, a fine new lance, forged to his special instructions, canted over one shoulder. The horse came trotting forward to greet him. "What happened to your tether?" Bellerophon asked in surprise. Pegasus shook his mane and stamped a hoof. The rope lay mangled under his hoofs, chewed in pieces. "You're a cunning one," said Bellerophon, cupping the soft muzzle. "Now, before we fly off, we need to be sure of ourselves. A two-headed, fire-breathing monster with a venomous snake for a tail. Think you're up to it?" Pegasus tossed his head. "I'll take that as a yes." Bellerophon set the lance in its sheath. "Come on, then. Up, up, and away!" Looking down at the landscape around Mythian, Bellerophon could see that much of the land was badly scorched. Deserted villages, fields empty of livestock, and the burnt-out shells of barns and farmhouses all bore witness to catastrophe. Of his monstrous quarry herself he could see no sign. Up! Up! He had never ridden Pegasus so high. It was a cloudless day, but he shivered in the rush of cold air. The land below now took on an intricate, ordered pattern that reminded Bellerophon of barbarian carpets from the east. The jagged coastline came into view, and the green lands of Caria, Phrygia, and Lydia lay beneath him, picked out by a network of glinting threads meandering down from the mountains towards the sea.
Almost certainly a literal meandering. He was over Caria, through which the river Meander, eponym of all wandering streams, still winds its lazy course. He searched the landscape for anything that might betray the presence of the chimera. He saw a mountain from which rose a thin wisp of smoke. He tried to recall his lessons in geography. Mount Taurus? He leaned forward and urged Pegasus down. The fire could be anything, of course, but he was low enough now to see that what had looked like a thin wisp was really a thick cloud. The forest in the foothills was ablaze. A wave of warm air came up as they descended. Men, goats, and deer were running from the flames down to a lake. Wildfires were not uncommon. Bellerophon did not see what he could do to help, and was just about to drive Pegasus back up to resume their high search, when a great stag burst out from the trees below. It was being chased by a lion and... It was just as Iobates had said, a lion's body, with a goat's head sprouting out of the middle of its back. "Down, Pegasus! Down!" Pegasus dived down until Bellerophon could see every detail. The chimera leapt onto the stag, and a flailing ball of antlers, goat horns, lion, and serpent rolled down the hill. The savage horns on the goat's head tore at the stag's flanks. The snake tail darted and jabbed at the underside. The lion's jaws opened and roared fire into the face of the stag, which screamed and fell back, instantly blinded. The claws of the lion ripped the belly open, and its heads dived gorging into the mess of guts that came tumbling out. Pegasus circled lower, and the shadow of horse and rider fell over the scene. The chimera raised a head to look at them. The stag shuddered and jerked as it tried to rise, and, the lion's blood-mottled head still staring up into the sun and sky, the snake tail extended her fangs and stabbed down into its hind quarters to finish it. A jet of flame shot up towards them. Bellerophon yelled at the intense heat and kicked Pegasus upwards. Again the chimera bellowed fire at them, but this time it fell short. "Are you all right?" Bellerophon smelled burnt hair. His own or Pegasus's he could not tell. As they circled higher, he took his bow and notched an arrow. "Steady now, steady." He looked down, took aim, and fired. His arrow struck the neck of the goat just where it grew out from the lion's back. The yellow goat eyes widened, and she let out a shriek of pain. The goat head shook herself, and the arrow dropped free. Bellerophon shot again and kept shooting. Some arrows glanced off, and some pierced the lion flanks of the chimera, who had now worked herself into a bellowing fury. "I'm sorry, but I have to get closer," shouted Bellerophon, pulling out the lance from its sheath. Pegasus circled and swooped till the sun was behind him, and then hurtled down. If the smith had been surprised by Bellerophon's commission, he had not shown it. "A lance, you say, sir?" "That's right, half as long as I am high." "But the tip made of lead?" "Lead." "Very soft is lead. You won't be piercing no armour nor no hide with a spear point of lead." "Nonetheless, that is what I require." "Your money," said the smith. "Makes no difference to me if it's tin or tissue." The chimera saw Pegasus diving out of the sun and reared up, claws thrashing. Bellerophon leaned out as far as he could. The jaws of the monster opened wide to blast one last great ball of fire, and Bellerophon hurled the lance deep into the open mouth and down the tunnel of its throat. A tidal wave of heat burst over them as Pegasus pulled out of the dive at the last minute. He rocketed upwards, almost crashing into the tops of the trees before steadying himself. Bellerophon looked down and saw the monster screaming and bucking. The leaden tip of the lance had instantly melted in the fierce fury of the fire, and molten lead was pouring into her interior. Fatally wounded, she floundered and fell. The goat's head exploded in steam, flame, and blood. The lion's fur was ablaze, and with one last ear-splitting shriek and twitch, the chimera died. Bellerophon landed and dismounted. A foul stench arose from the smoking carcass. Bellerophon cut off the snake tail and the lion's head, mangled and charred as they were. Grisly mementos, but proof of his victory. When he went to mount Pegasus, he saw that the underside of the horse's neck was burned, and the mane singed. "You poor fellow," said Bellerophon. "We'll find you a healer. Think you can make it to Mount Pelion?" Mount Pelion was home of the wise centaur Chiron, master of the healing arts. We'll find out what Bellerophon and Pegasus did there when we come to the story of Jason. Flying too high. Iobates hid his fury well when a cheerful Bellerophon strode into his chamber and dropped a stinking, scorched lion's head and suppurating snake carcass on his desk. Philonoe gasped, "You killed her! Oh, you're so brave!" Bellerophon winked, and her cheeks flared red. Iobates was thinking hard. "That's... good Lord, my, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Come, share a cup of wine with me. You killed her. Her death should bring peace and prosperity back to your kingdom," said Bellerophon, downing his wine with the casual modesty that only arrogance can produce. "Yes, indeed," mused Iobates. "Only, that is... well, oh, it's nothing. Don't tell me there's another monster rampaging about." No, not a monster. We do have a problem with the men of Pisidia. They're descended from Solymus. Heard of him? No? Well, Solymus married his sister Milie, and you know what the offspring of incestuous couplings are like. His descendants, the Solymi, they call themselves, they pay no taxes. They raid neighbouring towns and villages, and word has it, they are even now rising up to revolt against my rule. I've sent platoons and even large companies of soldiers against them, but they've always been ambushed and either kidnapped for ransom or slaughtered. "So you'd like them brought into line," said Bellerophon, with an infuriatingly cocky grin and another wink at the round-eyed Philonoe. "Oh, it's too much to ask, too much." A few days later, a column of Solymi trooped into the palace to bow low and swear allegiance to Iobates forever. They had lost 70 of their finest when Bellerophon and Pegasus descended on their town, and that was enough. Now Iobates urged Bellerophon not to go to war with the Amazons, who were in the habit of raiding Lycia from their fastness in the northeast. Mounted on Pegasus, Bellerophon dropped great boulders on these fierce female warriors until they too pledged themselves by treaty to leave Iobates and his kingdom alone. Next, Bellerophon defeated the pirate Chimarus, having ignored Iobates' entreaties about leaving such a fearsome foe well alone. Chimaris was said to sail a ship with a lion's figurehead for the prow and a serpent for the sternpost, which, taken with the similarity of his name to that of the chimera, both derive from a Greek word for goat, makes one wonder if he wasn't just another version of the monster's story. See the afterword for a discussion of this kind of euhemerism or historical interpretation. News of this exploit against Chimaris reached Iobates ahead of Bellerophon. Desperate to finish off the arrogant youth once and for all, the king now ordered his own citizens to take up arms and kill the pestilential youth as soon as he returned to Xanthus. Arriving at the gates of the palace to see the troops lined up against him and barring entrance to the city, Bellerophon at last understood. All this time Iobates had meant him harm. Without Pegasus, whom he had left behind in his meadow, he was all but defenceless against such numbers. All he could do was pray to his father, Poseidon. Behind Bellerophon, the river Xanthus began to overflow its banks, flooding its plain with water which swept towards the city. Iobates, watching in horror from the tower of his palace, sent men to plead with the hero, but the iron had entered his soul, and he marched grimly on, the waters surging behind him. Finally, the women of Xanthus, desperate to save their homes and families, hoisted their dresses right up and ran towards him. Bellerophon, so bold and self-assured in other ways, was modest, shy, and awkward when it came to sexual matters. At the sight of the women's buttocks, breasts, and bushes, he turned and ran, shocked and hot with shame and embarrassment. The flood waters receded with him, and the city was saved. It was time for Iobates to understand the obvious truth. This hero was protected by the gods. The letter of his son-in-law Proetus made no sense. If Bellerophon had truly tried to rape Sthenobia, surely the gods would have abandoned him. Now Iobates came to think of it, his daughter Sthenobia had always been trouble. Perhaps he had misjudged the boy. A sudden clamour drew him to look down into the courtyard. Bellerophon and Pegasus had landed. The young man dismounted and was now striding towards the king's apartments, sword in hand. When he burst into the chamber, he found Iobates waving a letter at him. "Read this! Read this!" cried the king. Bellerophon snatched the letter and read it. But it was the other way round," he said. "It was she who tried to seduce me." Iobates nodded. "I see that now. Of course I do. Forgive me, my boy. I owe you everything." In the end, it turned out that Bellerophon didn't want to go back to Corinth and marry Aethra, the princess of Troezen. Over the weeks and months he stayed in Xanthus, he had begun to notice how beautiful and sweet-natured young Philonoe was. When the news reached Sthenobia that her sister was to marry Bellerophon, she knew the story of the botched seduction and spiteful, duplicitous revenge would come out. Proetus would hear of it. The whole of the Peloponnese would whisper of it. Unable to bear the shame, Sthenobia hanged herself. Another version says that Bellerophon returned to Tiryns, made a show of forgiving Sthenobia, and offered her a ride on Pegasus. Once they were far out at sea, he pushed her off. Like the chimera itself, Bellerophon's story begins with a glorious and majestic roar, but ends with a sharp serpent's bite. It gives me no pleasure to relate that his youthful cockiness soured over the years into a very unappealing arrogance and vanity. He believed that his divine parentage, his relationship with Pegasus, and the heroic feats he undertook with that magical horse had all raised him to a level greater than that of a mere mortal. One day he mounted Pegasus and rode the winged horse up to Mount Olympus. "The gods will welcome me," he told himself. "I am of their blood. I have always been marked out for greatness." Such hubris was a blasphemy that could not go unpunished. When Zeus saw Bellerophon flying towards the summit, he sent a gadfly to torment Pegasus. The insect's vicious sting maddened the horse, who bucked and reared, throwing Bellerophon. The hero plummeted down through the thin air, smashing his hip on the rocks far below. Pegasus landed on the top of Olympus, and Zeus kept him there as his glamorous pack animal, charged with carrying his thunderbolts. Bellerophon dragged out the rest of his days, shunned by society for his sacrilege, until he died a crippled, embittered, and lonely old man. Few heroes die peacefully in their beds after long lives filled with happiness, but few have had sadder ends than the once glorious Bellerophon. Orpheus. The power to soothe the savage beast. Orpheus was the Mozart of the ancient world. He was more than that. Orpheus was the Cole Porter, the Shakespeare, the Lennon and McCartney, the Adele, Prince, Luciano Pavarotti, Lady Gaga and Kendrick Lamar of the ancient world, the acknowledged, sweet-singing master of words and music. During his lifetime, his fame spread around the Mediterranean and beyond. It was said that his pure voice and matchless playing could charm the beasts of the field, the fishes of the sea, the birds of the air, and even the insensate rocks and waters. Rivers themselves diverted their courses to hear him. Hermes invented the lyre. Apollo improved upon it, but Orpheus perfected it. It is agreed who his mother was, but there is less certainty about his father. Here we come to a theme that repeats in many variations in this age of heroes, that of double parenthood. Calliope, beautiful voice, the muse of epic poetry, was Orpheus's mother by a mortal, the Thracian king Iagrus. But Apollo was believed to be Orpheus's father too, and Orpheus was quite a favourite of the god. In any case, young Orpheus romped with his mother and 8 muse aunts on Mount Parnassus, and it was there that the doting Apollo presented his son with a golden lyre, which he personally taught him to play. Soon the prodigy's skill at the instrument exceeded even that of his father, the god of music. Unlike Marsyas, who may have been his stepbrother, Orpheus did not boast about his prowess, nor did he make the mistake of challenging his divine father to a competition, as Marsyas did. Instead, he spent his days mastering his craft, charming the birds of the air and beasts of the field, causing the branches of the trees to bend down and listen to his lyre, and the fishes to jump and bubble with joy at his soft, seductive strains. His character matched the sweetness of his playing and singing. He played for the love of music, and his songs celebrated the beauty of the world and the glory of love. Orpheus and Eurydice. So great was his fame that when Jason gathered a crew for the Argo and his quest for the Golden Fleece, he knew he had to have Orpheus on board. But more of Jason later. For now, all we need to know is that the gods rewarded Orpheus for his bravery and loyalty in this adventure with the gift of love in the shape of the beautiful Eurydice. As might be imagined, the wedding was quite an affair. All the muses attended. Thalia entertained with comedy sketches. Terpsichore led the dances. Each of the other sisters also delighted the guests with examples of their own particular art. But a strange and uncomfortable incident clouded the happy event in the minds of many who witnessed it. Among the guests was Orpheus's half-brother Hymen, a son of Apollo and the muse Urania. A minor deity of song, he gave us the word hymn. Hymen served as one of the Erotes, the young men in the love god Eros's retinue, with a special responsibility for weddings and the marriage bed. Our words Hymen and hymenal also derive from him. His presence at his half-brother's wedding was natural and a great compliment, but for some reason, jealousy perhaps, Hymen failed to bless the union. The torch he bore spluttered and smoked, causing everyone to cough. The atmosphere was so acrid that even Orpheus was unable to sing with his accustomed sweetness of tone. Hymen soon departed the feast, but the cold unfriendliness of his presence left a taste in the mouth quite as unpleasant as that of the black smoke from his torch. Orpheus and Eurydice, this dark note quite banished from their minds, set up a happy house together in Pimpleia, a small town that nestled in the valley below Olympus, close to the Pierian spring, sacred to the Muses. It was Eurydice's misfortune, though, to catch the eye of Aristeus, a minor god of beekeeping, agriculture, and other country crafts. One afternoon, on her way home from the market, she took a shortcut through a water meadow. In the distance, she could just hear her beloved Orpheus strumming his lyre as he tried out a new and lovely song. Suddenly, Aristeus burst out from behind a poplar tree and bore down upon her. Frightened, she dropped the bread and fruit she was carrying and fled wildly, zigzagging across the fields. Aristeus pursued her, laughing. "Orpheus! Orpheus!" Eurydice cried. Orpheus put down his lyre. Was that his wife's voice? "Help me! Help me!" screamed the voice. Orpheus ran towards the sound. Eurydice wove this way and that, trying to escape the remorseless Aristeus, whose hot breath she could feel on her neck. In her blind panic, she stumbled and fell into a ditch. Aristeus closed in, but by now Orpheus had appeared and was running towards them, shouting. Aristeus knew an angry husband when he saw one and turned away, disappointed. As Orpheus reached the scene, he heard Eurydice cry out again. The ditch into which she had stumbled was the home of an adder, which struck out angrily, sinking its fangs into her heel. Orpheus reached her side in time to see her sink back in mortal agony. He took her in his arms. He breathed into her, sang softly into her ear, begging her to return to him. But the venom of the viper had done its work. Her soul left her body. The cry that escaped from Orpheus struck horror and fear into the whole valley. The Muses heard it. The gods on Olympus heard it. It was the last sound they were to hear from Orpheus for some time. His mourning was as absolute and unwavering as could be. He put his lyre aside. He would never sing again. He would never smile again, compose a lyric again, so much as hum again. What life was left to him would be spent in pain and anguished silence. The town of Pimpleia was given over to lamentation, grieving more over the loss of Orpheus's music than the life of Eurydice, well loved as she had been. The nymphs of the woods, waters, and mountains fell into mourning too. Even the gods of Olympus pined and fretted at the drying up of the music. Apollo went to visit his son. He found him sitting in the porch, gazing out across the very fields where Eurydice had met her end. "Come now," said Apollo. "It's been more than a year. You can't mope like this forever. Watch me. What would persuade you to pick up your lyre again? Only the living presence of my beloved wife." Well, a thoughtful frown appeared on the golden god's smooth brow. "Eurydice is in the underworld. The gates are guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed hound of hell. No one but Heracles has ever penetrated the underworld and returned, and even he didn't come back up with a dead soul. But if anyone can do it, you can. What are you saying? Why not go and get her? You just said no one has ever penetrated the underworld and returned. Ah, but no one has ever had the power you have, Orpheus." "What power?" "The power of music. If anyone could tame Cerberus and charm Charon the ferryman, it is you. If anyone could melt the hearts of Hades and Persephone, it is you. You really think? Have faith in what music can do." Orpheus went into the house and retrieved his lyre from the dusty cupboard into which he had thrust it. "String it with these," said Apollo, plucking from his head 24 golden hairs. Orpheus restrung the lyre and tuned it. Never had it sounded more beautiful. "Now go, and come back with Eurydice." Orpheus in the Underworld. Orpheus travelled all the way from Pimpleia to Cape Tainaron in the Peloponnese, the southernmost point of all Greece, now Cape Matapan, where could be found a cave that formed one of the entrances to the underworld. The path from the cape sloped down, after many mazy turns, to the main gate, guarded by Cerberus, the slavering, shuddering, slobbering, three-headed dog, offspring of the primordial monsters Echidna and Typhon. At the sight of a living mortal daring to enter the halls of hell, Cerberus wagged his serpent tail and drooled in anticipation. Only the dead could pass him, and in order to dwell in peace in the meadow of Asphodel, they would know to bring with them a piece of food with which to placate him. Orpheus had no sop for Cerberus other than his art. Inwardly quaking, but outwardly assured, he brushed the strings of the golden lyre with his fingers and began to sing. At the sound of the song, Cerberus, who had bunched himself up, ready to bound forward and savage this presumptuous mortal, gave a whining gulp and froze in his tracks. His huge eyes rounded, and he began to pant with pleasure and an inner joy that was entirely new to him. He dropped down on his haunches and curled himself on the cold stone of the gateway, like a huntsman's favourite hound dreaming by the fire after a long day in the field. Orpheus's song slowed into a gentle lullaby. Cerberus's 6 ears flopped down, his 6 eyes closed, his 3 tongues passed across his chops with a great slap, and his 3 massive heads dropped into a deep and happy sleep. Even the snake of his tail drooped in peaceful slumber. Orpheus climbed over the snoring form, and still humming his lullaby, he headed along the cold, dark passageway, until his progress was blocked by the black waters of the river Styx. Charon, the ferryman, poled his way towards him from the further bank, where he had just deposited a new soul. He stretched out his hand for payment, but quickly withdrew it when he saw that the young man standing before him was alive. "Hence! Avaunt!" cried Charon in a hoarse whisper. Charon liked to use old-fashioned words like avaunt, nay, and forsooth. He believed they enhanced his dignity. In reply, Orpheus strummed his lyre and began a new song, a song praising the overlooked profession of ferryman, glorifying the unrecognized diligence and industry of one ferryman in particular, Charon, the great Charon, whose central role in the vast mystery of life and death should be celebrated the world over. Never had Charon's ferry skimmed the cold waters of the Styx with such alacrity. Never before had Charon, his skiff now beached, put an arm round a fare and helped them gently to disembark. And for sure, never, not in all eternity, had such a stupid, fatuous smile played over the ferryman's habitually gaunt and unrelenting features. He stood, supporting himself on his pole, his adoring gaze fixed on the person of Orpheus, who, with a final wave and strum of the lyre, was soon swallowed up by the darkness of the passageways that led to the palace of Hades and Persephone. On entering the palace's great hall, Orpheus found himself facing the 3 judges of the underworld, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, enthroned in a grim semicircle. The 3 judges were sons of Zeus, mortal kings famed for the righteousness of their rule, who determined on behalf of Hades the fates of the dead in the underworld. Heracles sensibly avoided them during his visit. The light of Orpheus's living spirit dazzled the judges' eyes. "Sacrilege! Sacrilege! How dare the living invade the realm of the dead? Summon Thanatos, Lord of Death, to suck the insolent soul from his body." Orpheus took up his lyre, and before the last command could be obeyed, the 3 judges were smiling, nodding their heads, and tapping their sandaled toes in time to the intoxicating strains. Their retinue of ghoulish servants, sentries, and attendants had not heard music for so long that they could not remember how to respond to it. Some clutched at the air as if the sounds they heard were butterflies that could be caught in their hands. Some clapped, clumsily at first, but soon in time to the beat of the lyre's chords. An awkward shuffle turned into a rhythmic stamp that became a frenzied dance. Within minutes the whole chamber was alive and echoing with singing, dancing, and cries of joy and laughter. "What is the meaning of this?" At the sight of Hades, king of the underworld, himself, and his pale consort Persephone, the hall fell into an instant and guilty silence. As in a game of musical chairs, they froze to a halt with thuds and skids. Only Orpheus appeared unmoved. Hades curled a beckoning finger.
If you wish to avoid an eternal punishment more excruciating than those of Ixion, Sisyphus, and Tantalus combined, you had better explain yourself, mortal. What possible excuse could you have for this indecent display?
Not an excuse, sir, but a reason, the best and only reason.
A pert reply. And what is this reason?
Love. Hades replied with the barrage of bleak barks that was the closest he came to laughing. My wife Eurydice is here. I must have her back. Must! Persephone stared at him in disbelief. You dare use such a word? My father, Apollo—
We do no favours for Olympians, said Hades. You are mortal, and you have trespassed into the realm of the dead. That is all we need to know.
Perhaps my music may change your mind.
Music? We are immune to its charms here.
I tamed Cerberus. I charmed Charon. I bewitched the judges of the underworld and their retinue. Are you perhaps afraid that my songs might enchant you also? Queen Persephone whispered briefly in her husband's ear. Hades nodded.
Fetch Eurydice, he commanded. One song, he said to Orpheus. You may sing one song. If it fails to delight, the relentless agony of your torture will be the talk and terror of the cosmos till the end of time. If your music moves us, well, we will allow you and your woman to return to the world above.
When Eurydice's spirit floated into the hall and saw Orpheus standing so boldly before the king and queen of the dead, she let out a great cry of joy and wonder. Orpheus saw the shimmering form of her shade and called out to her.
Yes, yes, said Hades testily. Most affecting. Now, your song.
Orpheus took up his lyre and gave a deep breath. Never had an artist asked more of their art. The moment his hands touched the strings, everyone present knew that they were going to hear something entirely new. Nimbly, Orpheus's fingertips flew up and down the strings, causing a cascade of trilling notes so quick and pure that everyone caught their breath. And now, out of the golden ripple, emerged the voice. It asked everyone to think of love. Surely, even here, in the dark caverns of death, love still sat in their souls. Could they remember the first time they felt the sweeping rush of love? Love came to peasants, kings, and even gods. Love made all equal. Love deified, yet love leveled. Persephone's hand tightened around Hades' wrist as she recalled the day his chariot erupted into the meadow where she had been gathering flowers. Hades found himself thinking of the bargain he had struck with Demeter, Persephone's mother, allowing him access to his beloved for 6 whole months in every year. Persephone turned to look at her husband, the man who had taken her by force but kept her by his steadfast love. Only she understood his dark moods and the honest passions that boiled within. He returned her gaze. Could that be a tear she saw welling up in his eye? Orpheus reached the climax of his song to Eros. It wound its way along the passageways and through the chambers, galleries, and hallways of hell, binding all who heard it, the servants of Hades, the emissaries of death, and the souls of the departed, in a spell that took them, for as long as the music played in their ears, far away from the remorseless miseries of their endless captivity, and into a kingdom of light and love.
"Your wish is granted," boomed Hades huskily
as the last notes faded away.
"Your wife may depart."
At his words, Eurydice's shade took on the substance and form of quick and breathing life. She ran into her husband's arms, and they held each other tight. But a frown was forming on Hades' brow. The loss of just one dead soul tormented him. When it came to the spirits doomed to spend eternity in his kingdom, he was a hoarder, a miser of the meanest kind.
"Wait! Wait!"
The moment Eurydice had returned to flesh and blood, Orpheus had stopped playing and singing, and the powerful spell of the music began to weaken its hold. It was a memory, a keen and a beautiful one, but the transcendent mood it engendered, like all the keenest pleasures, vanished like steam the moment the closing notes died away. Hades now regretted bitterly that while imprisoned in the bewitching coils of Orpheus's song, he could have been so weak as to agree to Eurydice's release. How foolish he had been to give his word in front of so many witnesses. He leaned across for a whispered consultation with Persephone. Nodding, with a small smile of triumph, he kissed her cheek and pointed a finger at Orpheus.
"Let go of the woman. Turn and leave us."
"But you said—"
"She will follow. As you make your way to the upper world, she will remain 10 paces behind. But if you turn round to look at her, if you cast so much as the briefest backward glance in her direction, you will lose her. Trust Orpheus the musician. You must show that you honor us and have faith in our word. Now go." Orpheus took Eurydice's face in his hands, kissed her cheek, and turned to leave. "Remember," Persephone called after him, "look back for just one instant, and she will be ours. No matter how many times you return and how many songs you sing, you will have lost her forever." "I won't be far behind. Have faith," said Eurydice. Orpheus reached the door that led to life and freedom. "Faith," replied Orpheus, his eyes fixed resolutely ahead of him. And so he began to make his way along the slowly rising stone corridors and passageways. Hundreds of flitting souls acknowledged him and breathed messages of good luck as he passed. Some alarmed him by begging to be taken to the upper world with him, but Orpheus waved them away and kept resolutely to his course upwards and ever upwards. Gates and doors opened mysteriously before him as he went. To encourage Eurydice, but mostly to reassure himself, he called out continually, "Still there, my darling? Still there? Not tiring? Always 10 paces behind. Trust me. So close now." Indeed, over the last 200 or so paces, Orpheus had become aware of a cool breeze fanning his face and fresh air filling his nostrils. Now he saw light ahead, not the underworld's light of rush torches, pitch lamps, and burning oil, but the pure light of living day.
He quickened his step and pressed forward. So close, so fantastically close. In just 15, 14, 13, 12 steps, they would be free, free to live their lives again as husband and wife, free to have children, to travel the world together. Oh, the places they would visit, the wonders they would see, the songs and poetry and music he would compose. The mouth of the cave opened wide as Orpheus strode on with joy and triumph in his heart. One more step, out of the shadows and into the light. He had done it. He was out in the world. The sun was warming his face, and its light was dazzling his eyes. 10 more steps forward, to be sure, and now he could turn and take his beloved in his arms. But no, 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 and no! Orpheus had not known it, but his last 20 or so steps had accelerated into a run. Eurydice had quickened her own pace to try to match his, but when he turned round, she was still too far behind, still in shadow, still in the realm of the dead. Her eyes, filled with horror and fear, caught his for a second before the light inside her seemed to die, and she was pulled back into the darkness. With a cry of anguish, Orpheus ran into the cave, but she was flying away from him at tremendous speed, no longer flesh and blood, but an immaterial spirit once more. Her unhappy cries echoed as Orpheus ran blindly into the blackness after her. The doors and gateways that had opened to let them leave now slammed shut in his face. He beat his fists against them until they bled, but to no avail. He could no longer hear her cries of despair, only his own. If he had waited just 2 blinks of an eye before turning, they would have been united and free. Just 2 heartbeats. The death of Orpheus. Orpheus's later life was a sad one. After a long second mourning period, he picked up his lyre again and continued to compose, play, and sing for the rest of his life, but he never found a woman to match his Eurydice. Indeed, it is reported in several sources that he turned away from women altogether and lavished what affection he had left on the male youths of Thrace. The Thracian women, the Ciconians, followers of Dionysus, were so enraged at being overlooked that they threw sticks and stones at Orpheus. However, the sticks and stones were so charmed by his music, they just hung in mid-air, refusing to hurt him. At last, the Ciconian women could bear the degradation and insult of being ignored no longer, and in a Bacchic frenzy they tore Orpheus to pieces, pulling off his limbs and wrenching the head from his shoulders. The Greeks even had a word for this Dionysian tearing apart, this frenzied dismemberment. They called it sparagmos. The golden harmonies of Apollo were always an affront to the dark Dionysian dances and dithyrambs. Orpheus's head, still singing, was cast into the river Hebrus, where it floated out into the Aegean. Eventually, it found its way onto the beach at Lesbos. It was taken up by the inhabitants of the island and placed in a cave. For many years, people came from all over to the cave to ask the head of Orpheus questions, and it always sang the most melodious prophecies in reply. At last, Orpheus's father, Apollo, perhaps jealous that the shrine was threatening the supremacy of his own oracle at Delphi, silenced him. His mother Calliope found his golden lyre and carried it heavenwards, where it was placed amongst the stars as the constellation Lyra, which contains Vega, the 5th brightest star in the firmament. His aunts, the 8 other muses, gathered up the fragments of his body and buried them at Libethra, below Mount Olympus, where nightingales still sing over his grave. Finally, at peace, Orpheus's spirit descended once more into the underworld, where he was at last reunited with his beloved Eurydice. Thanks to Offenbach, they still perform a joyful can-can together in the realm of the dead every single day. Jason. The Ram. The voyage of Jason's ship Argo, in the quest for the Golden Fleece, involves backstory, and more backstory. But it's good, juicy backstory, so I hope you will dive in. A lot of names will come at you now, like quills shot from a porcupine, but don't worry, the important ones will stick. We can start with Bisaltes, a founder hero of the Bisalte peoples of Thrace. His mother was the primordial earth goddess Gaia, and his father the sun titan Helios. Bisaltes' beautiful daughter Theophany caught the eye of the sea god Poseidon, who snatched her up and took her to the island of Crynissa, where he turned himself into a ram, and Theophany into a ewe. In the course of time, she gave birth to a beautiful golden ram. Point 1. There now existed in the world a beautiful golden ram of immortal lineage. Ixion, a king of the Lapiths, had once dared to attempt to seduce Hera, the queen of heaven, at a banquet on Mount Olympus. To expose his depravity, Zeus entrapped Ixion by sending to him a living cloud in the exact likeness and form of Hera. The brutish Ixion had leapt all over this cloud, thinking it was the goddess herself. As a punishment for such blasphemous intent, Ixion was bound to a revolving wheel of fire and sent spinning across the heavens and latterly down into the underworld to remain there forever. The cloud took on the name Nephele and went on to marry King Athamas of Boeotia, by whom she had twins, a boy Phrixus and a girl Helle. Point 2. The twins Phrixus and Helle are born to Athamas of Boeotia. In time, Nephele took her place back in the sky as a cloud and as a minor goddess of Xenia, the highly prized principle of hospitality. Athamas looked to take a new wife and chose Ino, one of the daughters of Cadmus, the founding king of Thebes. Ino installed herself in Athamas's palace and, as second wives will, instituted a new regime to banish all memories of her predecessor. Ino came with a reputation as the most caring and nurturing of women. It was she who had suckled her sister Semele's child by Zeus, the infant Dionysus. Her other sisters, Agave and Autonoe, had rejected Semele and paid a terrible price when a grown Dionysus visited Thebes and sent them mad, to tragic effect, the tragic effect that Euripides dramatized in his play The Bacchae, which was one of the best-known examples of Dionysian sparagmos. But Ino had survived, with her life and good name intact, and the world loved her for it. Inside, however, Ino was ambitious, relentless, and cruel. She had taken an instant dislike to her stepchildren, Phrixus and Helle, and decided to get them out of the way. By Athamas she had her own sons, Learchus and Melicertes, and was determined they should rule Boeotia when Athamas died, not Phrixus and Helle. an archetype of the wicked stepmother that was to dominate myth, legend, and fairy tale for ages to come, Ino hatched a formidably malicious and elaborate plan to destroy the twins. First, she persuaded the women of Boeotia to ruin the seed corn in the barns and silos by charring it, so that when their husbands went out to sow in the fields, it would be unable to sprout. As she had hoped, the next year's harvest failed, and famine threatened the kingdom. "Let us send messengers to Delphi, dear husband," said Ino to Athamas, "and find out why this disaster has been visited on us, and what we can do to set it right." "How wise you are, dear wife," said the besotted Athamas. But the messengers sent to Delphi were paid agents of Ino, and the words they claimed now to bring back from the oracle were hers, and hers alone. "My lord king," said the chief messenger, unfurling a roll of parchment, "hearken unto the words of Delphic Apollo. To placate the gods for the sins of the city and the vanities of its citizens, your son Phrixus must be sacrificed." On hearing this, Athamas let out a howl of anguish. He was too distressed to consider how uncharacteristically direct and unambiguous this pronouncement was from an oracle notorious for its equivocations and double meanings. Young Prince Phrixus stepped up. "If my life will save the lives of others, father," he said in a clear, steady voice, "then I go happily to the sacrificial altar." His mother Nephele, high in her palace of clouds, heard this and made ready to intervene. Phrixus, head held aloft, was led to the great sacrificial stone that had stood in the town square for generations. Human sacrifice, especially involving the young, was now looked on as barbaric, an unwanted legacy from the days when gods and men were crueler. But gods and men never lose their cruelty, and the stone remained, just in case. A royal guard stood high on a roof and began to pound his drum. If the youth was to die, better to make a good show of it. The women of Boeotia put scraps of linen to their eyes and made a great display of weeping. Children, who had never known the privilege of witnessing a ritualistic killing of this kind, pressed forward to get a better view. Athamas howled and beat his breast, but the townspeople had all had a surfeit of famine. The words of the oracle were clear, and the sacrifice was required. The high priest, dressed all in white, stepped forward, a ceremonial knife of shining silver in his hand. "Who gives this child to the Lord Zeus?" "No one! No one!" wailed Athamas. "I give myself," said Phrixus stoutly. Young Hele, who had not let go of her brother's hand from the moment he had volunteered himself for the sacrifice, now added her voice. "I die with my brother." Ino almost hugged herself. "Really, this is better than I dared hope," she thought. "No!" cried Athamas. Strong hands took both children and laid them on the sacrificial slab. As the priest raised his knife and held it poised for the strike, a voice called down from the sky. "On his back, Phrixus! Quick, Hele! Hold tight!" Down from the clouds flew a golden ram. It landed on the stone in front of Phrixus and Hele, who, obeying the command of their mother, clutched at the thick fleece and fell forward onto the animal's back. They were taken up into the air before the priest, their guards, Ino, or anyone else had time to react.
In the book of Genesis, you may remember, the patriarch Abraham was tested by God and told to sacrifice his son Isaac. Just as Abraham's knife was descending, God showed him a ram caught in a nearby thicket and told him to kill the animal in place of his son. One version of the story of Iphigenia and Agamemnon, which helped set in motion both the Trojan War and its tragic aftermath, is another example of this mytheme, but it is not yet time to hear that particular tale. Phrixus and Helle gripped the golden fleece as the ram flew east over the narrow straits that separate Europe from Asia. Here, a gust of wind and a sudden swift turn from the ram caused Helle to fall from the ram's back. Phrixus cried out in vain for it to stop. He looked down in horror and saw his sister plummet to her death in the waters of the straits, which the Greeks were to call in her honour the Hellespont, or Sea of Helle. Today the straits are known as the Dardanelles, which is another name derived from a figure of Greek myth, in this case Dardanus, son of Zeus and Electra, one of the 7 heavenly sisters known as the Pleiades. Dardanus was the father of Tros, the founder of Troy. It is because of him that Homer sometimes refers to the Trojans as Dardanians. A distraught Phrixus wept bitter tears into the fleece as the golden ram flew further east, towards the Propontis, or Sea of Marmara, and over the Bosphorus, until they saw the glittering waters of the great inland sea that we call today the Black Sea, but which for the Greeks presaged the outer limits of what was civilized and Grecian. Beyond its shores lay strangers, barbarians, and the deranged denizens of the eastern edge of the world, so it was known to them as the unfriendly sea, the hostile sea, the sea of enmity, Axenos in Greek. Latterly, the Greeks gave it the wistfully optimistic name Euxinos, the Euxine Sea, which means hospitable. In the same way, the Cape of Torments had its name changed to the Cape of Good Hope by Portuguese navigators in the late 15th century. As they passed the Caucasus Mountains, Phrixus could make out the naked, sunburnt form of Prometheus, manacled and spread out on the rock. The shadow of an eagle passed over it. Phrixus knew it was on its way to feast on Prometheus's liver, a torture the Titan endured every day. This backstory takes place before Heracles frees Prometheus, of course. On the far eastern shores of the Black Sea lay a kingdom of some wealth and size. This kingdom, which we would call today a province of the Republic of Georgia, was known in those days as Colchis. Its king was Aeetes, a son of Helios, the sun titan, and an Oceanid called Perseus. He ruled from the capital, Aia. If Aeetes was astonished to see a golden ram land in front of his palace and a youth step down off its back, he was too cautious and politic to say so. Mindful of the rules of hospitality, he invited Phrixus to dine with him. Phrixus, grateful for the honour, sacrificed the ram to Zeus and presented Aeetes with its golden fleece. It seems hard on so amiable and obliging an animal, but with death came the ultimate compliment. Zeus, pleased with the sacrifice, raised the noble creature to the stars as Ares, the ram. The golden fleece was a most precious gift. Aeetes hung it on the branches of an oak that stood in a grove sacred to Ares, the god of war. Aeetes had, somewhere about the palace grounds, a huge serpent, yet another child of Typhon and Echidna, or, according to Apollonius Rhodus, of Gaia and Typhon. This serpent was terrible to look at, and endowed with the special gift of never closing its eyes.
This was set to guard the oak and its valuable burden. At some point, Phrixus married Chalciope, one of Aeetes' daughters, and all was well in Colchis. Meanwhile, back in Boeotia, we left Athamas and Ino staring up at the sky as a golden ram with Phrixus and Hele on board disappeared into the clouds. It was not long before Athamas came to understand that the whole crop failure, famine, oracle, human sacrifice affair had been a ruse devised in the evil mind of his wife. In a frenzy, he lashed out and killed his son by her, Learchus. Ino fled with the other boy, Melicertes, but Athamas cornered them, and in her despair, Ino threw herself and Melicertes over the cliffs and into the sea. Dionysus, ever mindful of his foster mother's kindness to him, did not let her drown, but instead transformed her into the immortal Leucothea, the white goddess of the sea. Melicertes became Palemon, a dolphin-riding deity and guardian of ships. Athamas's life had not been a happy one, but we can see how it led, indirectly, through Nephele's intercession to save their twins, to the hanging of the golden fleece on the oak in the grove of Ares in Colchis on the far shores of the black, unfriendly sea, also called the Euxine Sea. I should say that all of the above is really backstory to the main backstory, whose narrative strands I will now try to separate here. Even setting aside the marriages of Athamas, his family was notorious. He had 3 quarrelsome and villainous brothers. One brother, Sisyphus, was soon to be doomed to push his boulder uphill for eternity, as punishment for his many crimes and blasphemies. Another brother, Salmoneus, tried to pass himself off as a god of thunder and storms, and was blasted to atoms by Zeus for his impertinence. Just to make matters even more complicated, Salmoneus's daughter Tyro married and had children by each of her uncles, with Athamas himself, with Sisyphus, and with Cretheus, the 3rd brother. Tyro's eldest son by Cretheus was Aeson, but she also had 2 sons by Poseidon, Peleus and Neleus. I pause to remind you that I am aware of how complicated and forgettable such divagations into the family tree may be, but they are relevant to the main line of our story. You mustn't feel obliged to memorize these names and relationships. It's enough to get a sense of what all this portends. Cretheus ruled over Iolcos, a city in Aeolia, the northeastern region of mainland Greece that included Larissa and Phere. Therefore, Aeson, his son by his niece Tyro, was the rightful heir and would succeed to the throne when Cretheus died. But Aeson's half-brothers, Peleus and Neleus, believed that they, as sons of Tyro and the great Olympian god Poseidon, had a claim not just to Iolcos, but to all of Greater Aeolia. Accordingly, the moment Cretheus died, they besieged Iolcos. Aeson and his wife Alcimede, fearing that the city was lost, managed to smuggle out their firstborn child, Jason. Alcimede was friendly with the centaur Chiron, and it was he who received and raised the boy. Shortly after, Peleus broke into the city and slaughtered every man, woman, or child connected by blood to the throne, all but Aeson and Alcimede, whom he threw in prison. While in captivity, the couple had another son, Promachus. It is worth mentioning, too, that Peleus's and Neleus's mother, Tyro, had been mistreated by Sidero, Cretheus's 2nd wife. Peleus and Neleus ran Sidero down to a temple in whose precincts they killed her. This proved to be a disastrous mistake, for the temple was dedicated to Hera. The Queen of Heaven, outraged at such desecration, swore instant enmity against these two sons of Poseidon. Of all the gods to make an enemy, Hera was the most dangerous and implacable. So, there we have it. A golden fleece far to the east. Iolcos and Aeolia in the grip of the tyrannical and murderous Pelias, who rules the region cruelly but with a resolute grip that no rebel can hope to loosen. In fact, as we find today, rebellions from the outside nearly always fail. Familial quarrelling, dynastic feuding, party disunity, the palace coup, and the stab in the back, these are what dislodge regimes and topple tyrants. Pelias knows this, and is haunted by just enough suspicion and despotic paranoia to consult an oracle on the security of his throne. One of your own blood will end the life of Pelias. Beware the man who comes from the country wearing but one sandal. Was that two people, or one? If a man of his own blood would kill him, who could this single-sandaled rustic be? Did they know each other? Were they both blood relations? Were they one and the same? Why couldn't oracles ever be straight? It really was too tiresome. Meanwhile, on the slopes of Mount Pelion, towering over Iolcos, the rightful heir to the city, Jason, is being tutored by the wise and clever Chiron. Return to Iolcos. Some years earlier, when Apollo's son Asclepius had been his pupil, Chiron had detected in him preternatural skill in science and the healing arts, which led to the mortal, under Chiron's tutelage, rising to become the foremost practitioner and theorist of medicine in the Greek world, and would later bring about his elevation to divine status. Although Chiron perceived little of such potential in Jason, he gave him a thorough grounding in medical and herbal theory, knowledge and practice nonetheless. Mostly he saw in the child, and the young man he became, boundless courage, athleticism, intelligence, and ambition. He saw, too, lots of words beginning with self, which gave him pause: self-belief, self-possession, self-righteousness, self-confidence, self-love. Perhaps these characteristics are as necessary to a hero as courage. So Jason began to grow up. He knew the story of his father's imprisonment at the hands of the usurper Pelias, but he was prepared to bide his time before setting out to avenge the injustice and claim the throne of Iolcos. One of the many virtues he learnt at the feet of the noble Chiron was patience. It might have been that any inward ambition to become a great hero was kindled by an unexpected visit from the hero Bellerophon, who landed one day outside Chiron's cave on the back of a flying horse. "Chiron, you are famed around the world for your mastery of the healing arts. You are half horse yourself. Who better to help my poor friend?" Pegasus, immortal but not immune from harm, had been badly burned around the neck and mane during Bellerophon's fight with the Chimera. While Chiron set about smearing a medicinal paste on the wounds, Bellerophon related his adventures to a spellbound young Jason. Chiron was amused by Jason's round-eyed wonder, but before Bellerophon left with a restored Pegasus, the centaur could not resist a lecture. "You are pleased with what you have done, Master Bellerophon?"
he said. "Certainly you have been brave and resourceful, but I hope you understand enough of the ways of the fates and of the gods to know that only darkness and despair awaits those who believe that their achievements are theirs, and theirs alone. Pay proper homage to the gods who helped you, and the immortal horse, without whom you would be just another insignificant little prince." Bellerophon laughed and exchanged an eye-rolling shrug with Jason, who giggled. Chiron shook his head as they waved Bellerophon and Pegasus off on their way back to King Iobates and the resumption of their adventures. "It is the fate of the young never to learn," the centaur sighed. "I suppose it is arrogance and unwavering self-belief that propels them to their triumphs, just as surely as it is arrogance and unwavering self-belief that unseats them and sends them plummeting to their ends." Jason hadn't heard. He was watching Bellerophon and Pegasus disappear into a small dot in the distant sky. Chiron clapped his hands in front of the boy's eyes. "You're in a trance! Wake up and tell me, which herbs did I use in the poultice I applied to Pegasus? What was the juice I added to make the paste heat up, ferment, and fizz?" And so the years passed, with Jason learning as much as he could while dreaming all the time of a heroic future. It would be too much to expect that he could ever be in possession of a flying horse, but he would find something, some symbol, some animal, some object, which would grant him everlasting fame. Soon, too soon in Chiron's view, Jason had grown to be a fit, strong, tall and handsome young man, ready to leave Chiron's cave on Mount Pelion and make his way down to Iolcos. "Remember," cautioned the centaur, "modesty, observance of the gods. In a fight, do not do what you want to do, but what you judge your enemy least wants you to. You cannot control others if you cannot control yourself. Those who most understand their own limitations have the fewest. A leader is one who—" and on, precept after precept, warning after warning. Jason nodded and pretended to take in every word. For psychological effect, to draw attention to and accentuate the physique he had built up over years of training, he had dressed himself in a leopard skin. With his long golden hair, tanned musculature, and burning eyes, he would present a fierce and fascinating figure to the strangers he encountered on the way. "Don't worry, old friend," he said, embracing Chiron. "I'll make you proud." "You'll make me proud," Chiron called after him, tears running down his cheeks, "if you don't make yourself proud." Not long on his journey, Jason came to a fast-flowing river, the Anorus. On its banks stood a frail old woman, bent double by age, uncertain how to cross without being swept away. "Hello there. Let me carry you across, and don't you worry about a thing, dear mother," said Jason, not meaning to sound patronizing, but managing to nonetheless. Too kind," wheezed the old woman, who leapt with surprising agility onto Jason's back, her fingernails digging hard into his flesh. Jason waded into the torrent, the old lady chatting into his ear and pinching his skin as she held on. The sharp pain of her grip at one point caused Jason to stumble. He caught a foot between two stones and nearly fell over. When he reached the other side and was able to deposit his garrulous burden, he realized that he was missing one of his sandals. He looked back and saw it wedged in the rocks where his foot had been stuck. He made to retrieve it, but the old lady was pawing at him. "Thank you, young man, thank you. How kind! I bless you, I bless you." Jason watched the sandal loosen itself and float away on the strong current. But when he glanced down to acknowledge the woman's gratitude, he was surprised to see that she had disappeared. Extraordinarily fleet of foot for such a frail little thing, he thought to himself. We should have guessed straight away that this was no frail little thing, but Hera in one of her favourite disguises. The Queen of Heaven knew very well that Jason was journeying to Iolcos to wrest the kingdom from his uncle, the same Pelias who had so outrageously and unforgivably desecrated one of her temples. Hera wanted to be sure that the enemy of her enemy was worthy of her support and protection. His uncomplaining courtesy at the river confirmed that he was. The same Hera that strove every step of the way to hamper and torment Heracles would strive every step of the way to guide and favour Jason. The motive, so typical of Hera, was not love of Jason, but hatred of Pelias. When the people of Iolcos saw the mesmerizing figure of Jason with his leopard skin, rippling hair, and bulging muscles stride into the marketplace, they knew at once that here was somebody who should be paid attention to. Palace messengers ran to find their lord and king Pelias, who never took kindly to being anything other than the very first to hear important news. He was seated at a map table in his great hall, planning games to be held in honour of his father, Poseidon. "Stranger," he said. "What kind of stranger? Describe him." "Come in from the country, he has," said one herald. "His hair is gold, my lord king," said another. "And long, right down his back," sighed a third. "He wears the skin of a lion, or actually it's a leopard, not lion. Oh, no, pretty sure it's lion. You can see the spots. Markings, yes, but I wouldn't call them spots. Lions have—" "Thank you," Pelias cut in. "This stranger is wearing the pelt of some large cat. Good. Is there anything else?" "Could just as easily be lynx, or bobcat, maybe." "A bobcat is a lynx." "Really? I thought they were different." "Enough!" Pelias smashed a fist down on the table. "Is he tall, short, dark, fair, what?" "Fair. Tall, very tall, and he walks with a limp." "Well, I wouldn't call it a limp exactly," said the second herald. "He's lame, man," countered the first. "Yes, but that's because, if you noticed, he's only got one sandal, so naturally he's going to list to the side a bit." "What did you say?" "Well, my lord, just that it's more of a list to one side than a full-blown limp. Yes, your majesty, I'd call it maybe a mild hobble." Pelias grabbed the second herald by the throat. "Did you just say that he was wearing one sandal?" "Yes, sire," gasped the herald, going purple in the face. Pelias let go of him and looked at the others. "You all saw this?" They nodded. Fear gripped Pelias's heart. The stranger from the country with one sandal. What could he do? To attack or imprison a visitor would be to defy the laws of hospitality, sacred to Zeus and Nephele. Nephele. The thought of her name awoke an idea in Pelias's brain. He strode out to the marketplace, where he found Jason drinking at a fountain, surrounded by a crowd of admiring children. Yes, there could be no doubt. The man's left foot was unshod, naked, as bare as truth. "Welcome, stranger," Pelias managed to say, in what he hoped was an amiable yet suitably grand manner. "What brings you to our kingdom?" "It is indeed our kingdom, uncle," was Jason's bold reply. He had decided to be forthright from the first in his approach to Pelias. "Uncle?" Pelias had many brothers, sisters, nephews, nieces, and cousins, thanks to his mother Tyro's multiple marriages. But the use of the word from this single-sandaled stranger struck dread into his heart. The oracle had warned him to beware not just of a man with one sandal, but also of a kinsman, a man of his own blood. "Yes, Pelias, son of Tyro," said Jason. "I am Jason. My father is Aeson, son of Tyro and of Cretheus, the former king of Iolcos. Aeson is the rightful ruler of this kingdom. I have come to claim our inheritance. What you have gained from your years of usurpation, you may keep. All the cattle, treasure, buildings, and land are yours. But from now on, the kingdom is mine, and you must release my parents from their imprisonment." "Ah!" said Pelias, grasping Jason by the shoulders. "Welcome, nephew. You come at just the right time." "I do?" "This land is yours by right, Jason. Of course it is. I have been ruling in your place, but will happily step aside now that you are here, only—" He broke off in some confusion. "Only what?" demanded Jason. "Only that this land is cursed." "Cursed? Oh, yes, quite cursed. Isn't that so, people?" Those citizens of Iolcos who had crowded around to see more of the impressive and strikingly dressed stranger knew very well how to interpret the wishes of Pelias. If he wanted them to agree with what he was saying, they had better agree, and wholeheartedly. Neither by word nor sign did they betray their complete ignorance of any such curse. Instead, they nodded their heads decisively and threw in vigorous words of agreement. "Oh, yes, cursed, terrible curse, curse on the land, a blight, a curse, on the land, all over it more like. But what kind of curse?" asked Jason. "Ah, well," Pelias had never felt so inspired. A perfect plan was forming in his mind. You know of my nephew, your cousin, Phrixus, son of your uncle Athamas and the cloud goddess Nephele. Who has not heard of Phrixus? He died not long ago in far Colchis. Since that moment a curse has descended upon us. "Upon our land," said one citizen. "Blighting and cursing and blighting our land," muttered another. "But why?" Jason asked. "I wanted to know the answer to that same question," said Pelias, "and so I consulted the oracle. Didn't I, people?" "Certainly you did, my lord. Who says you didn't? They're a liar!" "Oh, how well we remember. Consulted the oracle, he did. It had never been so consulted." Yes. The point is," continued Pelias, "that the oracle made plain that this kingdom could never know peace or prosperity unless its king went to Colchis and brought back the golden fleece here to Iolcos, where it should find its new home for eternity. That is what the oracle proclaimed. Did it not, people?" Aye, exactly that, word for word." "And since you are, as you say, the rightful king of Iolcos, you, Jason, must be the one to fetch the fleece and raise the curse. Am I not right?" "Aye, Majesty, aye!" cried the people. They were not sure what they were celebrating or assenting to, but they could see triumph and satisfaction in the eyes of Pelias, and that was enough to make them cheer and cheer. Pelias was congratulating himself on devising a scheme that had in fact been all the work of Hera, who saw in Jason the heroic instrument to fulfill, with a little divine assistance where needed, two of her desires simultaneously. He could unseat the brutish Pelias, who had so flagrantly dishonoured her temple, and he could bring the Golden Fleece home to mainland Greece, where it could form the centerpiece of a magnificent new shrine sacred to Hera and Hera alone. The golden ram, it must be remembered, belonged to Nephele, who, as a proxy in Hera's likeness, had been the instrument of saving her from violation at the licentious hands of Ixion. The fleece, therefore, was holy to the Queen of Heaven, and she did not like the idea of it being trapped in a grove of Ares on the far eastern edge of the civilized world. Hera chose her champions well. It is doubtful that many other mortals would have considered so dangerous and groundbreaking a quest as this. The Golden Fleece was known to be guarded by a fierce serpent that never slept or closed its eyes. King Aeetes and his soldiers would undoubtedly have added further protection over the years. The journey would have to be made by sea, and such a lengthy voyage through such dangerous waters had never yet been undertaken. But Jason was blithe, fearless, and possessed of that supreme self-confidence which Chiron had recognized in the makeup of his pupil as both an attractive virtue and a less appealing flaw. And ever since Bellerophon and Pegasus had visited Chiron's cave when he was a boy, Jason had dreamed of an adventure, a quest that would prove his mettle and prove him worthy of the word hero. The Golden Fleece, eh? He smiled broadly. What a splendid idea, Uncle. It shall be done. The Argo. A map can show you how far it is by sea from Iolcos in Aeolia to Colchis on the shores of the Black Sea. It cannot show in detail the natural and unnatural obstacles that made such a voyage so uniquely hazardous. Jason's first requirement was a suitably hardy and well-equipped vessel for the journey. He chose as his shipwright Argus, not the same Argus Panoptes whom Hera once turned into a peacock, but Argus the Argive from Argos. His father Danaus was king of Argos, and according to Apollodorus, the possessor of the first ship ever to set sail on the seas. The unique vessel that Argus built became known as the Argo, in honor of her creator. It is said the goddess Athena, who, like Hera, smiled favorably on Jason's quest, assisted Argus in the ship's construction. The Argo was equipped with a rowing deck, much like an ordinary galley, but no sea-going vessel before her had been fitted with more than one mast, and such complicated and clever arrangements of sailcloth and rigging. Athena brought oak from the sacred grove at Dodona, those that had spoken to Perseus and helped him on his way to the Graeae. This timber formed the prow or beak of the ship. Carved into it was the representation of a female head, some said of Hera herself, endowed with the power of prophecy and speech. A mortal seer was appointed a member of crew too. Idmon, a son of Apollo, agreed to come along despite having foreseen that the quest for the Golden Fleece would bring him fame, but also death, early in the venture. Idmon did die, as we shall see, but he also achieved his prophesied fame, for here I am, thousands of years later, talking about him. Argus appointed as his helmsman Tiphys, who brought on board his kinsman Augeas, later to become famous for the filthy condition of his stables, and Ancaeus, king of Samos, himself a skilled helmsman. Athena instructed Tiphys and Ancaeus in the use of the sails that were to give such speed to the Argo. Whether Athena taught them by inward whispered inspiration or a direct manifestation is not quite known. Tiphys also came up with the idea of leather cushions for the rowing seats, not for comfort, but to allow the oarsmen to slide backwards and forwards on their benches. This added to the rowing stroke the strength of their legs as well as the strength of their backs. Although no one knew it yet, this innovation was to prove of vital importance to the expedition. Meanwhile, Jason had been spreading the news. The word went out around Greece and its islands that a new kind of voyage was being organized, a quest of unprecedented ambition. A party of heroes was required to crew the ship and help win eternal glory. Being sailors on the Argo, they would be known as Argonauts, and their mission was to sail to Colchis under Jason's command and bring the Golden Fleece home to the Greek mainland. The trickle of applicants travelling to Iolcos soon became a torrent. A handful, then dozens, then scores of candidates arrived in the city, all eager to take part in an adventure that would be sure to bring lustre to their names and assure the prosperity of their houses. If Pelias felt put out or sidelined by the obvious admiration demonstrated by the people for Jason's courage and confidence, not to mention the general assumption that his young nephew was already king of Iolcos, he was wise enough to conceal it. Indeed, Pelias made a great show of offering support to the venture, and lavished the most open-handed hospitality on all who came to Iolcos, clamouring for a place on board the Argo. All the time, he remained happily convinced that the mission must be suicidal, and that Jason would never return to claim his throne. Aside from many whose names are remembered for nothing other than their appearance in the lists of Argonauts handed down to posterity, some of the best-known figures of the Greek world were enlisted. Heroes whose fame already preceded them, or was to grow great after their involvement in the voyage. Heroes such as Nestor of Pylos, for example. He would survive to become an invaluable advisor to the Greek leadership in the Trojan War, where his name would be forever associated with wise counsel. Peleus of Aegina, not to be confused with Pelias of Iolcos, Jason's wicked uncle, volunteered for the quest along with his brother, Telamon. They would each go on to father heroes. Telamon's sons were Teucer, the legendary bowman, and Ajax the Great, both of whom would play key roles in the siege of Troy. The only surviving offspring of Peleus by his marriage to the sea nymph Thetis was to be Achilles, perhaps the most glorious and perfect of all the heroes, although all heroes are, of course, imperfect. In the prime of their young manhood, and unaware of the destinies of their children, Peleus and Telamon came for adventure. They brought with them the strongest man of the age, Heracles, who was between labours, and had with him his beloved young page Hylas. The adoring pair were joined by Heracles' brother-in-law, Polyphemus, not to be confused with the Cyclops of the same name whom Odysseus encountered on his way home from the Trojan War. This Polyphemus was married to Heracles' half-sister Laomene. He was a Lapith and helped Theseus and Pirithous defeat the Centaurs, as we will discover in the story of Theseus later. Meleager, son of Aeneas, was present too, He was to be one of the principals in the hunt for the Caledonian boar, in which many of the Argonauts would participate, as we will discover when we hear the story of Atalanta. Meleaga's cousins, Castor and Polydeuces, the Dioscuri, are usually included in the manifest too, as were yet another pair of brothers, Calais and Zetes. As sons of Boreas, the north wind, they were often referred to as the Boreads. Their paternity endowed them with the ability to take to the air and fly. It is said that the far-famed hunter Atalanta, whose story would later be so tightly intertwined with that of Meleaga, applied to join the quest, but was turned down by Jason, who thought the presence of a woman on board ship would bring ill luck. Other versions of, or references to, the quest for the Golden Fleece have Atalanta playing an enthusiastic role in the voyage and its subsidiary adventures, but the main source on which I and most mythographers rely, the Argonautica of Apollonius Rhodius, tells that she was turned away. If such blatant discrimination sounds harsh to our ears, it is at least more pleasingly typical of a true Greek hero that Jason should reserve a place for music in his crew list. Orpheus, greatest of all singers, poets, and composers, was welcomed into the ship's company. The enchanting power of his lyre would prove invaluable. Pirithous, king of the Lapiths, was there too. In some tellings he was accompanied by Theseus, but this messes too much with the chronology, as the end of Jason's story will show. Pirithous had a special reason to join the crew, perhaps, for he was descended from Ixion, whose inappropriately libidinous handsiness with Hera, you will recall, was the primary cause of the creation of Nephele, the summoning of the golden ram, and its flight to Colchis with Phrixus and Hele in the first place. Two other Argonauts are worth mentioning here. Philoctetes, who was to play crucial parts in the story of Heracles and in the Trojan War, and Euphemus, a son of Poseidon who could walk on water. All in all, the ship's complement amounted to around 50 souls, the conventional crew for a Penteconta. Phew, it's all rather a lot to take in. All those heroes, all those figures descended from so many kings and queens and so many gods, goddesses, and minor deities. In many ways, the voyage of the Argo might be regarded as a kind of dress rehearsal for the epic siege of Troy, and even more so, its aftermath of the Odyssey and the fall of the house of Atreus. The interference, protection, and enmity of the Olympians, the treachery of some heroes, and the selfless sacrifice of others, the wit and cunning, the horrible cruelty, the endurance, patience, faith, and determination of the warriors in the teeth of what wind, weather, malice, chance, and betrayal threw at them, all these were as much a feature of the voyage of the Argo as the legendary expedition to and from Troy. The Isle of Lemnos. Pelias and the citizens of Iolcos gathered at the harbour to join in the praising and blessing of the Argo's voyage. Goats screamed under the knives of priests. Smoke from their burnt flesh rose up to the gods. Flowers were strewn and grains were sown on the water. Flocks of released doves rocketed into the sky. Choirs of children sang, dogs barked, fought, and mated. On board the Argo, laughing stowaway youths were pulled from their hiding places and thrown onto the quayside, into the arms of their whooping, drunken friends. Jason's mother and father, Aeson and Alcimede, now freed from their imprisonment by the apparently repentant Pelias, stood and waved up from the dockside, conflicted by alternating feelings of pride and consternation. Their young son Promachus was there, stamping his feet and sobbing because he had been deemed too young to join the crew. "I'll be 13 soon. That's old enough to go on a voyage." Jason had ruffled his hair. "When I come back, I'll let you sail with me on my next voyage. Until then, your job is to look after our mother and father. I want you all safe in Iolcos." Those words would haunt Jason one day. A reverential silence fell as Orpheus stood on the prow and struck up a hymn upon his lyre. The brothers Calais and Zetes called on their father Boreas, the north wind, and on Aeolus, keeper of all the winds. On the foredeck, Jason, the bright rays of the morning sun seeming to set his hair ablaze, stood hand on hip, calling out orders to cast off and set sail. 3 girls in the crowd swooned and fainted dead away. Deckhands heaved on the rigging, and the people gasped to see the Argo's sails unroll from their twin masts and stretch to catch the wind. They cheered as Jason sprang down and cried to Tiphys to raise the anchor stone and let slip the mooring ropes. The Argo plunged a little, as if ducking to wet her beak, then came upright and surged serenely forward, the surf streaming from the painted figurehead on her prow. Never had such a ship been seen. Not a roll, not a yaw, and not a creak from her timbers. So stable and so sturdy, so swift, straight, trim, and true. The citizens of Iolcos stayed to gaze after her until she was no more than a speck on the horizon. Pelias climbed into his litter, glancing back at Aeson and Alcimede, who now stood alone on the quay, arm in arm. "They can wait till they rot of old age," he said to himself. "Their precious son won't be coming back." Pelias was well aware of the dangers that awaited the Argonauts. He stroked his beard. "I wonder where they will first put in. Lemnos would be about right. Oh, I do hope it is Lemnos." His malicious hope was to be fulfilled. Myrina, on the Isle of Lemnos, was indeed the first port of call planned by Jason. The Argo had sailed eastwards from Iolcos without incident. Jason found the ship everything he had hoped for and more. Never had so well built or so well provisioned a vessel put to sea. Morale was high. Dolphins leapt in the bow waves. Auspicious sea eagles mewed high above them. They had the music of Orpheus to raise their spirits, and the knowledge that they were all members of the finest crew of men ever to set out on a quest. "Lemnos in an hour, sir," Tiphys said to Jason, squinting up at the sun and making his calculations. "Gather round, everyone," commanded Jason. "For those who do not know, let me tell you about Lemnos." He was grateful now that he had, for the most part, paid attention during those long lessons when his tutor Chiron patiently took him through the history and practices of the tribes, peoples, provinces, islands, and kingdoms of the known world. As I'm sure most of you learned at your mother's knees, Lemnos is where the infant Hephaestus was brought up after being cast down from Olympus by his mother, the Queen of Heaven. Jason touched the fingers of his right hand to his lips and raised them heavenwards in a salute to his divine protectress, Hera. But since then, Lemnos has had a heavy history. There are no men on the island, only women. Cheers, laughter, and crude expressions of delight from the crew. Yes, but listen. Generations ago, the women of the island began to neglect Aphrodite. We all know how the goddess treats those who insult her, but what she did to the Lemnian women was extreme, even for the Lady of Cyprus. She made the women smell so rancid, disgusting, so foul, that the island's male population couldn't bear to go near them. So the men took to sailing off to the mainland and bringing back Thracian women and girls instead. The Lemnian wives wouldn't stand for that, so they murdered the men in their beds, one after the other, leaving an island of women only. Their queen is Hypsipyle, and when we put in, you must give me a chance to call on her and make sure we will be welcomed. Do they still stink, then, these women? Well, said Jason, directing the question to the figurehead on the prow. Though carved into a likeness of Hera, her voice and manner more resembled those of the talking oaks of Dodona, of whose timbers she was composed. Are you talking to me? The women of Lemnos, are they still cursed with the foul stench? You'll just have to find out, won't you? When they put in at the small harbour, Jason and the crew were met by a knot of stern-looking women from whom no discernible odour arose. Nor did Queen Hypsipyle, who received Jason with warmth and respect, give off anything but an air of friendly welcome. It seemed to all the Argonauts that the curse of Aphrodite must have been lifted, for the women soon showed nothing but delight in the company of men. "Let's stay," said Typhus, who already had his arm round two smiling and blushing Lemnians. Jason, entirely smitten by the beauty of Hypsipyle, willingly assented. The Argonauts stayed long enough for the queen to bear Jason twin sons, Eunaeus and Thoas, the latter named after Hypsipyle's father, whom she had secretly spared from the general massacre of Lemnian menfolk. "I hid my father in a wooden chest and sent him out to sea," she confided to Jason. "I have since heard word that he survived and is well. Don't tell the other women. They'll never forgive me." "Such mercy is so like you," said Jason lovingly. Mercy was a strange word to use, perhaps. Hypsipyle had willingly allowed every other man on the island to be slaughtered in their sleep, but Jason did not let that spoil the perfect image of Hypsipyle that he carried in his love-struck mind. He had sworn eternal fidelity and meant it. First love is like that. Another year passed. Then one day Heracles, who had taken no part in the general frolicking and fornicating, paid Jason a visit. "We're supposed to be searching for a golden fleece," he grumbled, "not rutting like bloody stags." "Yes," said Jason, "yes, you're right." The goodbyes were fraught. "Take me with you," begged Hypsipyle. "My darling, you know we have a strictly no-women rule on board. Then take the twins. This is no place for them to grow up. They need men to learn from. We do have a strict no-children rule, too." It was all very sticky. But he and the Argonauts managed to extricate themselves, and Lemnos was barely out of sight before Jason was thinking only of what lay ahead. Hypsipyle and their twin sons vanished from his mind as quickly as they vanished from view. On the island, meanwhile, word came to Hypsipyle that rebellion and revenge were in the air. Jason might have let slip to some of his fellow crew members that she had spared her father from slaughter. One or two of those fellow crew members might have let slip that fact to the women on the island with whom they were consorting. Now that Hypsipyle's protector had left, the women were ready to tear their queen to pieces for such treachery. She took her twin boys, Eunaeus and Thoas, and fled the island. They were soon captured by pirates and sold as slaves to King Lycurgus of Nemea. Eunaeus was later to return and rule Lemnos. During his reign, the island played a small but pivotal role in the outcome of the Trojan War. Sometime later, it served as a springboard for the Great War's ill-fated Gallipoli campaign. The Dolionians. On ploughed the Argo, through the Dardanelles and on to the Propontis, the Sea of Marmara, as we call it today. On the Asian side, the Argonauts came to the coastal kingdom of the Doliones, or Dolionians, ruled over by the young king Cyzicus and Queen Clytie, who welcomed them with lavish hospitality. It was while they were recovering from a night's feasting that the Argo was attacked by a neighbouring tribe of giants, great six-armed earth-born monsters. Heracles came splendidly into his own here and led the strongest of the Argonauts out to meet them. By the time he had finished, the giants all lay dead. Cyzicus and Clytie were immensely grateful to be rid of the marauding predators that had raided the kingdom for generations, and urged Jason to stay for more feasting. Mindful of the time they had wasted on Lemnos, Jason thanked them, but insisted that regretfully they had better get going. The night after the Argonauts' departure, a great storm caught the Argo and blew her back to the shore. But it was dark. Neither the Argonauts nor the Dolionians recognized each other, and fierce fighting broke out. With Heracles on their side, it was unlikely that the Argonauts would lose, and before long, most of the Doliones, friendly King Cyzicus included, lay dead on the ground. When morning broke, Queen Clytie was the first to leave the palace. When she saw the body of her husband, whom Jason himself had unwittingly killed, she ran to her bedchamber and hanged herself. In the light of day, the Argonauts discovered with horror what they had done. They helped bury the dead, made expiatory sacrifices to the gods, and left the Dolionian coast in sombre mood. "I do think," Jason said to the figurehead and Idmon the seer, "that you might have warned us." "You never asked," said Idmon. "There was a storm howling about our head. Waves higher than the ship were tossing us about like leaves in the wind. How could I have asked?" "Could have raised your voice, couldn't you?" said the figurehead. "Where are we sailing to now? You can at least tell me that." "Thrace," said Typhus, while Idmon and the figurehead ummed, ahed, and tutted. The southern shores of Thrace, which we would call Bulgaria today, formed the northern coastline of the Propontis. The region was known for its fierce and warlike people, descended from Thrax, a son of Ares. "Anything we should look out for especially?" inquired Jason. "All the H's," said the figurehead. "H's? Harpies, Hylas, and Heracles," explained Idmon. "What about them?" Idmon and the figurehead would say no more. Hylas disappears. Mostly they sailed, but sometimes when the wind dropped, they rowed, which is to say, Heracles rowed. He could do the work of the whole crew. All he required was water to drink, fruit to eat, and his beloved Hylas to mop his brow and say soothing things to him. He was needed in the dead calm that followed the storm that had propelled them back to the Dolionians and the tragedy that had ensued there.
Hugging the Mysian coast, Heracles rowed with long, powerful strokes. Perhaps his temper or sorrow made him pull more violently than usual, for suddenly his oar broke. It could not be replaced on board. The other oars were like pencils next to his, a pine tree, with the branches stripped off and a great iron shovel fixed to it for a blade. The shovel was undamaged, but the shaft splintered beyond repair. It was agreed that the Argo should stop, and Heracles and Hylas could find a new tree. They leapt down and waded ashore, followed by Heracles' friend and brother-in-law, Polyphemus. "You look that way, and I'll look this," said Heracles to Hylas, pointing beyond the dunes. Hylas nodded and disappeared into the woods that lay beyond. Heracles soon found the perfect tree. He hugged it and heaved. Up it came, roots and all. Leaning it on his shoulder like a sentry's spear, he whistled for Hylas. He called again as he strode back towards the beach. "It's all right, Hylas. I've found the perfect tree." He stood and waited for Hylas, but only Polyphemus emerged, a puzzled look on his face. "Very odd," he said. "I heard a kind of cry." "Where from?" Polyphemus pointed back towards the woods. Heracles dropped the tree, and they both ran into the woods, calling all the while. Heracles uprooted bushes and trees, turned over boulders, and cleared undergrowth, but he could find no sign of Hylas. Polyphemus followed, shouting and shouting his name. They widened the search. Beyond the woods there were fields and ditches, but very little cover. No Hylas. He had vanished. Heracles returned to the shore and began searching the rock pools and caves in desperation. "Strange thing is, there's no wild animals for miles around," said Heracles. "I don't understand it. He would never leave me. Never." "A shame," said Polyphemus. "A tragedy. Come, we will sacrifice a great bull for him when we arrive in Colchis." "I'm staying here," said Heracles, "not going till I find him." "But we need to be on board. Typhus said that the wind was beginning to get up. He'll want to catch it." "They can wait," said Heracles, who was as strong-willed as he was strong-muscled. That evening Typhus hoisted the sails, and the Argo left. It never occurred to Jason nor any of the other Argonauts that Heracles, Hylas, and Polyphemus were still ashore. Only when they were miles out to sea did they discover their absence. Jason and many of the others were all for turning back at once. "No, no," said Calais. "Their lookout," said Zetes. "They knew we were leaving on the good wind our father sent." "We must return," said Telamon, Heracles' closest friend amongst those still on board. "How can we expect to win the Golden Fleece without him? He's worth 10 of them." He pointed scornfully at Calais and Zetes. "Oh, really?" said Zetes. "Shall we ask our father to send another wind? One that will smash this ship to splinters? Then we'll see who's worth what." "Are you threatening the ship?" Telamon grabbed Calais by the throat. "That's mutiny. I should throw you overboard." "We'd only fly away," said Zetes. "Then you'd look bloody silly, wouldn't you?" "Enough!" Jason interposed himself. Just then the sea surged and rocked them all nearly off their feet. Up from the waves rose the sea god, Glaucus. He had been born a mortal fisherman in Boeotia, but achieved divine status when he nibbled at a herb that he had observed to have the power to bring dead fish back to life. The herb conferred immortality on him, but caused him to grow fins and a fish's tail. He acted now as a guide, rescuer, and friend to stricken sailors. "The Argo must not turn back,"
he commanded. "It is Heracles' destiny to return to the court of Eurystheus and complete the tasks he was given. Nothing must interfere with this." This is how Apollonius Rhodius, a Greek poet of the 3rd century BC, describes it in his Argonautica, the fullest surviving ancient narrative of the voyage of the Argo. In other sources, Heracles joins Jason's crew after the completion of his labours. "Polyphemus, too, has a future," Glaucus continued. "He will found the city of Ceos. These things are ordained." With a shake of his finny arms and a nod of his barnacled head, Glaucus disappeared beneath the waves. "I'm sorry," Jason said to Telamon with genuine regret. "What must be, must be. We cannot turn back." Telamon nodded. For the sake of harmony on board, he resisted the urge to wipe the smug, gloating grins from the faces of Calais and Zetes. Telamon was to have his revenge, though. On his return from the quest, he told his friend Heracles of the twins' insistence that they sail on and not turn back to pick him and Polyphemus up. Heracles never forgot the insult, and when he came upon the twins on the island of Tinos, he didn't think twice about killing them. He constructed 2 pillars to mark their graves, which were said to sway whenever their father, the North Wind, blew. Heracles never found his adored Hylas. After months of fruitless searching, he made his way sorrowfully home to mainland Greece to receive his next labour from Eurystheus, but not before charging the local Mysian people to continue the search for Hylas. If they did not, he promised he would return and wreak vengeance upon them. To make sure they did keep searching, he took several sons of the noblest Mysian families back with him as hostages. Polyphemus did, as Glaucus had foreseen, go on to found the city of Ceos on the Bithynian coast, not far from where Hylas was lost. The city of Ceos became an important chain on the ancient Silk Road, but is now a ruin. Polyphemus subsequently died trying to rejoin the Argonauts, and was buried on the southern shores of the Black Sea, where a white poplar marked his grave. But what had happened to Hylas? Well, a little while after he parted from Heracles and went into the wood, he came upon a pool of water and knelt down to drink from it. Unlike Narcissus, he did not fall in love with his own reflection. Instead, it was the water nymphs of the pool who were smitten at the sight of the beautiful youth. They rose to the surface, sang to him, seduced him,